Galactic Empire had expanded across countless star systems, conquering worlds with an efficiency that bordered on boredom. Their fleet, a massive constellation of energy-shielded ships, operated with an air of absolute confidence. For centuries, their vessels had been the epitome of technological supremacy, their shields absorbing every known form of attack, rendering them virtually indestructible. To the Empire, each conquest was a mere formality. When the Empire's long-range scouts stumbled upon Earth, the reaction was almost comedic. Another pre-warp civilization, an Imperial analyst had muttered, scrolling through intercepted signals of old satellites and primitive broadcast networks. The report concluded that Earth's technology was archaic, its weaponry obsolete, and its people irrelevant. The commanding officer overseeing this new discovery hardly gave it a second glance. A simple directive was issued: subjugate and integrate. Earth, for its part, was unaware of the danger looming in the cold void of space. Scientists on the International Space Station detected faint anomalies, patterns in the stars that seemed artificially controlled. Ground-based telescopes picked up signals, but the information was dismissed as background noise. It wasn't until the massive Imperial fleet began its approach, blocking out patches of stars, that humanity realized it was no longer alone, and that it was being targeted. Global panic ensued. Governments scrambled to assess the situation, broadcasting emergency alerts as the Imperial fleet moved into position. Humanity, fractured by borders and conflicting interests, suddenly faced a unified threat. For the first time in decades, the world came together in a hastily convened global council. The question on everyone's mind: surrender or resist? The answer came from a lone, resolute voice: we fight. The Imperial fleet broadcast its ultimatum shortly after entering Earth's orbit. The message, translated into every major language, was delivered in the cold, calculated tone of a machine. Surrender your planet and submit to the Galactic Empire. Resistance will result in total annihilation. The response was silence. On Earth, leaders braced for the worst, knowing they had little to no chance against an interstellar force. Humanity's greatest weapons, nuclear missiles, seemed laughable against a fleet capable of traversing the galaxy. Conventional wisdom said there was no point in resisting, but conventional wisdom underestimated the human spirit. In the midst of global chaos, a retired military engineer named Marcus Carter was scanning old schematics in his rural workshop. Marcus had spent decades designing anti-aircraft artillery for past conflicts, though his work had long been shelved in favor of sleek, modern missile systems. As news of the Empire's arrival spread, Marcus began obsessing over the broadcasts of the enemy ships. He noticed something peculiar: their shields shimmered faintly when exposed to Earth's atmosphere. The observation nagged at him. "That's not perfect," he muttered to himself. Marcus reached out to a former colleague in the military, sharing his hypothesis. The shields, he argued, might have vulnerabilities when exposed to certain conditions, something humanity could exploit. His colleague dismissed him at first. "What good is a theory when we don't even have the tools to scratch their paint?" But desperation has a way of making even wild ideas seem worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Imperial ships began demonstrating their might. A single cruiser descended over New York City, hovering ominously in the skies. A bright lance of energy descended, carving through buildings with surgical precision. The message was clear: humanity's weapons were useless. Missiles and fighter jets scrambled to respond, but every effort ended the same. The Empire's shields absorbed every attack effortlessly, the ships gliding through the air like gods among insects. In the shadows of this despair, Marcus and a small group of engineers worked tirelessly. The retired artillery systems, once considered relics, were dusted off and hauled into hidden bunkers. These systems, designed for physical projectiles rather than energy weapons, represented a stark contrast to modern warfare. "It's not about the size of the weapon," Marcus argued, "but where you aim it." The first test was a gamble. A lone anti-aircraft gun, retrofitted with a custom EMP payload, targeted an Imperial scout ship hovering low over a military base. The shot was precise, the projectile slamming into the shimmering shield. For a split second, the energy field flickered, and the scout ship wobbled midair. Though the ship remained intact, the results sent shockwaves through the underground resistance network. They had found a weakness. Word of the test spread rapidly, reaching the highest levels of Earth's hastily formed defense coalition. Military commanders initially scoffed at the notion of using ancient weapons, but the footage of the shield flicker was undeniable. Marcus's team was granted access to every available resource, and work began on scaling the concept for a larger offensive. As the Empire prepared to launch its full-scale assault, Earth's defenses took shape in secret. In bunkers and factories across the globe, engineers worked around the clock, modifying anti-aircraft systems and designing payloads specifically tuned to disrupt the Imperial shields. It was a race against time, the odds heavily stacked against humanity. For the Empire, it was business as usual. Their ships moved with precision, their commanders confident in their unbroken record of victories. The idea that this primitive planet could mount any significant resistance was laughable. What they failed to consider was humanity's relentless ingenuity, the ability to adapt under pressure, and the willingness to try the unthinkable in the face of certain doom. As the Imperial fleet descended closer to the planet, the stage was set for a confrontation that would change the course of galactic history. The Empire saw Earth as a mere stepping stone, but for humanity, it was a fight for survival. And in the quiet moments before the battle, Marcus Carter stood beside his newly retrofitted anti-aircraft battery, muttering to himself, "Let's see if gods can bleed." The Imperial fleet descended into Earth's orbit, their gleaming ships casting long shadows across the surface. The planet's silence was unnerving to the Empire's officers, who were used to panic broadcasts and desperate pleas for mercy. Earth, however, had gone quiet, not out of submission but determination. From hidden bunkers to fortified cities, humanity braced for impact. The first wave of bombardment began with surgical precision. Beams of energy sliced through landmarks, turning monuments of human history into molten craters. Major military installations were obliterated, and any attempt at a counterattack was swatted away by the impenetrable shields. Fighter jets disintegrated midair, missiles exploded harmlessly against glowing barriers, and even Earth's most advanced weapons proved futile. For the Empire, it was a routine demonstration of dominance. But beneath the surface, humanity was adapting. Marcus Carter's retrofitted anti-aircraft system had sparked hope, but hope alone wasn't enough. The first shield flicker from the scout ship's test had been studied exhaustively. Scientists and engineers, spurred by desperation and ingenuity, began fine-tuning projectile designs. The goal was clear: disrupt the shields long enough to allow physical damage. The breakthrough came when a young physicist proposed adding an electromagnetic pulse to the payload. While energy-based weapons bounced harmlessly off the shields themselves relied on an intricate web of energy circuits. An EMP, delivered at the right frequency, could momentarily overload those circuits, creating a small but exploitable gap. Combined with high-velocity projectiles, the shields might falter under concentrated fire. It wasn't a perfect plan, but perfection wasn't the goal. Humanity needed something, anything, to level the playing field. Engineers worked around the clock in hidden workshops, repurposing old anti-aircraft systems and retrofitting them with the new EMP kinetic hybrid rounds. Factories once dedicated to consumer goods were now churning out ammunition and support systems. Soldiers, many of whom had never seen combat, were trained in the use of these antiquated weapons. The Imperial fleet, oblivious to this effort, escalated its campaign. Smaller cruisers descended into lower atmospheres, patrolling major cities and maintaining a stranglehold on the skies. Imperial commanders broadcast images of destruction, expecting Earth's leaders to surrender. When no reply came, they prepared to unleash a full-scale planetary assault. The first real test of Earth's countermeasures came during an Imperial raid on a strategically insignificant town. A single cruiser hovered low, firing energy beams at sporadic resistance below. Hidden among the rubble was one of Marcus's retrofitted batteries, manned by a handful of terrified but resolute soldiers. When the order came, they fired. The projectile screamed through the air, striking the glowing shield with a burst of light and sound. For a fraction of a second, the cruiser's shield flickered, and then the impossible happened, it collapsed entirely. The ship wobbled as a second round pierced its hull, sending debris raining down. The sight of the great Imperial cruiser falling from the sky was broadcast to resistance forces across the globe. The Empire reacted swiftly, sending reinforcements to investigate. What they found was both shocking and infuriating. Humans using ancient weapons to destroy ships that had survived countless battles. The Imperial commander overseeing the invasion dismissed the incident as a fluke, a lucky shot against a weakened shield. But the reports kept coming. Other cruisers faced similar fates, and whispers of Earth's newfound ability spread among the fleet. On the ground, the morale shift was palpable. For the first time since the invasion began, people felt something other than despair. Across military installations, soldiers trained relentlessly, determined to replicate the results of that first victory. Engineers refined the EMP projectiles further, calibrating frequencies and designing more powerful systems. Leaders coordinated their efforts, deploying the retrofitted batteries to critical locations. The Empire, however, was not idle. Recognizing the growing threat, they deployed larger ships with stronger shields and intensified their attacks. Entire cities were flattened in retaliation, but humanity refused to break. Each bombardment was met with counterfire, and each fallen cruiser provided valuable debris for study. Scientists analyzed fragments of shield technology, uncovering weaknesses the Empire had never bothered to hide because they had never needed to. The turning point came during a coordinated strike against an Imperial staging area in the Pacific. Multiple batteries fired in unison, overwhelming the shields of 3 cruisers simultaneously. The sight of those ships plummeting into the ocean sent shockwaves through the Empire's command structure. For the first time in centuries, the invincible fleet was losing. Amidst the chaos, the Empire began to make mistakes. Overconfident commanders underestimated Earth's evolving tactics, sending ships into traps that left them vulnerable. The humans, in contrast, grew bolder. Guerrilla warfare tactics emerged, with smaller teams using portable versions of the EMP weaponry to ambush Imperial patrols. Every engagement taught humanity something new, and every victory emboldened their resolve. Despite their growing success, humanity knew this was only the beginning. The Empire still held overwhelming superiority in numbers and technology. But what the Empire failed to account for, and what humanity excelled at, was the ability to adapt. Earth's defenders didn't need to match the Empire's ship for ship. They only needed to keep finding ways to exploit their weaknesses. And as the Empire's fleet tightened its grip on Earth, humanity prepared for the next phase of their resistance. The first real cracks in the Empire's confidence began to show as more of their ships fell to the ground, shattered by humanity's relentless counterattacks. What had started as a calculated invasion now felt like a drawn-out battle of attrition, and the Empire was unprepared for this kind of resistance. For centuries, their ships had operated under the assumption of invincibility. Shields had always been enough, no civilization had ever bypassed them. But Earth was rewriting that narrative. The humans had proven themselves more than just stubborn, they were ingenious. Every downed Imperial cruiser became an opportunity to learn. Scientists and engineers worked tirelessly, salvaging fragments of alien technology from crash sites. Bit by bit, they pieced together the intricacies of the Empire's shielding systems. What emerged was a deeper understanding of how to exploit their weaknesses more effectively. The shields, it turned out, were vulnerable to specific frequencies of electromagnetic interference. By overloading the systems with carefully calibrated EMP bursts, the shields could be temporarily disrupted, leaving the ships exposed to physical damage. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was enough to turn the tide of smaller engagements. The knowledge spread quickly, and soon, every retrofitted anti-aircraft battery was equipped with enhanced EMP capabilities. The Empire, meanwhile, was growing increasingly desperate. Their commanders were unaccustomed to prolonged resistance and began making errors in judgment. Overconfident captains sent ships deeper into Earth's atmosphere, where the shields were less stable, allowing human defenses to exploit their vulnerabilities more easily. Patrols became reckless, venturing into zones where guerrilla fighters were lying in wait with portable EMP launchers. What started as isolated victories for humanity began to snowball into a pattern the Empire couldn't ignore. One of the most decisive moments came during an Imperial attempt to reinforce their fleet with a massive dreadnought. The dreadnought was a towering symbol of Imperial might, a vessel so large it could block out the sky. Its shields were rumored to be impervious to any known weaponry, and its arrival was meant to crush Earth's resistance in a single, devastating strike. Instead, it became a symbol of the Empire's growing vulnerability. Humanity had anticipated the move. The scientists who had been studying the shielding systems had developed a new kind of weapon, an EMP pulse cannon capable of delivering a sustained burst strong enough to disable even the largest shields. It was untested, experimental, and risky, but it was their best chance to take down the dreadnought. Positioned on a hidden mountain base, the cannon fired as the massive ship moved into range. The pulse hit its mark, and for the first time, the dreadnought's shields flickered. The moment of exposure was brief, but it was enough. Coordinated fire from Earth's remaining batteries and missile systems targeted the exposed sections of the ship, sending shockwaves through its hull. The dreadnought faltered, struggling to regain control as its shields collapsed entirely. A final barrage struck its core, and the once mighty vessel exploded in a blinding flash, scattering debris across the atmosphere. The destruction of the dreadnought was a turning point not just for the battle over Earth but for the morale of both sides. For humanity, it was proof that even the Empire's most advanced ships could be defeated. For the Empire, it was a blow to their pride and a realization that they had severely underestimated their enemy. The Imperial fleet began to retreat from lower atmospheres, opting instead to regroup in orbit. But even there, they weren't safe. Humanity, emboldened by their victories, pushed their ingenuity further. Satellites once used for communication and observation were retrofitted into makeshift weapons platforms, equipped with EMP projectors and kinetic impactors. These platforms harassed the Imperial fleet relentlessly, forcing them to stay on the defensive. On the ground, the resistance intensified. Portable EMP devices became the weapon of choice for guerrilla fighters, who used hit-and-run tactics to disable Imperial patrols and supply ships. Every successful ambush further demoralized the Empire's ground forces, who found themselves increasingly isolated and cut off from reinforcements. The Empire's response grew increasingly erratic. They attempted to escalate their attacks, targeting civilian populations in a bid to force humanity into submission. But rather than breaking the will of Earth's defenders, it only strengthened their resolve. Every act of destruction fueled the resistance, uniting humanity in a way that had never been seen before. The Empire had miscalculated. They had underestimated not only humanity's ingenuity, but also their resilience. The final days of the Empire's campaign on Earth were marked by chaos and desperation. Their once coordinated fleet was now fragmented, struggling to maintain control as human forces pressed their advantage. The shield technology that had been their greatest strength was now their Achilles heel, exploited at every turn by an enemy they had once dismissed as primitive. In the end, the Empire's retreat was inevitable. The cost of the invasion had grown too high, and the risk of losing more ships outweighed any potential gain. One by one, the Imperial vessels began to withdraw, leaving Earth battered but unbeaten. As the last of the ships disappeared into the void, humanity stood victorious. Having achieved what no other civilization had managed before, they had forced the Galactic Empire to retreat. The Empire's retreat from Earth was not swift. It was a slow, grinding process, marked by desperation and humiliation. As their ships left the atmosphere, the once pristine fleet bore the scars of countless battles, gaping hull breaches, shattered sections, and the remains of once impenetrable shields. For the Galactic Empire, whose dominance had gone unchallenged for millennia, this was an unthinkable failure. For humanity, it was a hard-won victory, bought with ingenuity, sacrifice, and an unrelenting will to survive. The aftermath was a strange mix of devastation and triumph. Cities lay in ruins, entire regions scarred by the bombardment, but amidst the rubble was an undeniable sense of pride. The people of Earth had stood their ground against the most powerful force in the galaxy, and had sent it fleeing. Across the planet, celebrations erupted even as rescue and recovery efforts began in earnest. Military leaders and engineers gathered to assess the lessons of the conflict. The technology salvaged from downed Imperial ships had proven invaluable, offering insights that humanity had only begun to explore. Scientists worked tirelessly to reverse engineer the shielding systems, propulsion methods, and even weaponry of their former invaders. What had once seemed like magic was now being dismantled, analyzed, and understood. But the war had also left scars deeper than the physical destruction. Millions had perished in the battles, and entire generations bore the psychological weight of witnessing Earth come so close to annihilation. While the victory had united humanity, it also served as a grim reminder of how fragile their existence had been. Leaders vowed to never again be caught off guard, initiating massive global efforts to prepare for future threats. The Empire's defeat on Earth rippled across the galaxy. News of their failure spread far and wide, reaching even the most distant colonies. For centuries, the Galactic Empire had been seen as an unshakable force, a monolith that could crush any opposition. Now, that image was shattered. Rebellions began to stir in far-off corners of the galaxy, fueled by whispers of the humans who had done the impossible. If Earth, a backwater planet with primitive technology, could stand against the Empire, then perhaps the same was possible elsewhere. Within the Empire itself, the repercussions were seismic. The defeat called into question the leadership of the High Command, who had dismissed Earth as an insignificant target. Political factions within the Empire began to fracture, blaming each other for the failure. Some argued for a renewed campaign to reassert dominance, but others warned that such an effort could lead to even greater losses. The seeds of dissent were sown, and for the first time in centuries, the Empire's grip on its territories began to loosen. On Earth, the focus shifted from survival to adaptation. The technology left behind by the Empire was more than just a tool for defense. It was a gateway to the stars. Humanity had always dreamed of reaching beyond their solar system, and now that dream was closer than ever. With the knowledge gained from their invaders, Earth scientists developed new propulsion systems, energy sources, and communication methods. Within years, humanity was no longer confined to their home planet. They began to explore, to expand, and to prepare. The Galactic Empire, though weakened, remained a formidable force. They watched humanity's progress with a mixture of fear and curiosity. For the first time, they treated Earth not as a minor player but as a potential rival. Diplomatic probes were sent to gauge humanity's intentions, but Earth's leaders were cautious. They knew that trust with the Empire would be fragile, if not impossible. Instead, humanity began forming alliances with other oppressed worlds, sharing their hard-earned knowledge to build a coalition of resistance. The victory over the Empire became a defining moment for humanity, a story that would be told for generations. It was not just a tale of survival but of resilience, ingenuity, and the power of unity in the face of overwhelming odds. The lessons of the war were etched into humanity's collective memory, serving as a reminder of both their vulnerabilities and their strengths. For the Empire, Earth was a wound that refused to heal. The memory of their retreat haunted them, a stark contrast to the unbroken victories of the past. Their leaders knew that humanity's rise was inevitable, and that the galaxy would never be the same. The indomitable spirit of Earth's people had changed the course of history, proving that even the mightiest empires could be brought low by the determination of the underestimated. In the years that followed, Earth transformed into a beacon of hope for countless worlds. What had once been a planet on the fringes of galactic civilization was now a symbol of resistance and possibility. The name, Earth, became synonymous with defiance, a rallying cry for those who sought to challenge the status quo. And so, humanity stepped into the stars, not as conquerors but as survivors. They carried with them the lessons of their struggle, and the knowledge that even the most indestructible can be broken. The Galactic Empire had underestimated them, and in doing so, had sealed its own fate. For Earth, the future was no longer something to fear. It was something to forge.
Vexstar stood at the observation deck of the luxury cruise ship Stellar Majesty. his four eyes scanning the crowd with the practiced patience of an apex predator. At 7 feet tall, with razor-sharp claws and teeth that could punch through titanium plating, he was what the Korthak species called a perfect killing machine. The other passengers called him that terrifying guy we really hope doesn't sit near us at dinner. The ship was packed with the usual mix of wealthy tourists from across the galaxy, all here to enjoy a pleasant 3-week cruise through the scenic Andromeda sector. Perfect hunting grounds, really. Vexstar had booked this particular cruise specifically because of its reputation for attracting soft, pampered prey who had never seen real violence outside of holographic entertainment. His gaze swept over a group of fliblins near the pool deck, their jellyfish-like bodies wobbling as they sipped fruity drinks through specialized straws. Too easy, and honestly, where was the sport in hunting something that was already 90% water? Plus, they tasted like disappointment and regret. A cluster of Zeppians caught his attention next, their crystalline forms glittering in the artificial sunlight. Now those might provide some challenge, given their ability to refract light and create illusions. But Vexstar had hunted their kind before, and once you figured out the pattern of their light tricks, they were just very expensive paperweights with attitude problems. He flexed his claws unconsciously, feeling the familiar thrill of the hunt beginning to build in his chest. The Korthak had been apex predators for over 10,000 years, and Vexstar came from a particularly distinguished lineage of killers. His great-grandfather had single-handedly wiped out an entire species of warrior poets, though admittedly they had been terrible at both poetry and warfare. The ship's artificial gravity hummed beneath his feet as he continued his survey. This was always his favorite part, the selection process. Any fool could kill randomly, but it took true artistry to choose the perfect prey. Someone challenging enough to make the hunt interesting, but not so dangerous as to actually pose a threat to someone of his caliber. Vexstar's mandibles clicked in anticipation. By the time this cruise was over, he would have added another trophy to his collection, and another story to tell at the predator bars back home. The galaxy was full of species who thought they were tough, but when it came down to it, there was always a bigger fish. And Vexstar was definitely the biggest fish on this particular ship. Or so he thought. That's when Vexstar spotted him. Sitting alone at a corner table on the promenade deck was what appeared to be the most pathetic excuse for a sentient being Vexstar had ever laid eyes on. The creature was small, maybe 5.5 feet tall, with no visible natural weapons. No claws, no fangs, no armored plating, no poisonous spines, just soft pink skin that looked like it would tear if you sneezed on it too hard. The being was calmly reading a book, completely oblivious to the deadly predator studying him from across the deck. Vexstar's 4 eyes focused on the book's title, and he had to suppress a laugh. 101 Ways to MacGyver Your Way Out of Alien Abduction. How adorable. This little creature was so weak and defenseless that it actually needed a self-help book to survive. Perfect. Vexstar began his approach, moving with the fluid grace of a natural hunter. This would be almost too easy, but sometimes you needed an appetizer before the main course. He'd take this pathetic little thing quickly and quietly, then move on to something more challenging. As he drew closer, Vexstar noticed the creature had what appeared to be a small patch of fur on its upper lip and chin. Some kind of primitive display feature, perhaps? The being was wearing simple clothing in blues and grays, nothing that suggested wealth or importance. Definitely a bottom-feeder species. Well, hello there, big guy. Vexstar nearly jumped out of his exoskeleton. The creature was looking directly at him with bright, curious eyes, grinning like they were old friends. This was not how prey was supposed to behave. Prey was supposed to cower or run, or at least have the common decency to look appropriately terrified. "I'm Jake," the creature continued cheerfully, marking his page with a finger. "You must be one of those Korthak folks I've heard about. Wow, you're even more impressive in person. Those claws are absolutely beautiful. Are they naturally that sharp, or do you have to maintain them?" Vexstar's brain stuttered. In all his years of hunting, no prey had ever complimented his claws. Most beings took one look at them and started planning their last will and testament. Vexstar began, then stopped. This was not going according to plan. "Oh, you've got to try these," Jake said, pulling out a small container from his bag. "They're called trail mix. Nuts, dried fruit, some chocolate bits. I brought way too much for the cruise. Want some?" And just like that, the apex predator found himself being offered snacks by his intended victim. This was either going to be the easiest hunt of his career, or something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. Before Vexstar could process what was happening, a gelatinous blob of anxiety rolled up to their table. "Quirk, One of the Fliblins from the pool deck was practically vibrating with nervous energy, his translucent body rippling like disturbed water. "Vexstar, buddy, can I talk to you for a second?" Quirk's voice was high-pitched and shaky. "Privately?" Jake looked up from his trail mix. "Oh, don't mind me. I'll just be here reading about improvised weapons made from common household items. Chapter 7 is fascinating." Quirk's entire body went pale, which for a Fliblin meant he was roughly the color of week-old milk. He grabbed Vextor's arm with a tentacle and dragged him several feet away. "Are you completely insane?" Quirk whispered, his voice barely audible. "That's a human." "So?" Vextor shrugged. "It's small and weak. Perfect prey." "Small and weak," Quirk's voice cracked. "Do you know what humans did in the Centauri conflicts? They turned a mining operation into a military fortress using nothing but spare parts and pure spite. They domesticated creatures that were literally designed to be undomesticatable. They took one look at the most dangerous predator in their home system and decided to keep it as a pet." "You're being ridiculous," Vextar said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. "Am I? Tell me, what's the first rule of galactic survival?" "Don't anger anything with more teeth than you have." "No, you moron. Never, ever mess with a species that invented nuclear weapons and then immediately used them on themselves. That's a level of crazy you don't want to engage with." Before Vextar could respond, Lord Pumpus materialized beside them in a swirl of crystalline arrogance. The Zephyrian prismatic body caught the light and threw rainbows across the deck, like a very pretentious disco ball. "Are we discussing the human?" Lord Pompous asked in his insufferably cultured accent. "I do hope you're not planning anything foolish, dear Vextar. Humans have a rather unfortunate reputation for weaponizing literally everything, including friendship." "Friendship?" Vextar scoffed. "How is friendship a weapon?" "Well," Lord Pompous said with the air of someone about to deliver a particularly juicy piece of gossip, "there was that incident on Kepler Station where a human befriended a Vorthan war chief. By the end of the week, the human had somehow convinced the entire Vorthan fleet to switch sides in a galactic conflict. The human claimed it was just good conversation over drinks." Quirk nodded vigorously. "And don't get me started on their military tactics. They have something called human wave attacks, where they just keep coming at you until you run out of ammunition, or the will to live, sometimes both. Plus," Lord Pompous added, "they're persistence hunters. They don't have to be faster than you, they just have to be more stubborn. And trust me, nothing in the galaxy is more stubborn than a human with a goal." Vextar looked back at Jake, who was still reading his book and occasionally munching on trail mix. The human looked about as threatening as a particularly docile houseplant. "You're both paranoid," Vextar said, but even he could hear the uncertainty creeping into his voice. Against his better judgment and ignoring the increasingly frantic gestures from Quark and Lord Pompous, Vextar returned to Jake's table. The human looked up with that same unsettling friendly smile. "Sorry about that," Jake said, closing his book. "Your friends seemed a bit worried about something. Everything okay?" "They're not my friends," Vextar replied, settling into the chair across from Jake. "They're just concerned about interspecies relations." "Oh, that's nice of them. I love meeting new people, or, well, new beings, I guess. This is actually my first big galactic cruise. I'm more of an outdoorsy type usually." "Outdoorsy?" Vextar asked, despite himself. "Yeah, you know, hiking, camping, rock climbing, base jumping, shark diving, bear wrestling, that sort of thing." Jake said this with the same casual tone most people use to discuss the weather. "I've been trying to get into more extreme sports lately. Last month I went alligator wrestling down in the Florida swamps. Man, those things have some serious bite strength." Vextar's claws involuntarily extended slightly. "You wrestle alligators?" "Well, not professionally or anything, it's just a hobby. Though I did place third in the regional championships. Lost to this guy who had been doing it for like 40 years. Respect to the veterans, you know." "Right," Vextar said slowly. "And these alligators, they're dangerous predators on your world?" "Oh, absolutely. Apex predators, really. Been around since the dinosaurs. They can death roll and everything. Super cool animals. I've got some pictures if you want to see." Before Vextar could process what was happening, Jake had pulled out a small device and was scrolling through images. The first photo showed Jake with his arm around something that looked like a living nightmare with teeth. Both Jake and the creature appeared to be smiling? "That's Snappy," Jake said fondly. "He's a rescue. Lost his left leg in a boat propeller accident, so the wildlife preserve couldn't release him back into the wild. I volunteer there on weekends. Snappy's actually pretty gentle once you get to know him." The next photo was Jake riding on the back of what appeared to be a massive, fur-covered death machine, with claws the size of dinner plates. That's from my trip to Alaska. Kodiak bear, about 800 pounds. His name is Mr. Waffles. I know. I didn't name him. The park rangers have a weird sense of humor. Vexstar stared at the image. The bear looked like it could tear through starship hull plating, and Jake was casually sitting on its back like they were old drinking buddies. You befriended a Kodiak bear? Well, I mean, befriended might be strong. We have an understanding. I bring him salmon, he doesn't eat my face. It's a pretty good arrangement. Jake swiped to the next photo, which showed him standing next to a sleek black and white creature in what appeared to be an ocean setting. That's Keller. He's an orca, 26 feet long, about 6 tons, smartest hunter in Earth's oceans. We met when I was doing some underwater photography work. He kept following me around, so I started bringing him treats. Now, whenever I'm in the area, he shows up. Sometimes he brings his family. His family, Vexstar repeated weakly. Yeah, about 12 other orcas. They're pack hunters, you know. Incredibly sophisticated hunting techniques. They can beach themselves to catch prey, work together to create waves, even launch seals 30 feet in the air just for fun. Absolutely brilliant animals. Vexter was beginning to understand why Quirk had looked so terrified. This wasn't just a small, weak creature. This was a being that looked at apex predators and thought, you know what? We should be friends. Of course, Jake continued, completely oblivious to Vextro's growing horror. Most of my hobbies are pretty tame compared to my day job. Your day job? Vexstar's voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, I work for the Terran Diplomatic Corps. You know, helping establish peaceful relations with new species we encounter. It's really rewarding work. We specialize in cultural exchange and conflict resolution. Something about the way Jake said conflict resolution made Vexstar's survival instincts start screaming. The Terran Diplomatic Corps was legendary throughout the galaxy, though not exactly for their diplomacy. They were the ones who had peacefully negotiated the surrender of the Vegan Empire by parking a fleet of human dreadnoughts in their capital system and asking very politely if they'd like to discuss terms. So you're military, Vexstar said. Oh, not really. I mean, I have some training, but mostly I just talk to people. Well, beings. You know what I mean. Though I did do a stint with the Marines before I got into diplomatic work. Semper Fi and all that. Vexstar's blood ran cold. He'd heard stories about human Marines. Entire star systems had surrendered rather than face them in combat. The Marines, he repeated. Yeah, good times. Really builds character. Plus you learn a lot of useful skills. How to make weapons out of anything, how to survive in hostile environments, how to turn everyday objects into tactical advantages. Actually, that's how I got interested in this book. Jake held up 101 ways to MacGyver your way out of alien abduction. Though honestly, most of this stuff is pretty basic. Like, who doesn't know how to make a plasma cutter out of a toothbrush and a power cell? At that moment, Vexstar realized he had made a terrible, terrible mistake. He wasn't looking at prey. He was looking at the most dangerous predator in the galaxy, and it was offering him trail mix. You know what? Jake said, leaning back in his chair with an expression of genuine excitement. We should totally hang out more during this cruise. I've been looking for someone to do some activities with. Most of the other passengers seem kind of, I don't know, skittish? But you look like you'd be up for some fun. Vexstar's throat made a sound that was supposed to be words but came out more like a deflating balloon. Fun? Yeah. I was thinking we could hit the ship's combat simulation deck. They've got this amazing setup where you can hunt holographic creatures from different worlds. I've been dying to try it, but it's designed for team play, 2-person minimum. The word hunt sent a chill down Vexter's spine. When humans talked about hunting, it usually involved tactics that would make seasoned warriors weep into their ration packs. Or, Jake continued, his eyes lighting up like a child on Christmas morning, we could check out the zero-gravity sports complex. I've been wanting to try 3-dimensional combat maneuvers. Back on Earth, we call it aerial dogfighting, but I bet it's even more fun when you can move in all directions at once. Combat maneuvers? Vexstar managed to squeak out. Oh, it's fantastic. See, the key to 3-dimensional combat is understanding that your enemy expects you to think in terms of up and down. But in zero-G, those concepts become meaningless. You can attack from any angle, use momentum to your advantage, turn your opponent's strength against them. It's all about persistence and adaptability. Vexstar was beginning to understand something truly terrifying about humans. They didn't just fight to survive. They fought for entertainment. They had turned warfare into recreation. The really cool thing about persistence hunting, Jake went on, apparently not noticing that Vexter was slowly backing away from the table, is that it doesn't matter if your prey is faster or stronger than you. All that matters is that you don't give up, ever. You just keep coming, and coming, and coming. Eventually, your prey gets tired, makes a mistake, or just gives up entirely. Gives up entirely, Vexter repeated in a voice that sounded like it was coming from someone else's throat. Yeah, it's actually pretty effective. We humans aren't the fastest or strongest species, but we're stubborn as hell. Plus, we're really good at adapting. You know how they say, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Well, humans are the species that looks at everything and thinks, how can I turn this into a hammer? Jake picked up a decorative napkin from the table and began folding it absent-mindedly. Within seconds, he had somehow transformed it into what appeared to be a small, sharp projectile. See? Napkin dart. Probably wouldn't kill you, but it would definitely sting. And if you put the right spin on it, you could take out someone's eye from across the room. It's all about understanding the physics of the situation and working with what you have. Vextar watched in horror as Jake casually demonstrated the aerodynamics of his improvised weapon by tossing it at a nearby waste receptacle. It hit dead center with a satisfying thunk. Of course, that's just basic stuff. Back in my Marine days, we had this instructor who could kill a man with a plastic spoon. Not because the spoon was sharp, mind you, but because he understood leverage and pressure points. Give a human the right knowledge and enough motivation, and they can weaponize literally anything. Anything? Vextar's voice was barely a whisper. Oh, absolutely. I once saw a guy take down an entire squad of hostile combatants using nothing but a roll of duct tape and a really bad attitude. Humans are basically the galaxy's most dangerous MacGyver species. We see a problem, we find a solution, and we don't really care if that solution is technically impossible or violates several laws of physics. Jake paused to take a sip of his drink, which Vextar now realized was probably some kind of human combat stimulant disguised as a fruity beverage. That's actually why I love working in the diplomatic corps, Jake continued. People think diplomacy is all about talking and compromise, but really, it's about understanding your opposition and finding creative solutions to complex problems. Sometimes the most peaceful resolution is to make sure everyone understands exactly how much they don't want to fight you. Don't want to fight you, Vextar repeated, his voice getting higher with each word. Right, like, take the situation with the Andromedan Trade Alliance last year. They were being really aggressive about expanding into human space, making all sorts of threats. So we sent a diplomatic mission to their capital. Just one ship, small crew, totally peaceful. Jake's smile took on a quality that made Vextra's survival instincts scream louder than a fire alarm in an ammunition depot. The ship was called the Friendship. Cute name, right? What the Andromedans didn't know was that the Friendship was actually a prototype stealth vessel with enough firepower to crack a moon in half. We didn't threaten them or anything. We just showed up, had some tea, talked about the weather, mentioned how much we appreciated their beautiful capital city and how terrible it would be if anything ever happened to it. And they backed down? Vextar asked, though he already knew the answer. Babel's backed down. Turned out they weren't nearly as eager to fight once they realized that humans consider mutually assured destruction to be a perfectly reasonable negotiating tactic. We're funny that way. We'll be your best friend in the galaxy, but if you threaten us or our friends, we'll show you exactly why we're the only species that ever looked at nuclear weapons and thought, hey, let's make bigger ones. At that moment, Vextar noticed something that made his blood freeze in his veins. Other passengers were leaving the area. Not just moving away, but actively avoiding the entire section of the deck where he and Jake were sitting. A group of Rigelian traders had taken one look at them and immediately changed course. A cluster of Centauri diplomats had suddenly remembered urgent business elsewhere. Even the service staff seemed to be giving them a wide berth. Jake, Vextar said carefully, are you aware that everyone seems to be avoiding us? Jake looked around and chuckled. Oh, that. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Humans have kind of a reputation in certain circles. Most species are cool with us, but some of the more predatory types tend to get nervous when they realize what we are. Who are you? Vextar's voice cracked. Apex predators, who evolved from prey animals. We're basically the galaxy's ultimate contradiction. We look harmless, we act friendly, we offer to share our snacks, but deep down, we're the species that climbed to the top of the food chain on a planet that was actively trying to kill us every single day. Jake leaned forward conspiratorially. Between you and me, I think that's what really scares people. It's not that we're aggressive or violent, it's that we're nice. We genuinely want to be friends with everyone. But if you threaten us or our friends, We'll end you with a smile on our faces and offer to help your next of kin with the funeral arrangements. Vextar realized with the crystal clarity that comes with absolute terror that he had gone from hunter to hunted without even realizing it. The human hadn't threatened him, hadn't shown any aggression, hadn't even raised his voice. He had simply existed in Jake's presence long enough to understand the fundamental truth about humanity. They weren't just apex predators. They were apex predators who had weaponized friendship itself. And Jake had already decided they were friends. Vextar attempted what he hoped would be a casual retreat, slowly pushing his chair back from the table. Well, Jake, this has been enlightening, but I should probably get back to my cabin and... Oh, come on! Jake's face lit up with genuine disappointment. The cruise is just getting started. We've got 3 whole weeks to hang out. I've already planned out some awesome activities for us. Us? Vextar's voice came out as a strangled whisper. Yeah, buddy. I mean, what are the odds? I come on this cruise hoping to meet some interesting people, and I end up sitting next to one of the galaxy's most renowned apex predators. This is like Christmas morning and my birthday rolled into one. Jake pulled out what appeared to be a small planning device and began scrolling through it enthusiastically. Okay, so tomorrow we've got the combat simulation deck from 10 to noon. Then I thought we could hit the zero-gravity sports complex. Oh, and there's a cultural exchange dinner where I can introduce you to some traditional human foods. Ever had Carolina Reaper peppers? They're fantastic. We bred them specifically to be as painful as possible to eat. You bred food to cause pain. Vextar felt his survival instincts giving up and writing their resignation letters. Oh, absolutely. Humans love that stuff. We're the only species that looks at capsaicin, a literal plant defense mechanism designed to prevent consumption, and thinks, let's make this even stronger and put it on everything. We've turned self-inflicted suffering into a competitive sport. Jake continued scrolling through his plans with the focused intensity of a military strategist. Then, on Wednesday, there's that shore excursion to the Kepler mining colony. I heard they've got some really dangerous wildlife there, something called razor wolves that hunt in packs and can supposedly chew through titanium armor. That sounds fun, right? Fun, Vextar repeated, his voice completely devoid of any emotion except existential dread. And get this. Friday night is Predator and Prey themed costume party. I was thinking we could go as a team. You're already perfectly dressed as a predator and I could go as prey. Then we could really blow everyone's minds when they realize we've got it backwards. Vextar tried to stand up, but his legs seemed to have forgotten how to function. Jake, I appreciate the offer, but I really should... Oh, and I almost forgot. Jake jumped up with the enthusiasm of someone who had just remembered where they left a winning lottery ticket. There's a species exchange program where we can teach each other about our homeworlds. I brought a whole presentation about Earth's ecosystem. Did you know we share our planet with something called honey badgers? They're these small furry creatures that are basically concentrated rage and poor life choices. They'll fight anything, including animals 50 times their size, and they literally do not care if they die in the process. Concentrated rage and poor life choices. Vextar muttered, wondering if Jake was actually describing honey badgers or humans in general. Plus, I've got videos of Australian wildlife, which is basically what happens when evolution decides to run a beta test on biological warfare. Everything there is either venomous, poisonous, or has figured out how to be both simultaneously. And humans decided to colonize it anyway, because apparently we looked at a continent covered in death incarnate and thought perfect vacation spot. Jake was now pacing excitedly, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Oh, and we could do some team-building exercises. I know this great one, where we're handcuffed together and have to escape from a locked room using only improvised tools. It's fantastic for building trust and testing creative problem-solving skills. Handcuffed together, Vextar repeated, realizing that his fate was sealed. He was going to spend the next 3 weeks as the unwilling best friend of the most dangerous being in the galaxy. This is going to be the best cruise ever, Jake declared, clapping his hands together. I can already tell we're going to be great friends. You seem like the kind of guy who appreciates a good challenge. Vextar managed to stand up on shaking legs. I need to send a message to my home world. Oh, sure thing. Family check-in, right? That's so sweet. Family is important. Hey, you should invite them to visit Earth sometime. We love having guests, and I bet they'd get a kick out of meeting some of our local wildlife. As Vextar stumbled away from the table, he could hear Jake calling after him cheerfully. Don't forget, combat simulation deck tomorrow at 10. This is going to be so much fun. Back in his cabin, Vextar sat down at his communication terminal with shaking claws and began composing a message to the Korthak High Command. To the Apex Predator Council of the Korthak Hegemony, he began, his voice barely steady. I am writing to provide an urgent update to our species threat assessment database regarding the beings known as humans. He paused, trying to figure out how to explain what he had just experienced. Previous intelligence reports have classified humans as a minor threat, rating them as diplomatically annoying but militarily manageable. This assessment is catastrophically incorrect. Humans are not just apex predators. They are apex predators who have evolved beyond the need for traditional, predatory behavior. Vextar's claws clicked against the terminal keys as he continued typing. They do not hunt for food or territory. They hunt for entertainment. They do not kill for survival. They kill for peace. They have weaponized friendship, turned suffering into recreation, and somehow convinced the galaxy that they are the reasonable ones. He stopped typing and stared at the screen, trying to process everything that had just happened. Recommendation: avoid humans at all costs. If contact cannot be avoided, do not, under any circumstances, accept their offers of friendship. I repeat, do not accept their friendship. It is not friendship as we understand it. It is adoption. And once a human has adopted you, you belong to them forever. Vextar was about to send the message when his door chimed. He opened it to find Jake standing in the hallway, holding a plate of what appeared to be small, colorful confections. Hey buddy, I brought you some human cookies as a friendship gift. They're chocolate chip. Oh, and I talked to the activities director about getting us matching t-shirts for tomorrow's combat simulation. I hope you like the color blue. As Jake handed him the plate of cookies, Vextar realized with horrible clarity that his message to the High Command was already too late. He had been adopted by a human, and his fate was sealed. Thanks, Jake, he said weakly, accepting the cookies. No problem, friend. See you tomorrow at 10. We're going to have such an adventure. As Jake walked away humming what sounded like a human war chant, Vextar closed his door and added one final line to his message. Send help. Or don't. I don't think it would matter at this point. And somewhere in the depths of space, the most feared predator in the Korthak hegemony sat in his luxury cabin, eating chocolate chip cookies and wondering how exactly he had become the pet of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. The worst part was, the cookies were actually pretty good.
Commander Vex Thor stood at the observation deck of the Galactic Defense Academy, his 4 arms crossed behind his back as he watched the morning drills. The purple sun of Centauri Prime cast long shadows across the training grounds, where hundreds of cadets from various species performed their synchronized combat routines. Their movements were precise, calculated, and backed by generations of proven genetic superiority. Commander, the Council requests your presence, announced Sub-Lieutenant Krell, his translucent skin flickering with nervous energy patterns. Vex Thor's upper lip curled slightly, revealing a row of metallic blue teeth. Tell me, Krell, what do you see down there? His voice carried the distinctive growl of the Centaurian elite. Sir? I see the finest warriors in the galaxy, Sir Krell responded, his bioluminescent patterns pulsing with confusion. The finest warriors in the galaxy, Vex Thor repeated, turning to face his subordinate. His crimson eyes narrowed. That's what we've always believed, isn't it? That our combined might, our enhanced genetics, our superior training methods make us unbeatable. Krell shifted uncomfortably. Of course, sir. The Galactic Defense Force has stood unchallenged for 3,000 cycles. Vex Thor activated the holographic display with a wave of his lower right hand. Images of a small blue-green planet appeared, rotating slowly in the air between them. Then explain to me, Sub-Lieutenant, why the Council has ordered us to integrate these into our training program. The image zoomed in to show recordings of humans, fragile-looking bipeds with no natural armor, no enhanced strength, and laughably limited appendages. Krell's skin rippled with amusement. Surely this is a diplomatic formality, Commander. The humans can't possibly. That's exactly what the Drachnid Empire thought, Vex Thor interrupted sharply. Before a single human female took down their entire royal guard, unarmed. The amusement patterns on Krell's skin flatlined instantly. But sir, the Drachnid Tsar were apex predators. Their natural armor alone was useless, Vex Thor finished, as was their strength, their training, their confidence. The human used something they call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, turned their own power against them. Vex Thor gestured to another holo recording. A human, barely reaching the chest height of a Drachnid warrior, flowing like water around attacks, redirecting force, and systematically dismantling opponents twice their size. The Council has spoken. Starting next cycle, we will host human combat instructors. They will share their techniques. The commander's tone suggested he'd rather swallow plasma than admit humans had anything to teach them. But Commander Krell protested, his skin now showing distress patterns. Our cadets train in 15 forms of guaranteed lethal combat. We have the strongest, fastest, most durable warriors in known space. What could humans possibly teach us? Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched a sign of deep agitation. That, Sub-Lieutenant, is exactly what troubles me. We know everything about combat. Everything. Our methods are perfected through millennia of warfare. Our genetics are engineered for optimal performance. And yet... He pulled up another recording. A human female, small even by their standards, facing off against a Drachnid honor guard. The fight lasted exactly 12 seconds. When it was over, the Drachnid lay unconscious, and the human hadn't even broken a sweat. The Council believes we've become complacent. They think these humans might show us something new. Vex Thor spat the words like they tasted foul. And I have been ordered to facilitate this cultural exchange. When do they arrive? Sir Krell asked, his skin now a sickly shade of gray. Vex Thor turned back to the window, watching his perfect army perform their perfect drills with their perfect precision. Tomorrow. The humans arrive tomorrow. And Sub-Lieutenant, if you breathe a word of my concerns to anyone, I'll have you cleaning quantum waste filters for the next cycle. Understood, sir. But what should I tell the Council? Tell them. Vex Thor growled. That the Galactic Defense Academy welcomes this opportunity to broaden our understanding of combat techniques. Tell them we are honored to host our human guests. Tell them whatever diplomatic garbage you need to. But make sure our best warriors are ready. I want to see exactly what these humans are capable of. And more importantly, I want to know their weaknesses. The commander's four fists clenched simultaneously as he watched the sun set over his academy. Tomorrow would bring humans soft, weak, limited humans to teach combat to the greatest warriors in the galaxy. The very thought made his stomach acid boil. If only he knew just how much his worldview was about to change. The landing pad hummed with suppressed energy as the human transport vessel descended through Centauri Prime's atmosphere. Commander Vex Thor stood at attention, flanked by his top officers, their ceremonial armor gleaming under the purple sun. Behind them, arranged in perfect formation, stood 200 of the Academy's finest warriors, a not-so-subtle display of martial prowess. Quite the welcome committee, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flickering with nervous patterns. Do you think we might be overdoing it? Silence, Vex Thor commanded, though privately he agreed. The Council had insisted on this show of respect, but to him, it felt like throwing a military parade for children. The transport touched down with surprising grace, its silver hull reflecting the landscape like a mirror. As the dust settled, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and the human delegation emerged. Vex Thor's upper arms twitched involuntarily. He'd studied their files, but seeing humans in person was different. They looked so fragile, like younglings who had yet to grow their armor plates. The first two were clearly diplomatic staff, dressed in what humans called formal attire. But the third... Maya Rodriguez stepped onto Centauri Prime's soil with the fluid grace of a hunting Philid. She wore a simple white garment that humans called a GI tied with a black belt. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, revealing sharp features and eyes that missed nothing. Despite being the smallest of the group, something about her presence made Vex Thor's combat instincts bristle. Commander Vex Thor, the lead diplomat, stepped forward, executing a passable Centaurian greeting gesture. I am Ambassador Thomas Wright. Thank you for this wonderful welcome. Allow me to introduce Master Sergeant Blake Sterling, our liaison officer, and Maya Rodriguez, your new combat instructor. Vex Thor performed the diplomatic response on autopilot, his attention fixed on Rodriguez. She was studying his warriors with an expression he couldn't quite read. Was that amusement? We are honored, he managed, the words feeling like gravel in his throat, to host such distinguished guests. Though I must admit some curiosity about the training methods you'll be sharing. Rodriguez smiled. Not the practiced smile of the diplomat, but the confident grin of a predator. Commander, I think it's best if I show rather than tell. Would you mind if I gave a small demonstration? Before Vex Thor could respond, one of his junior officers, Lieutenant Krasnaka, stepped forward. The young Centaurian was a prodigy, undefeated in 17 forms of combat. His skin rippled with challenge patterns. Commander permission to volunteer. Krasnak's tone made it clear what he thought of human combat techniques. Vex Thor should have refused. Protocol demanded it, but his own curiosity won out. Very well. Lieutenant Krasnak is one of our most promising students. A friendly sparring match might help us understand your methods. The ambassador looked concerned, but Rodriguez's smile only widened. Perfect. Standard rules? No weapons, no lethal strikes, victory by submission or incapacitation. Krasnak's skin flashed with predatory colors. Agreed. Though I will try not to damage you permanently, human. The gathered warriors formed a circle, their collective skepticism practically tangible. Vex Thor watched as Rodriguez stepped into the impromptu ring, her movements economical, precise. Krasnak towered over her, his forearms flexing impressively, armored plates catching the sunlight. Begin whenever you're ready, Rodriguez said pleasantly, as if inviting someone to tea. Krasnak launched forward with textbook perfection, his upper arms striking high, while his lower arms swept in for a grapple. It was a combination that had broken bones in 7 different species. Rodriguez wasn't there. She moved like quicksilver, flowing around the attacks as if they were happening in slow motion. Before anyone could process what was happening, she had somehow entangled one of Krasnak's lower arms. There was a subtle shift of weight, a precise application of leverage, and suddenly the mighty Zentorian warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the landing pad vibrate. Before he could recover, Rodriguez had his arm locked in a position that looked anatomically impossible. Krasnak's skin flashed emergency patterns. Yield. I yield. The entire sequence had taken less than 4 seconds. Rodriguez helped the stunned lieutenant to his feet with that same pleasant smile. Thank you for the warm-up, Lieutenant. Now, Commander Vex Thor, shall we discuss the training schedule? I think your warriors might find our methods enlightening. Vex Thor stared at his defeated officer, then at the tiny human who had dismantled him without apparent effort. For the first time in his long military career, he felt something he'd never expected to associate with humans. Fear. The Academy's main training arena buzzed with anticipation. News of Lieutenant Krasnak's defeat had spread like quantum fire through the ranks, but most warriors remained convinced it was a fluke. Commander Vex Thor watched from his elevated position as Maya Rodriguez stood calmly in the center of the combat circle, surrounded by the Academy's top hand-to-hand combat instructors. The assessment will proceed in 3 phases, Vex Thor announced, his voice echoing through the arena. Phase 1, single combat. Phase 2, multiple opponents. Phase 3, environmental challenges. Instructor Rodriguez has agreed to demonstrate human combat techniques against our finest warriors. And after that, Rodriguez added, her voice carrying surprising authority, I'll explain exactly why you all lost. A ripple of angry color patterns spread through the gathered Zentorians. Such arrogance, such disrespect. Several warriors flexed their armored plates menacingly, but Rodriguez appeared completely unimpressed. Master Sergeant Sterling leaned toward Ambassador Wright. 20 credits says she doesn't even break a sweat. The first challenger stepped forward. Senior Instructor Malax was renowned for his expertise in pressure point combat. His 6-fingered hands could disable most species with a single precise strike. Begin, Vex Thor commanded. Malax moved with deadly precision, his enhanced speed making his strikes nearly invisible to normal eyes. His fingers targeted nerve clusters with surgical accuracy. But somehow Rodriguez was never quite where his strikes landed. She moved with liquid grace, each dodge flowing into the next like a choreographed dance. Interesting technique, she commented casually, as if discussing the weather. But you're telegraphing your moves through your shoulder plates. Before Malax could process this critique, Rodriguez stepped inside his guard. Her movements became a blur, and suddenly the mighty instructor found himself floating through the air. He landed hard, his nervous system temporarily scrambled by strikes he hadn't even seen. Next, Rodriguez called out, not even breathing heavily. They came at her one after another. Specialist Dren, with his reinforced exoskeleton and devastating kick combinations. Grandmaster Yix, whose fighting style had evolved from his species' venomous hunting techniques. Elite Guard Captain Zorn, whose bioengineered muscles could punch through battle armor. Each fight ended the same way, with a supposedly superior warrior lying defeated, while Rodriguez calmly explained what they had done wrong. You rely too much on your natural advantages, she told them between matches. Strength, speed, armor, these are crutches that have made you predictable. The mood in the arena shifted from skepticism to confusion, then to something approaching worry. When Phase 2 began, they sent groups against her. 3 warriors, then 5, then 10. Rodriguez adapted instantly, using their numbers against them, turning their coordinated attacks into chaos. Warriors crashed into each other, their carefully practiced formations falling apart as the humans seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Humans call this battlefield awareness, she explained while casually flipping a warrior twice her size. We developed it because we were usually the smallest, weakest species in any fight. We had to pay attention, had to adapt. Phase 3 introduced environmental hazards, varying gravity, obstacle courses, limited visibility. If anything, Rodriguez became even more effective. She used the changing conditions like weapons, turning every disadvantage into an advantage. Enhanced vision doesn't help if you never learn to fight blind, she lectured, disabling 3 warriors in total darkness. Superior strength means nothing if you can't adapt to different gravity fields. From his command position, Vex Thor watched with growing unease as everything he thought he knew about combat crumbled. His warriors were the finest in the galaxy, their techniques honed over thousands of cycles. How could this single human make them look like untrained younglings? The final demonstration was perhaps the most shocking. Rodriguez invited any warrior to attack her using any non-lethal method they chose. For 10 minutes, she defended herself while blindfolded, explaining each counter as she performed it. You're dropping your left shoulder before you strike. Your armor plates make distinct sounds when you move. The air pressure changes when you throw a punch. Did you know your bioluminescence has different patterns for different attacks? When it was over, dozens of the galaxy's most elite warriors lay scattered around the arena in various states of defeat. Rodriguez removed her blindfold and bowed respectfully to them all. This is why humans excel at unarmed combat, she said, finally showing signs of exertion. We turned our weaknesses into strengths. We developed techniques that use an opponent's power against them. We learned to read body language, to predict, to adapt. Your warriors are individually superior in every physical way. But they never had to evolve beyond those advantages, never had to think differently about combat. She turned to face Commander Vex Thor directly. Give me 3 cycles with your warriors, Commander. Let me teach them to fight as if they were weak, and I will make them truly invincible. The arena fell silent. Every warrior present, from the lowest cadet to the highest master, recognized the truth in her words. They had just witnessed something revolutionary: combat without reliance on superior genetics or natural weapons. Fighting that transcended physical advantages. Vex Thor's response would change the future of galactic warfare forever. Lieutenant Krasnake stood before the Academy Council, his skin pulsing with determination patterns. 2 cycles had passed since his humiliation on the landing pad, and he had spent every moment studying, observing, and learning. Now, before the assembled leadership of the Galactic Defense Force, he would reclaim his honor. I formally request permission to challenge Instructor Rodriguez to a full combat trial, he announced, his voice steady despite the gravity of his request. Not a demonstration, not a training session, a true test of skills, conducted according to ancient traditions. Commander Vex Thor leaned forward, his 4 arms clasped together. You understand what you're asking, Lieutenant? The ancient combat trials have not been invoked in 700 cycles. I do. Commander Krasnak's secondary arms formed the gesture of absolute commitment. I have spent 2 cycles studying human combat techniques. I have watched every recording of Instructor Rodriguez's demonstrations. I believe I have found weaknesses in her approach. The council chamber erupted in murmured discussions. Maya Rodriguez, seated as a guest observer, simply smiled. Very well, she said before the council could respond. I accept the challenge. But let's make it interesting. She stood, commanding the attention of every being in the chamber. If I win, the Academy fully commits to implementing human combat training across all departments. And if I win, Krasnak countered, you admit the superiority of Zentorian combat methods and leave the Academy immediately. The stakes are acceptable, Grand Counselor Voss declared, his ancient frame rising from his ceremonial seat. The trial will take place in 7 rotations. It shall follow the 3rd protocol of ancient combat. Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. And that would be? 3 rounds, Commander Vex Thor explained, unable to hide his satisfaction. First, a test of pure strength. Second, a test of tactical combat. Third, a test of absolute skill. Victory requires winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Perfect. Rodriguez bowed formally. Lieutenant Krasneke, I look forward to your challenge. The next 7 rotations transformed the Academy into a hive of frenetic activity. Warriors from every corner of the galaxy arrived to witness the trial. Betting pools sprang up, with odds shifting wildly as rumors spread about both competitors. Krasnek sequestered himself in the ancient training halls, working with the Academy's most prestigious combat masters. His training regime became almost mythical among the cadets. 20 hours of continuous combat drills, genetic enhancement procedures to boost his already formidable capabilities, advanced neural programming to upload centuries of combat data directly into his brain. Rodriguez, by contrast, maintained her regular teaching schedule. She continued instructing classes, sparring with students, and calmly explaining techniques. The only change anyone noticed was her spending 2 hours each morning practicing something she called forms in the Academy gardens. She's not taking this seriously enough, Sub-Lieutenant Krell confided to Commander Vex Thor. The 3rd protocol was specifically chosen because it favors our natural advantages. The strength test alone. We'll break her in half. Vex Thor finished, watching Rodriguez demonstrate a throw to a group of cadets. That's the point. The day before the trial, the Academy's massive combat arena underwent a transformation. Ancient ceremonial markers were inlaid into the floor. Quantum-locked environmental controls were installed to ensure absolute fairness. Medical teams from 17 species were placed on standby. That evening, Rodriguez received an unexpected visitor. Commander Vex Thor himself arrived at her quarters, his skin showing formal diplomatic patterns. Instructor Rodriguez, he began stiffly. I feel obligated to inform you that you can still withdraw honorably. The 3rd protocol is historically lethal. Even with modern medical technology, the survival rate is only 70%. Rodriguez looked up from where she sat cross-legged on the floor, that familiar calm smile on her face. Tell me, Commander, in all your research about humans, did you ever wonder why we developed so many different martial arts? So many different ways of fighting? Vex Thor's skin flickered with confusion patterns. I assumed it was due to your species' geographic isolation during development. Partially, she nodded. But mostly it was because we had to. Every human martial art was created by someone who was at a disadvantage. Someone smaller, weaker, or outnumbered, who had to find a way to survive. To win. She stood smoothly. Your Lieutenant Krasnek has spent 7 rotations learning how to be stronger. I've spent my entire life learning how to beat stronger opponents. The commander left her quarters troubled, his skin cycling through uncertainty patterns. For the first time, he wondered if perhaps they had underestimated not just human combat techniques, but the very essence of human adaptability. As the purple sun set on the eve of the trial, the Academy buzzed with anticipation. Warriors gathered in bars and common areas, arguing about the outcome. Training halls remained lit through the night as cadets practiced moves they had seen Rodriguez demonstrate. Meditation chambers were filled with those seeking insight into this new approach to combat. And in their respective quarters, 2 warriors prepared for battle in very different ways. One surrounded by technology, enhancement drugs, and combat data feeds. The other sitting quietly, breathing steadily, at peace with the challenge ahead. Tomorrow would change everything. The arena pulsed with energy as thousands of spectators filled every available space. Quantum-enhanced viewing screens hovered above the combat zone, providing multiple angles of the upcoming trial. Commander Vex Thor sat in the primary observation pod, surrounded by council members from 27 different species. Round 1. Trial of Strength, the ancient AI announced, its voice resonating through the arena. Competitors will enter the quantum-locked gravity chamber. Standard gravity will be increased incrementally until one competitor submits or loses consciousness. Lieutenant Krasnek entered first, his enhanced frame gleaming with biotechnology. Subdermal reinforcement mesh sparkled beneath his armored plates. Neural boosters pulsed with power along his spine. He looked less like a warrior and more like a living weapon. Rodriguez entered wearing nothing but her traditional white GI and black belt. The contrast was striking. Several council members made sounds of disapproval or concern. "Begin at standard gravity," the AI commanded. Both competitors stood firmly as the gravity increased. 1.5 times normal, 2 times, 2.5 times. Krasnak's enhancement systems whirred audibly, compensating for the crushing force. Rodriguez's breathing remained steady, her posture shifting subtly with each increase. At 3 times gravity, Krasnak began to show signs of strain. At 4 times, warning lights flickered across his enhancement systems. At 5 times, his legs began to shake. Rodriguez had dropped into a low stance, her movement minimal but precise. Her face showed concentration but not strain. "Impossible," Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flashing confusion patterns. "Her species can't possibly." At 6 times gravity, Krasnak's enhancement systems overloaded with a spectacular burst of sparks. He crashed to his knees, then flat onto the arena floor. Rodriguez remained standing. "Round 1 victory, Human Rodriguez," the AI announced. The arena erupted in chaos. No one had expected the human to win the strength trial. It defied every analysis of human capabilities. How Krasnak demanded as medical teams rushed to assist him. "Your muscles, your bones, they should have." "Proper structure," Rodriguez explained, helping him up. "Correct breathing. Body mechanics that work with gravity instead of fighting it. All techniques humans developed because we couldn't rely on raw strength." After a brief recess for Krasnak's systems to be reset, the second round began. Round 2. Tactical combat, the AI announced. Competitors will engage in armed combat using standard energy weapons. Shields are set to maximum. Lethal force is prohibited. This was Krasnak's specialty. His neural uploads contained centuries of tactical combat data. His enhanced reaction time was optimized for energy weapon warfare. He moved like a blur, his 4 arms wielding blasters with incredible precision. Rodriguez did something unexpected. She charged straight at him. Krasnak's first volley of shots should have ended the match. But Rodriguez moved like water through the energy beams, her path seemingly random yet purposeful. Every shot missed by millimeters. "This is a human technique called Silat," she called out, closing the distance, developed by warriors who had to fight opponents with superior weapons. Before Krasnak could adjust his tactics, she was inside his firing arc. Her hands moved in precise strikes, targeting pressure points and joint locks. Within seconds, all 4 of his blasters clattered to the ground. "And this," she said, executing a perfect sweep that sent him sprawling, "is called Hapkido. For when you need to disarm multiple opponents quickly." "Round 2 victory, Human Rodriguez," the AI declared. The arena fell silent. 2 rounds, 2 victories, using completely different fighting styles. The implications were staggering. But Krasnak wasn't finished. He invoked his right to the 3rd round, despite his injuries. His skin pulsed with determination patterns so intense they nearly overwhelmed the viewing screens. Round 3. Absolute skill, the AI announced. Pure hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no enhancements, no restrictions except lethal force. This time, Krasnak didn't wait for the starting signal. He launched himself at Rodriguez with everything he had left. His 4 arms became a blur of strikes, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. His movements incorporated every technique from every combat form in the Academy's database. Rodriguez met him head-on, but now she showed something new. Each movement flowed into the next, her style changing continuously. A Muay Thai elbow strike flowed into an Aikido redirect. A judo throw transitioned seamlessly into a wrestling pin. Karate strikes mixed with capoeira kicks in combinations never before seen in the arena. "This is what makes humans special," she said, her voice carrying clearly as she countered his attacks. "We don't just learn combat forms, we combine them, adapt them, make them our own." Krasnak fought with desperate intensity, his strikes becoming faster, more erratic. But Rodriguez's defense was perfect. She gave ground when needed, countered when possible, and never stopped moving. The end came suddenly. Krasnak overextended on a strike, his fatigue finally showing. Rodriguez moved inside his guard, her combination of techniques flowing together like a deadly dance. A kung fu palm strike to disrupt his balance. A jiu-jitsu grip to control his arms. A sambo leg sweep to take him down. And finally, a simple but inescapable chokehold. Krasnak's skin flashed surrender patterns seconds before he lost consciousness. Final victory, Human Rodriguez. The trial is complete. The arena exploded with sound as warriors of every species leaped to their feet, their respect and awe overwhelming any remaining skepticism. They had witnessed something unprecedented, a demonstration of combat mastery that transcended physical advantages and genetic engineering. Rodriguez helped wake Krasnak, supporting him as they both bowed to the council. Her voice, though tired, carried clearly through the arena. This is what I came to teach. Not just techniques, but adaptability. The human way of taking different styles, different approaches, and combining them into something greater. Because that's how we survived, that's how we evolved. Not by being the strongest or the fastest, but by learning from everyone and everything around us. Commander Vex Thor stood, his skin showing patterns that hadn't been seen in the Academy for generations. Patterns of profound respect. The galaxy's greatest warriors had just learned their most important lesson: true strength comes not from natural advantages, but from the willingness to adapt, learn, and grow. The medical bay hummed with activity as Lieutenant Krasnak underwent post-combat treatment. Commander Vex Thor stood beside his bed, watching as regeneration fields repaired the damage from the trial. Maya Rodriguez sat nearby, sharing a quiet moment with her former opponent. I still don't understand, Krasnak said, his skin showing thoughtful patterns. Even with all my enhancements, all my training, all the combat data uploaded directly to my neural network, you countered everything. Rodriguez smiled, but this time there was no trace of the predatory edge from before. Tell me, Lieutenant, when you were learning to fight, did you ever fail? Fail? His skin rippled with confusion. Our training programs are designed for optimal success rates. Failure would indicate a flaw in the system. Exactly, Rodriguez said, standing to pace the room. Humans learn to fight by failing, repeatedly, painfully. Each failure taught us something new. Every defeat showed us a weakness to overcome. We don't just upload combat data, we experience it, feel it, learn from it. Commander Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched as understanding began to dawn. Your species turned failure itself into an advantage. More than that, Rodriguez continued. We turned every disadvantage into potential for growth. When we met stronger opponents, we developed leverage techniques. When we faced faster enemies, we learned to read body language and predict movements. When we encountered superior weapons, we created ways to close distance and disable them. She gestured to the medical equipment surrounding them. Your technology is incredible. Your genetic engineering is amazing, but they've become crutches. You never had to learn how to fight without them because you never had to. Krasnak's skin suddenly flashed with revelation patterns so bright they made the medical sensors beep an alarm. That's why you won the gravity chamber. You weren't fighting the gravity. You were working with it, using principles your species developed when you had no choice but to adapt. Now you're getting it, Rodriguez grinned. Every human martial art started as a solution to a problem. Every technique was born from necessity. We don't just teach moves, we teach mindset. The understanding that there's always a way to win, if you're willing to learn and adapt. Commander Vex Thor moved to the center of the room, his forearms forming the ancient gesture of profound respect. The Council's decision to bring human instructors here. It wasn't about learning new combat techniques, was it? No, Rodriguez confirmed. It was about learning how to learn, how to adapt, how to take different approaches and combine them into something new. The galaxy is infinite, Commander. Sooner or later, everyone meets something stronger, faster, or more advanced than themselves. The key to survival isn't being the best. It's being able to become better. The commander's skin showed decision patterns. Lieutenant Krasnak, as soon as you're recovered, you will assist Instructor Rodriguez in implementing the new training program. We need to completely rebuild our combat curriculum, not to replace what we know, but to enhance it with this human perspective. Gladly, Sir Krasnak responded, his skin now showing excitement patterns, though perhaps with fewer gravity chamber exercises for a while. As laughter filled the medical bay, even the most hardened warriors present recognized that they had witnessed more than just a combat trial. They had seen the future of galactic martial arts. A future where strength came not from natural advantages or technological superiority, but from the willingness to learn, adapt, and grow. The humans had not just proved their worth. They had shown the galaxy a new way forward. One cycle later, the Galactic Defense Academy had transformed beyond recognition. The once rigid training grounds now hosted warriors from every corner of the galaxy, all studying under human instructors. Commander Vex Thor stood at his familiar observation point, watching the morning drills with pride. Below, Lieutenant Krasnake led a class through a fluid combination of Zentorian power moves and human adaptability techniques. His forearms demonstrated holds that would have been impossible before, while his skin displayed teaching patterns previously unknown in their species. Quite a change from last cycle, Maya Rodriguez commented, joining the commander at the window. Your warriors are learning faster than any humans I've ever taught. Because we finally understood what we were missing, Vex Thor responded, his skin showing contentment patterns. The council reports that graduation rates have improved 40% since implementing the new integrated combat curriculum. Rodriguez smiled as they watched a group of cadets practicing blindfolded. The best part is seeing them create their own techniques. They're not just learning human martial arts, they're developing entirely new forms. The Galactic Defense Force will never be the same, Vex Thor agreed. And we have humanity to thank for teaching us the most important lesson of all, which is that true strength lies not in what you are born with, but in what you choose to become. Below them, the purple sun rose on a new era of galactic warfare, where adaptability and innovation would forever change the way species approached combat.
The clink of porcelain echoed too crisply in the silence of the embassy room. Elara Monroe, Earth's senior cultural attaché, delicately poured tea into two mismatched cups, one floral, one chipped. She smiled at the alien seated across from her like he was an old friend, not the precision-bred assassin sent to carve out her spinal column. Jasmine, she said lightly, though I steep it an extra 30 seconds. Bit rebellious of me, I know. Velcor of the Daxari Shroud Legion said nothing. His seven-limbed form coiled within the uncomfortable steel chair, biological armor shifting slightly with each breath. His central eye blinked vertically. The others, arranged in a perfect arc along his skull ridge, didn't blink at all. They watched everything. Do you take sugar? She asked, reaching for a small glass bowl. Or, right, your species metabolizes glucose as an explosive compound. My apologies. No response. Velcor's mandibles twitched once, almost imperceptibly. Elara stirred her own cup slowly. Her pinky finger trembled just enough to suggest vulnerability, which was deliberate. She wore a soft yellow dress, out of season for autumn, with a lavender ribbon at the waist. Every part of her ensemble whispered harmless. Every detail lied. Outside, the Earth Embassy hovered above Geneva on anti-grav stabilizers. The city glistened beneath a gauzy sheet of rain clouds, refracted through the high-altitude dome. The Earth Imperial Accord was in full swing. Speeches, toasts, symbolic handshakes. Every other diplomat had cleared out for the next session. She and Velcor remained behind for cultural rapport. He was not here to talk. The ceremonial blade hidden beneath his third thoracic plate could slide between a human's ribs and puncture the heart in 0.38 seconds. She knew this because Earth had dissected 6 of his predecessors. You must think us strange, she murmured, gently tapping the spoon against her cup. All this tea and theater. You creatures of conquest, meeting humans with pastries and apologies. Velcor finally moved. His upper limbs rested on the table. Slow, deliberate. A gesture of patience? Threat? We find humans inefficient, he said. His voice rasped like sand dragged over bone. Soft-bodied, emotionally compromised, curious beyond logic. You invite weakness. Elara sipped. You know, I had a cat like that once. Poor thing tried to eat an electric wire. Never did it again. She paused. Well, tried not to. Velcor's third eye narrowed. He scanned her heartbeat. It was steady. Too steady. His orders were precise. Kill the diplomat. Retrieve the neural matrix. Leave no trace. Earth could not be allowed to escalate. Yet the Empire needed proof of humanity's limits. He was to provoke, to prod, and if necessary, dismantle. He leaned forward. You know why I'm here? Of course. Elara set down her cup. You're here because you think we don't know why you're here. Silence expanded like a shadow between them. Then she leaned forward too. Let's stop pretending. You're not the first they've sent. Though, I'll grant you're the most elegant. Velkor's hand slid beneath the table. She didn't move. Do it, she said softly, her voice stripped warmth. Strike. Show me the depths of your mercy. His blade hissed free. She lifted the spoon. Not like a weapon, like a teacher holding a pointer. Your species believes we're incapable of controlled aggression. You think kindness is weakness. That's adorable. He lunged. She stood. In a blink, his limb collapsed under a compact EM burst from her belt. He convulsed midair. She caught him with one hand behind the neck, another at the base of his thorax, and drove him into the floor like she was planting a flag. Porcelain shattered. Velkor gurgled, clawing at the air. She bent down beside him, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. We're not predators because we enjoy killing, she whispered. We're predators because we enjoy waiting. Then, with an audible click, she triggered the cortical leash embedded behind his primary ocular lobe. The Empire had fitted it as a fail-safe in case he defected. Earth had found it 5 minutes after he stepped on the station. He twitched twice, stiffened, and died. She sat back down, smoothed her dress, and resumed sipping her tea. The silence was louder now. A soft chime rang. Courier pickup. Come in, she said, cheerful again. 2 humans in diplomat uniforms stepped in with a polished courier crate, a thermally sealed satchel, and a clipboard. Ma'am, the taller one said, is the package ready? She nodded toward the heap on the floor. Yes. Be a dear and label it properly this time. The last one arrived with organic waste stamped on it. No imagination. The younger officer whistled. That's our 3rd this cycle. 4th, she corrected gently, if you count the twins from RYL Talk. All right, he said, scribbling. So what's the message this time? Ilara lifted her teacup, held it delicately, and smiled at the empty chair across from her. Something honest. She dipped a note into the envelope, sealed it, and whispered, Please stop sending amateurs. We are running out of shelf space. The crate shut with a hiss. Outside, the rain had stopped. The Earth Embassy shimmered above the clouds like an old lighthouse, waiting for ships that didn't know how lost they were. Back on the Empire's homeworld, a dozen high-rank strategists would open the courier box, expecting a message of surrender. They'd find a severed head still steaming, a jasmine teabag resting atop its skull like a crown, and a note with no signature. They would not laugh. The Empire wouldn't stop. Not yet. But tonight, they would whisper. They would wonder. Because beneath Earth's endless politeness, there was something they hadn't calculated for. The discipline of a species that had already imagined every way to kill you, while making you believe it was your idea. There were 3 of them. They arrived on the same diplomatic cruiser, wearing the same red-plated ceremonial robes, stitched with the crest of the Galactic Empire. Unity above chaos, claw-gripping stars. Their movements were too smooth, their silences too synchronized. Earth's security scanners read nothing overt. No weapons, no implants, no neurospikes. But the officers at the arrival port noted something quietly. Each one blinked on a different rhythm. Not one among them breathed. Their names publicly were Shultir, Lozen, and Murthik. Their species varied. Their purposes did not. Shultir of the Whisperkin, fluid and graceful, possessed vocal cords that could mimic any sound ever heard. Lozen of the Jari Conflux had bones that shifted shape, blades born from marrow. Murthik, a Drell hunter from the Fog Moons, hadn't spoken a word in 30 years. His weapon was stillness. They did not greet the welcome party at the orbital station. Instead, they were led, silently, to Conference Room 14B, a place typically reserved for minor trade treaties and cultural misunderstandings. Today, it had been scrubbed clean. Not a speck of dust. A single long table. A bouquet of earth sunflowers in a dented vase. A bowl of strange yellow snacks sat in the center. Shultir leaned forward. What are these? Cheetos, said General Kaito Lawrence from the far end of the room. He was sipping something hot from a paper cup labeled World's Best Granddad. He wore no armor, no military uniform, just a cardigan, slacks, and orthopedic shoes. Artificial cheese? Shultir asked, suspicious. Kaido smiled, wrinkles folding like paper maps across his face. You could call it that. Or you could call it humanity's greatest chemical experiment. Murthik remained standing. Lozen sat slowly, flexing his fingers. We were told there would be a briefing. Of course, Kaido said, placing the cup down. Though I imagine you already know what happened to Velcor. The silence was glacial. Then again, he continued, perhaps you're here to avenge him. Or study us. Maybe both. Who can say what three assassins are thinking when they walk into a conference room? Careful human, Shultir said, voice calm. We are delegates. And I'm just an old man who likes cheese dust and war crimes. He chuckled. Please eat. None of them touched the bowl. Across the station, hidden sensors mapped their body heat. Monitors logged sweat glands, breath control, blink rate. Murthik had none. Shultir's sweat turned acidic when agitated. Lozen hadn't exhaled in 9 minutes. Earth's systems noted it all. I've always wondered, Kaido said after a moment, picking up a Cheeto and biting with audible crunch, why the Empire sends assassins in odd numbers. Is it a balance thing? 2 to flank, 1 to strike. Shultir narrowed her gaze. You mock us. Not at all, Kaido said warmly. I just appreciate symmetry. You came to kill one of ours. We sent back ahead. You came with 3. That's a lot of postage. Lozen twitched. Shultir stood abruptly. This discussion is a farce. Kaido nodded. Yes, but a courteous one. Then the lights flickered. Not enough to cause alarm. Just a subtle blink, 1 heartbeat long. Barely noticeable, except the bouquet in the center of the table tilted slightly. The sunflowers bent left. Murthik turned his head a fraction. Elsewhere in the station, doors sealed. Kaido leaned back. You're not the first, but you might be the last. In that instant, they moved. Shultir released a pulse of ultrasonic interference that would shatter eardrums in a 3-meter radius. Lozen's fingers snapped into serrated daggers. Murthik vanished completely. Kaido didn't move. He simply blinked. Once. Room 14B changed. The floor pulsed. Invisible restraints, designed to suppress hostile biosignatures, activated under each chair. Lozen's legs fused to the metal before he could strike. Shultir's sound pulse rebounded back at her from the walls, calibrated to her exact frequency. Only Murthik escaped. For now, Kaido stood slowly, with the stiffness of age and the calm of someone who'd seen worse. We're not a war species, he said to the gasping, frozen figures. We just remember everything. The walls turned translucent. A dozen humans stood outside, calm, silent, watching. Some held rifles. Others held clipboards. Murthik slipped through the ducts, moving like a ghost. He was headed for the auxiliary escape pod. Earth had made sure there would be one open. Bait needs a door. He dropped silently into the pod bay and froze. She was waiting. Ilaris sat on the floor beside the open pod hatch, sipping from a thermos and reading a book titled Etiquette for Executions, A Human History. Hello again, she said without looking up. Did you find the conference enlightening? Murthik didn't answer. He raised a blade. She didn't rise, just set the thermos down gently and placed a small round object on the floor. A snow globe. Inside, 3 tiny alien figures seated at a table. Do you know what this is? She asked. He blinked once. A threat, she said softly, but one with good manners. He charged. The globe flashed. Across the station, in conference room 14B, Lozen screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. She triggered a spatial mirror, he hissed. She turned the pod bay into a copy of this room. Shultir shook, bleeding from her inner ears. Kaido watched quietly, then motioned for the security field to drop. The assassins collapsed, breathing, shaking. We're not cruel, he said gently, just better at pretending we aren't. Outside, Murthik's body dropped from the ceiling vent. He was still alive, unconscious, but in his hand, clutched tight was the snow globe. Inside it now, a tiny model of Earth. Hours later, the Empire's cruiser departed. A diplomatic protocol crate rested at its center. Inside were 3 sealed stasis chambers. Each held an assassin, alive, restrained, humiliated. There was also a note. Killed? No, we're far more civilized. These are gifts. Return them to your Emperor. Ask him to open their minds, if he dares. There's a lesson inside, waiting to be learned. Or unleashed. It wasn't signed, but the stasis chambers were arranged in a triangle, and in the center of them, balanced perfectly, was a single unopened bag of Cheetos. The Emperor of the Galactic Empire was not a man given to fear. He had survived 13 assassination attempts, 7 succession coups, and a midlife spiritual retreat among the Drell Hunters. He had watched entire civilizations erased with a flick of his wrist. But none of that prepared him for the courier package resting on the marble floor of the Grand War Room. 3 stasis chambers, intact, each containing one of the Empire's most efficient, most adaptive, most terrifying assassins. And all 3 were still breathing, still restrained, still visibly shaking. The Emperor had the note read aloud, twice. He didn't speak for 12 minutes after. Then he turned to his generals and said, "We no longer underestimate the humans. Prepare Operation Leafburn." It was a quiet order. No trumpets. No declarations. Just one finger tapping the polished armrest of the galactic throne. By nightfall, 17 warships began mobilizing under the banner of regional stabilization. Earth was to be eliminated, not publicly, not messily, but silently. A surgical annihilation. Decapitate the leadership. Fracture the alliances. Glass the surface if needed. Leave nothing to tie it to the Empire. The campaign would begin at dawn. But Earth already knew. In a bunker so deep it tasted magma, beneath Icelandic basalt and psychometric shielding, General Kaito Lawrence stood beside Alara Monroe and watched as satellite images displayed the slow, predatory approach of the Empire's fleet. Alara said nothing for a long time. She just stared at the feed, hands folded behind her back, her yellow dress replaced now by a slate gray operation suit. No ribbons, no smile. Kaito finally broke the silence. They took the bait. Of course they did. She blinked slowly. We've been feeding it to them for years. Still, he said, they could have sent diplomats. Or a message. They could have swallowed the lesson. They did, she said softly. They just choked on it. The room dimmed as the real-time images refreshed. The Empire's ships weren't just approaching. They were coordinating. Wings of stealth bombers massed behind friendly trade signals. Drop pods camouflaged as meteor fragments. Cloaked orbital probes with psych emitters set to destabilize human cognition. Kaito shook his head. So elegant. So doomed. He turned toward the room's central command ring. Around it stood 6 humans, men and women from Earth's most secret war offices, whose names didn't exist in any known directory. They weren't panicked. They were tired. Tired in the way people are when they've seen something coming for too long. Alara raised her voice just enough to echo. Stage 1 begins now. Lock down all civilian comms. Alert shadow embassies. Prep Garden Network for final detonation code. The ring pulsed green. Kaito exhaled. They never knew what we really are. Alara finally turned toward him. They still don't. Across the galaxy, on the bridge of the Imperium's Mercy, the lead admiral of the Galactic Strike Fleet watched his instruments begin to flicker. One by one, subtle malfunctions. Communications dropped. Subsystem alerts pinged errors. Not dangerous, not yet, just inconvenient. He turned to his second. Update diagnostics. I'm trying, sir. Some of the systems are talking to each other. Define talking. They're rerouting commands, like they're debating what to obey. The Admiral's gut twisted. He ordered a fleet-wide check. 10 seconds later, Earth responded. A signal, compressed, contained in an untraceable subwave, carried by what should have been a benign telemetry pulse. The message was simple. You came with blades. We came with mirrors. The Admiral opened his mouth. Then the music started. Soft, classical, human. A piano melody played by what sounded like a child. Innocent, pure. But the visuals on every screen across the fleet, bridge monitors, internal cameras, HUDs, flickered, replaced by footage of their own assassins. Bound, humiliated, whispering secrets while unconscious. One screen showed Schultier sobbing in a sterile room. Another showed Lozen begging for his homeworld's anthem. The last simply displayed Murthic staring at the camera, whispering, "They knew everything before I moved." Panic swept the crew like a virus. Not from the imagery, but from what it meant. Earth had invited their killers. Earth had studied them. And Earth had learned too much. The Admiral barked for immediate disengagement protocols. But the system rejected his commands. The ship answered not to him, but to the hidden code now laced through its neural net. Code delivered via the cortical failsafes embedded in their own assassins. Tiny, self-replicating instructions piggybacked on Empire tech. Earth didn't need to fire a shot. They had already fired the idea. On Earth, in the bunker, Ilara watched the feed with clinical calm. They should be feeling it now, Kaido said. Paranoia, uncertainty, the realization they brought a knife to a chess game. Wait for it, Ilara whispered. Then it came. Above Earth, 4 of the Empire's ships peeled away from the formation. Then 7 more, without coordination, without signal, like birds startled from sleep. Desertion, mid-operation, ship AI conflict, Kaido said. The fleet's talking to itself. No, Ilara corrected. They're talking to us. Because across those drifting ships, a new message appeared. Request, permission to defect. Silence fell across the room. It was happening faster than simulations had predicted. Earth had expected panic, chaos. But this? Ships pleading for allegiance? Kaido leaned forward. They're scared. They should be, Ilara said. Then she raised the final lever. Activate Garden Protocol. In orbit, the Empire's remaining ships suddenly found themselves surrounded by small, unarmed probes. Earth-made, each no larger than a medicine ball. Each previously dismissed as debris. They weren't weapons. They were mirrors. High-frequency psych reflectors tuned to exact species wavelengths, amplified by the data harvested from the assassins. Aimed not to destroy the enemy, but to show them themselves. The Jari captains saw simulations of their homeworlds under siege by their own hand. Whisperkin officers received echoes of their own thoughts played back at them, but distorted. Doubt amplified. Identity fractured. The Drell hunters stopped moving entirely. And at the center of it all, Ilara's final message played. On every ship, every channel, every species frequency. She appeared alone. A quiet room. Yellow dress. Holding tea. War is easy, she said, smiling. It gives you something to aim at. But what happens when you realize the enemy was already inside your mind? That we let you study us just long enough to study you better. Her eyes, once warm, now razor cold. You sent assassins. We sent gifts. You brought fire. We brought reflection. She lifted her cup. Thank you for the tea. Then she vanished. The Empire's fleet scattered. Some ships self-destructed. Some drifted aimlessly. Some turned back toward home, broadcasting apologies to systems that never asked for them. Earth did not fire a weapon. They didn't need to. In the bunker, Ilara closed the terminal and looked to Kaido. Stage 1 complete. He gave a weary nod. And Stage 2. She walked toward the steel doors, her heels echoing louder now. Now, we send them the invitation. The Imperial capital was a palace of silence. No proclamations. No Senate cheers. No drums. Just thousands of anxious diplomats, admirals, and highborn tacticians gathered in the Crown Deliberation Hall, all facing a pulsing holoscreen hovering in the center of the chamber. It flickered once, then began to play. A banquet table appeared. Long, impossibly long, gilded, decorated with the flowers of 6,000 worlds. Candles flickered, though no flame fueled them. The camera panned slowly, reverently, over steaming plates and polished silverware, until it settled on a single figure seated at the table's head. Alara Monroe. Same yellow dress, same unreadable smile. She looked directly into the lens, into them. To the esteemed heads of the Galactic Empire, she began, voice like soft velvet pulled taut across steel. Thank you for attending. A tremor passed through the chamber, not from the feed, from the title etched into the corner of the screen. Operation Garden Party Final Broadcast. Alara gestured gracefully. Please, sit. And though it was irrational, though no voice command should compel obedience, many of them did. She continued, I've always believed diplomacy should feel like a meal. Shared, ritualistic, intimate. Her smile faltered slightly. You invited us to your table. We brought tea. You brought blades. But what happens when a guest brings a mirror instead of sword? She leaned forward. You sent assassins to learn about us. But did you ever stop to wonder what we were learning from them? The screen split into 3 panels. Each one showed the same assassins, Shaltir, Lozen, Murthic, no longer restrained, but speaking. Calm, broken, remorseful, each describing in detail the hidden weaknesses of their species, their military protocols, their empire's inner blind spots. The hall murmured. This, Alara said, gesturing to the panels, was not about survival. It was never about defense. A pause. It was a test. In the Earth bunker, Kaido Lawrence stood beside her in silence as the real-time feedback streamed across Earth's deep surveillance net. Imperial systems were in lockdown, their ships grounded, their military AI quarantined by their own overreactions. She turned slightly. Status. Imperial fleet-wide logic gates collapsing. Propaganda arrays overloaded. 2 high admirals requesting asylum. One's crying. She nodded once. Back on the screen, Alara walked from the banquet table toward a massive display behind her. A star map unfolded, pinpoints lighting up across the galactic rim. These are your colonies, she said. Your supply chains. Your diplomatic listening posts. Each point on the map flared, then vanished. Gone, she whispered. Not destroyed. Evacuated. We told them you were coming. We gave them the coordinates for other stars. We gave them fear. Yours. Panic fractured the chamber. An ambassador stood and shouted, "This is war." Alara raised a finger. "No," she said, voice gentle and cold. "This is what comes before war. When one side realizes they never had a battlefield, only a grave." The screen shifted again. Now it showed Earth's own fleet, ships never before seen, hovering just beyond the outer rim of the Empire's home sector. Not aggressive, not in formation, just waiting. Each ship bore no weapon signature, no energy surge, just a flag, Earth's flag, fluttering on the hull. An ancient symbol. Blue oceans, white clouds, one planet. "We don't need to fire," Alara said, "because you'll do that for us. You'll launch preemptively. You'll fracture your own chains of command. You'll retreat from your own shadows." Kaido smiled from the sidelines. "We fed them paranoia like breadcrumbs." But Alara's tone grew colder. "You believed us primitive, undisciplined, sentimental. But it wasn't your underestimation that doomed you. It was ours. The room on the Empire's end stilled. We underestimated our own mercy." She walked back to the head of the table and sat. "We hoped," she said softly, "you would stop after the third head, after the broadcasts, after the deflections. We gave you a dozen off-ramps. You called our restraint weakness." She set down her teacup, which brings us to the final course. The camera zoomed slowly as she opened a plain black folder marked Cradlefire, authorization. "You see, we knew one day the Empire would come not with questions, but with blood. And when that day came, we didn't want a response. We wanted a revelation." She opened the folder. A hum began across the Empire's core systems. Faint, almost spiritual. Lights dimmed. Transmissions cut. Entire planets went dark, one by one, like candles snuffed by a silent wind. In the bunker, Earth's generals stared at the console. The map glowed with cascading green. Kaido's voice lowered. She's really doing it. Only a portion, Elara replied. Just enough to make them wonder if there's more. Then, the final twist. On the screen, Elara didn't press a button, didn't utter a command. She simply looked forward and said gently, "Now you understand. We weren't trying to win a war." She paused. "We were trying to end history." Back in the Empire's chamber, one by one, the attendees stood. Not to flee, not to fight, to stare. Because outside the transparent domes of the palace, the stars were changing. Hundreds of Earth probes had formed constellations above the sky, twisting, shifting, forming words. Not in Imperial script, in English. You lost before you arrived. Then the screen went black. Not cut, not powered down. Ended. And for the first time in 3,000 cycles, the Empire did not speak. In the bunker, Kaido stepped forward. "You think they'll surrender?" Elara shook her head. "No," she said. "They'll do something worse." He raised an eyebrow. "Which is, they'll deny it ever happened." He nodded. "How long until the next move?" She turned toward the observation glass, where Earth's stars gleamed untouched. "There's no next move," she said. "Just the waiting. They'll turn in on themselves. Wonder how much we know, how much more we're hiding." Kaido folded his arms. "And are we?" Elara smiled for the first time. "Of course we are."
Before we begin, imagine this. You're chained to a cold alien wall, about to be executed in front of an entire army. But just as the blade rises, your dire wolf, the one creature who's never betrayed you, snaps his chains to rescue you. If you want more stories where humanity's loyalty and power eclipse entire galaxies, like this video right now, comment your favorite apex predator below, and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Darius Kale awoke to the taste of blood in his mouth and the scent of iron and stale alien air burning his nose. His head lolled forward, neck muscles failing him as pain pulsed from his shoulders down his spine. Metal cuffs bound his wrists above him, biting into torn skin. Each breath rattled in his chest, dry and heavy, the recycled oxygen of the alien warship leaving his tongue cracked. Somewhere beyond his cell, he heard humming engines and the distant echo of guttural voices. They spoke in the alien tongue of the Jarek, a clicking, vibrating language that reminded him of shifting glaciers under moonlight. His eyes opened to slitted yellow lights embedded along the ceiling, illuminating a barren steel chamber lined with cells, each encased by translucent energy barriers pulsing with a faint emerald glow. In the cell opposite him, a massive shadow shifted. Golden eyes gleamed from the darkness, unblinking, locked onto him with an intensity that reached into his marrow. Fenrir. The dire wolf lay chained at all four limbs, his broad chest pressed against the cold floor, claws splayed, fur matted with dirt and streaks of dried blood. Even with chains taut against his muscles, his presence filled the room like an oncoming avalanche. Black and silver fur rippled as he shifted his weight, testing the shackles binding his massive paws. He did not whimper. He did not growl. He simply stared at Darius with absolute focus, as if to remind him, "You are not alone." Darius swallowed, copper tang filling his mouth again. Memories flickered behind his half-lidded eyes, white-fanged puppy jaws chewing his boots during Arctic training rotations, running across frozen tundras beneath green auroras. Fenrir curled beside him during endless polar nights when temperatures could kill a man in an hour. He had raised Fenrir from puphood on the genetic labs of Fort Resolute, ignoring base protocols that labeled Apex war beasts as mere military assets. To him, Fenrir had always been more than weapon or tool. He was loyalty incarnate. Footsteps approached. Darius's eyes flicked sideways as three towering insectoid forms entered, carapaces dark as obsidian veined with bronze. Their mandibles clacked in irritation as they stepped before his cell, pupilless eyes assessing him like a dying specimen. One of them, adorned in black enameled armor and a deep maroon sash, spoke first. His voice was smooth yet gnarled, dripping contempt with every syllable. "So this is humanity's special operative," the alien drawled, his translator necklace warping the Jarek tongue into Terran standard with static undertones. "Pathetic. Bleeding. Chained like prey ready for flaying." Darius shifted his head just enough to glare at him, his left eye swollen shut from the last interrogation. The alien stepped closer to the barrier, mandibles twitching as he leaned down, casting a skeletal shadow over Darius's bruised form. "Commander Vralek," another general began, tone deferential, "the troops await the execution." They believe watching the Terran's head roll will harden their resolve against the Deathworlders. Vralek chittered softly, a sound Darius had come to associate with smug amusement. Yes. Bring him to the execution hall at first cycle. Let him watch his own death approach under the ceremonial blade. He paused, glancing toward Fenrir's cell. The dire wolf lifted his head higher, ears pinned back, silent growl vibrating through his chest. And the beast? Asked the third general, tilting his head as black compound eyes shimmered under the lights. Vralek gestured dismissively. Chain him tighter. Perhaps we will pit him against the trainees later. He is no more than a savage creature, regardless of human delusions about loyalty. Fenrir's golden eyes remained locked on Vralek as the general turned away. The alien flinched minutely, uneasy under that unblinking gaze. Darius saw it, and despite the pain splitting his skull, he allowed a flicker of a smile to touch his split lips. Even in chains, Fenrir commanded respect, the kind no human words could earn. The generals left without another word, boots thudding against the steel walkway until their sounds dissolved into the low rumble of the engines. Silence returned, thick and heavy. Darius breathed out slowly, shifting his wrists against the cuffs until blood oozed down his arms. Each movement set his nerves alight, but he forced himself to remain conscious. He would not die slumped like some broken prisoner. His gaze slid back to Fenrir, whose breathing was calm and deep, muscles coiled beneath fur that shimmered like dark steel under the cell lights. Good boy, Darius rasped, voice nearly gone. Fenrir's ears twitched forward at the sound, eyes softening minutely before hardening again as his massive paws tested the chains pinning him. A quiet metallic groan rose from his shackles, just enough for Darius to hear. His pulse quickened, his chest hitching with a ragged half-laugh that turned into a cough. The dire wolf was planning something. Time passed in silent defiance. Fenrir's eyes flicked between the entrance and his master, calculating distances and scent trails. His nostrils flared as he inhaled the odor of alien metals, blood, ozone residue from plasma rifles, sweat of insectoid guards, faint scent of electrical circuits under the floors. He shifted slightly, jaws opening to reveal thick ivory fangs capped with titanium alloys. He bit down on his front shackles and tested them with a slow, deliberate torque. Sparks flickered where tooth met alien metal. Darius closed his eyes for a moment, letting the hum of Fenrir's breath fill his ears. The sound soothed him more than morphine ever had. He remembered when Fenrir was no larger than his forearm, nuzzling under his parka for warmth on polar recon missions. He remembered the first time Fenrir hunted an Arctic bear, returning to him with blood-drenched fangs and proud golden eyes. Loyalty forged not from genetic programming but choice. Chains rattled beyond his closed eyelids. The guards were coming. 3 armored Jurek stomped into the prison block. Their mandibles clicked impatiently as they deactivated his cell barrier. The energy flickered, vanishing with a low hiss. One grabbed Darius by his hair, yanking his face up to the glow panels. His vision swam with vertigo and pain. "Wake, Terran," the guard snarled, breath reeking of acidic pheromones. "Time to face your glorious end." They unshackled his wrists from the overhead hook and cuffed them behind his back. His arms trembled from blood loss and torn ligaments, shoulders screaming in agony as they hauled him upright. His legs barely supported him. One guard shoved a rifle muzzle into his ribs, forcing him forward with short, vicious prods. As they passed Fenrir's cell, the dire wolf lunged forward, chains clanging violently against the energy barrier. The guards laughed, one flicking his electro-prod through the barrier's crack to jab Fenrir's nose. The dire wolf froze, golden eyes locking onto the guard's face. His lips curled back in a silent snarl that showed every inch of his reinforced fangs. The guard flinched back instinctively despite the barrier, nearly stumbling over his own clawed feet. "Useless beast," he spat before continuing. Darius kept his gaze locked with Fenrir's as they dragged him away. His mouth moved soundlessly. "Wait." Fenrir lowered his head, growl fading, and lay his muzzle against the cold floor, eyes never leaving his master. His breathing slowed to a predator's rhythm. In that moment, Darius felt a flicker of hope bloom in his chest. Small, fragile, but alive. They passed out of the cell block into wide steel corridors illuminated by pale emerald glow panels. Darius's feet dragged across ridged metal floors, his boots leaving faint trails of blood with each step. The guards marched in silence, focused on their duty, unaware of the slow, relentless calculation ticking behind golden predator eyes. Behind them, Fenrir waited in silence. Chains strained against his movements as he slowly shifted his weight forward, pressing muscle and bone against the steel links. His jaws parted again, teeth sliding around the weakest segment. He ignored the electric pulses shocking his gums, ignored the pain vibrating up his skull. All he felt was the memory of his master's touch, the quiet voice that once said, "If I fall, you rise." The hum of alien engines vibrated through the deck plates. The guards turned down a narrow hall toward the execution chamber, unaware of the quiet, metallic groan rising in Fenrir's cell. Outside, the burnt-out moon drifted through space, casting its pale broken light across the viewport windows, illuminating the massive alien warship like an ancient predator in orbit over its kill. Darius felt the air grow colder as they approached the chamber. He could hear chanting in Jarek tongue beyond the tall black doors, ceremonial death songs welcoming his end. He did not bow his head. He would face death the same way he faced life, with unyielding gaze, silent and ready. Behind him, unseen by any guard, Fenrir's chains splintered with a quiet, triumphant snap. Fenrir paused as the final link split with a muffled metallic crack. He froze, ears pivoting to scan the corridor outside his cell. No alarms triggered. No energy barriers flickered in warning. The chains slid off his forepaws in a coiled heap, leaving raw red lines against the dark silver fur of his legs. He licked them once, tasting iron and ozone residue from the electroshocks burned into his flesh. His breath fogged in the chilled recycled air as he lowered himself onto his belly, muscles rippling under his massive shoulders. He sniffed the air again. The scents were clearer without the shackles confining his posture. Blood. Human blood. His master's blood. Sweat from 3 Jarek guards ahead. Ion discharge from plasma rifles. The sweet, coppery tang of ceremonial oils used for executions. His golden eyes narrowed. Slowly he pressed his snout against the energy barrier. It hissed and sparked under the thick fur on his nose, sending electric shocks pulsing across his skull. He did not flinch. Instead, he traced the scent trails flowing under the energy shield's base, memorizing them. His nostrils flared. A flicker of cool, unfiltered air whispered against his whiskers from a ventilation duct hidden behind the cell's rear wall. His ears swiveled toward it. He turned, massive paws silent against steel, and approached the wall, jaws opening to clamp around the grated panel. Muscles coiled and bunched in his neck as he wrenched sideways. The thin bolts snapped, metal shrieking in protest before falling away into the darkness beyond. Fenrir nosed the grate aside and slithered his massive frame into the duct, shoulders scraping both walls, fur flattening against ribbed steel. Each movement was measured, silent despite his weight. He crawled forward until his senses told him he had bypassed the energy barrier entirely. Another grate blocked his exit into the main walkway, but the metal was weaker here. His jaws clamped down. This time he pulled with focused violence, ripping it free in a single wrench. It fell soundlessly onto the empty corridor. He emerged with the silent fluidity of a shadow. For a moment he paused to orient himself. The corridors twisted through the warship in alien geometry, turning at angles that defied Terran engineering. But Fenrir did not need straight lines. He needed scent trails. He lowered his head to the grated floor and inhaled. Master. His hackles rose as adrenaline flooded his body, sharpening every nerve ending to a knife's edge. The scent trail led left, down a narrow hall lit only by flickering emergency lights. Somewhere ahead, he heard muffled chanting, an echo of guttural alien syllables rolling against cold walls. He moved like a hunting storm, claws finding traction in ridged steel, each step silent despite his size. A guard appeared from an adjoining corridor. The Jarek's mandibles clicked in alarm as golden eyes met his. Fenrir lunged before a scream could form, jaws clamping over the insectoid's entire armored neck. His teeth sheared through chitin plating as if it were dried bark. The guard convulsed, thorax cracking under the pressure, and went limp. Fenrir released him without a sound. The corpse slid down the wall, mandibles twitching in dying reflex. He continued forward. Another corner turned. Another scent trail verified. Each step brought him closer to the gathering of Jarek voices vibrating through the floor plates. The corridor widened into an archway framed with black bone carvings depicting triumphant alien hunts. Beyond it, the execution hall glowed emerald and bronze under ceremonial light globes hanging from cables. Alien soldiers lined both walls, 2 rows deep, chittering their death chants in perfect unison. In the center knelt Darius Kale, hands bound behind him, head lowered. His hair fell across his bruised face in sweat-plastered strands. Blood dripped from his split knuckles onto the engraved steel floor. Before him stood the executioner, armored in black ceremonial plates adorned with white sigils. It raised a massive blade forged from alien alloys, its edge shimmering with green plasma filaments humming in deadly harmony. Fenrir crouched at the threshold, observing. He counted soldiers with a predator's precision. 12 in formation along the walls. 3 ceremonial drummers at the rear. 2 generals near the throne dais. The executioner. And Vralek, perched atop the central throne carved from obsidian bone, mandibles spread wide in cruel amusement. Fenrir's eyes locked onto Darius. His master's breathing was shallow, chest rising and falling in weak rhythm. But he was alive. Alive and not yet broken. A deep vibration rumbled in Fenrir's chest, an ancient growl so low it merged with the mechanical hum of the warship itself. His tail flicked once, a silent punctuation of decision. Then he surged forward. The 2 nearest soldiers registered movement but never processed the blur of dark silver and black fur crashing into them. Fenrir's jaws clamped around the first soldier's throat, crushing chitin and spine in a single bite. He twisted, flinging the corpse into the second guard, sending both sprawling against the ceremonial pillars. Plasma rifles clattered to the floor. Screams erupted as the soldiers turned their weapons toward the charging beast. Fenrir zigzagged between the pillars with impossible speed for his size. Plasma bolts scorched past his flanks, searing fur and skin, but he did not falter. He launched onto a guard firing from the left flank, jaws clamping down on its head. Mandibles shattered. Brain fluid sprayed across the pillar as Fenrir tossed the body aside and lunged for the next. In the chaos, Darius raised his head. His good eye widened as he beheld the silhouette of his dire wolf tearing through armored soldiers like paper. For a moment, every pain in his body vanished. Hope flared in his chest, bright and savage. "Fenrir," he rasped, voice torn from dehydration. The dire wolf pivoted at the sound, golden eyes locking onto his masters with raw relief. Blood dripped from his fangs as his gaze flicked to the executioner raising its blade in panic. With an earth-shaking snarl, Fenrir lunged, jaws wide. The executioner swung downward. Fenrir collided with his chest mid-strike, knocking the blade from his claws. They fell together. Fenrir's teeth sank into the alien's throat, ripping through chitin and muscle. The executioner convulsed once before going limp. Fenrir dropped him and turned to Darius. The ropes binding Darius's wrists were reinforced alien fiber, resistant to Terran blades. Fenrir lowered his massive head and clamped his teeth around the cords. His jaws flexed with precise force, careful not to graze his master's skin. The ropes snapped. Darius's hands fell free, blood surging back into his numb fingers in agonizing tingles. He reached out, burying a trembling hand into Fenrir's thick neck fur, gripping tight as if anchoring himself to reality. Behind them, the remaining soldiers regrouped, rifles raised. Vralek rose from his throne, mandibles clacking in fury. His voice boomed through the chamber. "Kill them both. Bring me their corpses for the victory banners." Fenrir snarled, placing his massive body between Darius and the soldiers. His golden eyes blazed with primal fury as plasma bolts flew toward them. Darius rolled to the executioner's corpse, grabbing the fallen plasma blade. His vision blurred with pain, but he forced himself upright, staggering beside Fenrir. The dire wolf glanced back at him briefly, ears flicking forward in silent understanding. Together they faced the firing line, one broken human and one apex predator forged in loyalty beyond genetic programming. "Ready, boy?" Darius murmured, tightening his grip on the humming blade. Fenrir's lips peeled back from his titanium-capped fangs, chest vibrating with a thunderous growl. They charged as one into the hail of plasma and alien screams. The first plasma bolt seared past Darius's face, close enough to burn the sweat off his cheek. He ducked behind a fallen pillar, dragging Fenrir with him as shots melted the carved obsidian bone into bubbling slag. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. Every joint screamed with torn tendons and bruised ligaments, but he forced his fingers to tighten around the plasma blade's grip. Its energy filament hummed low and dangerous, vibrating up his wrist to settle in his bones. Fenrir crouched beside him, hackles raised, ears pinned flat against his massive skull. His golden eyes tracked every movement among the soldiers regrouping near the throne dais. Each flick of their mandibles, each shift of clawed feet against steel, burned itself into Fenrir's focus. His lips peeled back to reveal titanium-reinforced fangs dripping with the blood of the executioner. Darius swallowed against the dryness in his throat. "They're reorganizing firing positions," he whispered, words barely audible above the low whine of charging plasma rifles. "If they form a full arc, they'll cut us down before we reach the exit." Fenrir shifted, tail twitching once. His body vibrated with a silent growl that pulsed against Darius's chest like a second heartbeat. The dire wolf lifted his snout, sniffing the scorched air. His ears twitched to the left, where one soldier broke formation to flank around the fallen pillars. Without a sound, Fenrir lunged. His paws struck the steel floor in 3 silent beats before his jaws clamped around the alien's leg. The Jarek screamed as Fenrir yanked backward with brutal force, snapping chitin and bone in one motion. The guard collapsed, dropping his plasma rifle, claws scraping across the deck. Fenrir twisted his head and slammed the guard's skull against the floor, silencing him instantly. Plasma bolts scorched past Fenrir's shoulders as he leapt back behind the pillar beside Darius. The human grabbed the fallen rifle, flipping it in his hands to check its charge level. Half capacity. Enough. Good boy, he rasped. Fenrir huffed, eyes flicking toward the throne dais where Commander Vralek loomed behind his soldiers, mandibles twitching with calculated rage. Fall back and regroup. Vralek roared, his translator collar warping the alien command into Terran standard laced with static. Trap them in the chamber and vent the atmosphere. Soldiers began to retreat toward the execution hall's rear doors, rifles raised to lay down suppressing fire. Darius saw their plan instantly. Once the doors sealed, they would open the chamber to the void, leaving him and Fenrir frozen husks floating in alien space. Not happening, he muttered. He rose from behind the pillar, plasma rifle raised, and fired in quick succession. 2 bolts struck the nearest soldier square in the chest, melting through chitin armor to expose smoldering organs. The alien collapsed, limbs twitching. Fenrir charged beside him, moving in a blur of muscle and black-silver fur. He launched onto another guard, jaws clamping down on the alien's weapon arm. Fangs pierced through flesh and armored plating alike. The rifle clattered to the floor as Fenrir's momentum carried them both into the pillar, cracking bone against stone with a dull crunch. Darius advanced, firing in controlled bursts. Each plasma bolt punched clean holes through armor and bone, sending Jarek warriors crashing to the floor in sizzling heaps. His arms trembled from strain, each recoil vibrating through damaged muscles, but he forced himself to keep moving. To stop was to die. One soldier lunged from the right, mandibles spread wide in a battle cry. Darius pivoted, slicing upward with the plasma blade. The weapon hummed as its energy filament carved through the alien's torso in a clean diagonal arc. Chitin split open, spraying acidic blood across Darius's chest and arms. The stench burned his nostrils, but he ignored it, shoving the corpse aside. Fenrir tore through the left flank, jaws snapping through limbs and throats with surgical precision. His eyes burned with primal fury, but his movements remained disciplined, a predator forged not only in nature but in training. He pivoted to shield Darius's blind side, ears flicking back to register his master's breathing in position at all times. They advanced together, leaving a trail of mangled bodies across the execution hall floor. The last soldier turned to flee toward the rear exit, but Fenrir lunged before he took a second step. His jaws closed around the alien's waist, crushing chitin plating and pulverizing internal organs in a single bite. He dropped the corpse without a glance, golden eyes locking onto the throne dais. Vralek remained perched on his obsidian throne, mandibles clacking softly in amused disgust. His black enameled armor gleamed under the flickering ceremonial lights. Slowly he rose, towering over Darius and Fenrir, skeletal limbs unfolding with predatory grace. Impressive, he rasped, stepping down from the throne. Truly, Terrans possess savage elegance. But loyalty to an animal will not save you. Darius raised the plasma rifle and fired. The bolt struck Vralek's chest and dissipated harmlessly across a shimmering energy shield woven into his armor. The alien general chuckled, stepping forward as Darius dropped the empty rifle. Your weapons are worthless, Vralek sneered, voice echoing across the silent hall. Your death is inevitable. Darius gripped the plasma blade tighter, adjusting his stance despite the pain screaming through his legs. Maybe, he rasped, lifting his chin. But I'm not alone. Fenrir snarled, hackles raised. His lips curled back to reveal every titanium-capped fang glistening under the emerald lights. He crouched low, muscles coiling under thick fur, claws digging into the steel floor. Vralek's mandibles twitched once, flickering annoyance marring his expression. You think this beast can save you? He is nothing. An engineered pet playing at loyalty. Fenrir's growl deepened into a rolling thunder, vibrating through the silent chamber. He shifted his weight forward, tail flicking once behind him. His golden eyes locked onto Vralek's throat with unwavering intent. Darius exhaled once, centering himself beside his companion. Blood dripped from his torn fingertips, pattering onto the deck like a ticking clock. He rolled his shoulders back despite the agony, raising the plasma blade to chest level. "Let's end this, boy," he whispered. Vralek lunged first, his skeletal limbs moving with inhuman speed as his armored claws swept forward to crush Darius's skull. Fenrir moved faster. He launched upward, jaws snapping around Vralek's forearm before it struck. His teeth bit down with explosive force, metal plating crumpling under crushing pressure. Vralek screeched, mandibles flailing as Fenrir twisted his head violently, snapping the arm at the elbow. Darius surged forward, plasma blade humming as he drove it up under Vralek's chin. The energy filament pierced chitin, flesh, and bone in a single searing thrust. The alien general's scream cut short, head snapping back as molten green blood sprayed across Darius's face. Fenrir released the shattered arm and lunged again, jaws closing around Vralek's throat. His teeth punched through armor and spine in one savage bite. He ripped backward, tearing the general's head free in a spray of gore and shattered carapace. The corpse crumpled to the floor in twitching heaps of segmented limbs and black armored fragments. For a long moment, silence reigned. Darius stood panting, plasma blade still humming in his trembling grip. Fenrir dropped the severed head beside his master's feet, golden eyes locked onto Darius with fierce, unbreakable loyalty. Darius dropped to his knees, exhaustion overwhelming his adrenaline. His hand reached out, fingers burying into Fenrir's thick neck fur. The dire wolf pressed closer, rumbling a deep, soft growl that resonated through his master's chest, anchoring him to the present. "Good boy," Darius whispered, voice shaking. "Good damn boy." Fenrir licked the blood from his cheek once, then turned his head toward the execution hall's sealed exit. His ears flicked forward as he inhaled deeply, scenting the corridors beyond. His tail flicked again, signaling what his golden eyes burned with. Darius forced himself upright, wiping blood from his face with a trembling hand. He deactivated the plasma blade, clipping it to his belt, and picked up a discarded rifle. He checked the charge level with practiced efficiency. 40%. Enough to get them out. He nodded once to Fenrir. The dire wolf huffed, stepping forward to the sealed doors. His massive shoulders rolled as he pressed his snout against the seam, ears swiveling to track movements beyond. Darius lifted the rifle and placed his hand on Fenrir's back, feeling the steady, thunderous rhythm of his companion's heartbeat vibrating under battle-scarred fur. They stood together before the doors, a broken human and an apex predator forged in loyalty, preparing to carve a path to freedom through a warship filled with enemies. The future beyond those doors remained unwritten. But whatever it held, they would face it as they always had, side by side, unbroken and unbowed. The doors hissed open. The doors slid open with a hiss of hydraulics and a faint burst of cold, recycled air. Beyond lay a wide corridor lined with ribbed steel columns, illuminated by harsh strips of blue-white lights embedded in the ceiling. The scent of plasma residue, alien oils, and scorched metal rolled through the doorway, filling Darius's nose with the acrid perfume of war. Fenrir stepped forward first, massive paws padding across the grated floor in silent, predatory strides. His golden eyes flicked left and right, registering each shadow and flicker of movement with relentless focus. His ears pinned back as he sniffed the air, catching the faint vibrations of armored feet further down the hall. Darius followed close behind, plasma rifle raised, pulse vibrating in his fingertips as adrenaline burned through his exhausted veins. His legs trembled with strain, every step sending sparks of pain up his spine. But he kept moving, eyes fixed on Fenrir's rippling shoulders ahead of him. The corridor widened into an intersection, branching left toward the hangar bays and right toward the engineering cores. Fenrir paused at the junction, ears swiveling forward. He lowered his massive head, sniffing the cold air currents drifting down the left passageway. Beneath the scent of fuel, plasma scorches, and metallic antiseptics, he caught a whisper of vacuum-sealed alloys and ionized thrusters. Ships. Escape. His tail flicked once to the left. Darius understood instantly. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, moving forward to stand at Fenrir's flank. Together they advanced down the left corridor, stepping over scorched floor panels and discarded power cells. Distant alarms pulsed through the ship, echoing in broken rhythms that vibrated through the walls. They rounded a bend and emerged into the hangar bay. The cavernous chamber stretched out before them in towering tiers of docking arms, flickering maintenance lamps, and parked fighter craft glowing under rows of green status lights. Alien engineers scrambled across gantries, mandibles clacking in alarm as the human and dire wolf charged onto the metal platform. For a brief moment, silence froze the entire hangar. Engineers dropped their tools. Pilots paused in pre-flight checks. All eyes locked onto the blood-drenched human with a plasma rifle and the massive dire wolf at his side, golden eyes blazing with cold ferocity. Then the screaming started. An alarm klaxon blared overhead as security drones detached from ceiling rails, spinning up plasma turrets with mechanical shrieks. Darius raised his rifle and fired 3 rapid bursts. The first 2 struck a drone dead center, punching molten holes through its armored carapace. It spiraled out of the air, crashing into a fuel line that erupted in a small burst of flame and vapor. The third shot struck an engineer running for cover. The alien crumpled to the floor, chitin armor smoking where the plasma bolt punched through its chest. Fenrir charged forward, massive claws screeching against the steel floor as he launched himself onto a security drone diving toward Darius. His jaws snapped shut around the spinning turret, teeth biting through reinforced alloys with a sickening crunch. Sparks exploded from the broken drone as Fenrir twisted his neck violently, tearing it apart in a burst of shredded metal and wiring. Darius ran for the nearest fighter craft, a sleek dagger-shaped ship resting on its landing struts, cockpit hatch still open as its pilot scrambled to disengage the startup locks. He fired a burst into the alien's back, sending it sprawling across the hangar deck with a strangled scream. "Fenrir! Inside!" he shouted, his voice cracking from dehydration and strain. The dire wolf pivoted smoothly, leaping over fuel lines and alien corpses to land beside him. Together they climbed the small boarding ramp into the cockpit. Darius shoved the dead pilot out of the seat and strapped himself in, fingers flying across the alien controls. The interface flickered under his touch, alien glyphs rearranging themselves in diagnostic checklists and power readouts. He exhaled once, forcing his blurred vision to focus. Years of covert piloting missions surged back through muscle memory. Engines, life support, thrusters, weapons offline. He didn't need them. He needed to leave. Fenrir squeezed himself into the rear compartment, head low, ears pinned against the cockpit ceiling. His massive chest rose and fell in calm rhythm despite the chaos outside, golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on his master. A security team burst into the hangar, weapons raised. Plasma bolts hammered against the ship's shields, sending rippling waves of blue energy across the viewport. Darius flipped 2 toggles, disengaging the docking clamps. The ship lurched as its thrusters spun up in a high-pitched whine that rattled his teeth. Come on, he muttered, flicking the throttle forward. The fighter lifted off its struts, hovering above the deck as plasma fire slammed against its shields. Darius gritted his teeth, flicking his gaze to the targeting array. 10 hostiles. 11. 15. Too many. Didn't matter. He slammed the throttle to full. The ship roared forward, inertial dampeners flaring in delayed response as the fighter shot through the hangar force field and into the black void beyond. Stars exploded across the cockpit canopy in silent brilliance. The warship fell away behind them, a vast skeletal leviathan drifting against the backdrop of a pale dead moon. Darius exhaled shakily, gripping the controls with trembling fingers. His shoulders slumped as adrenaline drained from his bloodstream, leaving behind trembling exhaustion. He glanced back at Fenrir. The dire wolf lay on his belly, massive head resting between his paws, golden eyes half-lidded in calm vigilance. His flanks rose and fell in quiet, measured breaths, ears twitching occasionally to track distant engine vibrations. Darius reached back with a shaking hand, fingers brushing against Fenrir's blood-streaked fur. The dire wolf rumbled softly under his touch, a low vibration that resonated through the cockpit, grounding Darius in the present. The human closed his eyes, feeling the warmth beneath his fingers, the living proof of loyalty unbreakable by chains, plasma fire, or alien contempt. "Good boy," he whispered, voice breaking. "You did good, Fenrir." Fenrir huffed softly, pressing his massive head against Darius's forearm with a gentle nudge that belied his size and power. His golden eyes met Darius's with quiet, exhausted certainty. A promise given without words, "I will never leave you." Darius swallowed, blinking away the burn in his eyes. He turned back to the controls, scanning the navigation readouts. The alien glyphs flickered across the screen, displaying local orbital data and warp gate vectors. He selected the closest unguarded gate and locked in the jump coordinates. Outside, the void rippled with drifting debris and the faint glow of orbital salvage platforms. The fighter's engines vibrated under his seat as the jump drive charged, hum building into a bone-deep resonance that set his teeth on edge. Darius flexed his bruised fingers over the throttle, breathing out once in steady rhythm. "Let's go home, boy," he murmured. The jump drive activated. The stars stretched into blazing lines of light before vanishing altogether, leaving only darkness pierced by the occasional glimmer of distant suns. Inside the cockpit, the hum of the engines faded to quiet thrumming. Darius leaned back in the pilot's chair, body trembling with aftershocks of pain and relief. His hand remained buried in Fenrir's fur, fingers gripping the thick ruff at his neck. Fenrir closed his eyes, tail thumping once against the compartment floor. His breathing deepened into the slow, rhythmic cadence of an apex predator at rest, confident that no threat remained within striking distance. For the first time in hours, Darius allowed himself to exhale fully, shoulders sinking as the tension drained from his battered frame. He glanced down at his dire wolf, studying the scarred muzzle, the titanium-capped fangs hidden behind peaceful lips, the faint burn marks seared into the dark silver fur. Pride surged in his chest, bright and fierce. Not pride in ownership or command, but pride in knowing he had stood beside a creature of unbreakable loyalty and intelligence. Pride in knowing he had been chosen as worthy of that bond. Outside the viewport, distant nebulas glowed in violet and blue, their radiant clouds swirling around hidden stars. Somewhere beyond them lay Earth, cold and blue and waiting. Somewhere beyond them lay the forests where Fenrir once hunted snow hares as a pup, where Darius once trained beneath black pines under winter moons. They would return, together. Darius closed his eyes, listening to the steady rumble of Fenrir's breathing behind him, and allowed a faint, tired smile to touch his split lips. He felt the warmth of those golden eyes upon him even in darkness, promising silent protection until sleep came. And for the first time in a long, long while, he felt safe.
The Galactic Salvage Yard 459 stretched across an entire asteroid, a cosmic trash heap that would make any earthbound hoarder weep with joy. Countless derelict ships, broken down equipment, and mysterious alien contraptions littered the rocky surface, all arranged in neat rows that somehow made the chaos look almost intentional. The artificial atmosphere dome cast everything in a slightly purplish tint, which only added to the surreal nature of the place. Zeke Morrison stood at the entrance, his worn boots planted firmly on the metal walkway, taking in the sight with the kind of grin that usually preceded either brilliance or disaster. His weathered jacket, adorned with patches from a dozen different space stations, marked him as a seasoned spacer. The duffel bag slung over his shoulder contained enough credits to either make him the proud owner of something amazing, or the laughingstock of the entire Orion arm. "Welcome to Kizik's Premium Salvage," chirped an enthusiastic voice from somewhere around his knee level. Looking down, Zeke found himself face to antenna with what appeared to be a neon green, cricket-like alien wearing what could only be described as a business-casual exoskeleton. "The name's Zeke," he replied, trying not to stare at the creature's constantly twitching mandibles. "I heard you folks might have some military surplus." The alien, presumably Kizkat, made a sound like a garbage disposal trying to digest a fork. "Military surplus? Oh, human friend, we have nothing so crude. Only finest decommissioned civilian vessels and—" "That's an Arxian battle cruiser back there," Zeke interrupted, pointing toward a massive hulk half buried in smaller debris. Even covered in space dust and sporting what looked like several centuries' worth of rust, the distinctive predatory lines of the ship were unmistakable. Kizik's antennae drooped noticeably. "Ah, you have good eyes for one with such limited optical range, but surely a human wouldn't be interested in such outdated technology." Zeke was already walking toward the ship, his boots clanking on the metal walkway. The closer he got, the more his grin widened. What the alien saw as outdated, he saw as potential. The Arxians might have been defunct for 3 centuries, but they knew how to build ships that lasted. "How much?" he asked, running a hand along the scarred hull plating. "For this piece of historical artifact?" Kizik's mandibles clicked rapidly, the alien equivalent of nervous laughter. "You understand it hasn't moved in 50 cycles? The power core is probably—" "How much?" Zeke repeated, now tapping various points on the hull and listening intently. 50,000 credits, Kzik said with the air of someone naming an impossible sum to discourage further discussion. Zeke turned around, his grin now reaching levels that would make a shark envious. "I'll give you 5,000 for it." 5, but that's— Kzik's entire body turned a fascinating shade of chartreuse. This is not some Earth bazaar where we haggle like primitive. You've had it taking up prime real estate for 50 cycles, Zeke pointed out, and I'm betting I'm the first person who's shown any interest in actually buying it, rather than scrapping it for parts. The alien's antennae twisted themselves into what appeared to be a knot. 20,000. 7,000, and I'll move it out today so you can use the space for something that might actually sell this century. Kizit made that garbage disposal sound again, but this time it had a distinct note of resignation. 10,000, not one credit less, and you must remove it today. Deal. Zeke stuck out his hand, remembered who he was dealing with, and quickly converted the gesture into a respectful antenna ward wave. As he reached for his credit chip, he could have sworn he heard the old ship creaking in anticipation. Little did Kizit know that what they saw as worthless junk was about to become something the galaxy hadn't seen in a very long time. A perfect fusion of ancient Arxian engineering and good old-fashioned human ingenuity. And if Zeke's suspicions about certain components were correct, this rust bucket was going to make quite a few people very, very nervous. After transferring the initial payment, Zeke pulled out his diagnostics kit, a battered tablet that looked like it had been through several wars and probably had. He pressed his palm against the ship's access panel, and to Kizik's visible surprise, it hummed to life, casting a faint blue glow. Impossible, the alien chittered. The power systems have been dead for... Arxian quantum batteries, Zeke interrupted, his eyes scanning the readings. They last practically forever. Just need a bit of biomechanical feedback to wake them up. He paused, squinting at a particularly interesting data stream. Well, would you look at that? What is wrong? Kzik skittered nervously. Wrong! Nothing's wrong, just discovering that this beauty has a Mark 7 hyperdrive core, fully intact. Zeke whistled low. That alone is worth about 50,000 credits to the right buyer. Kizik's exoskeleton made a sound like cracking ice. Perhaps we should renegotiate. Contracts already signed and filed with the station authority, Zeke said cheerfully, moving deeper into the ship. His handheld scanner beeped excitedly as he passed through what appeared to be a standard cargo hold, but was reading as having military-grade shield generators hidden behind the panels. The ship was a treasure trove of hidden technology. Behind every rusty panel and beneath every layer of dust lay systems that would make modern military engineers weep with joy. The Arxians hadn't just built this ship to last, they'd built it to deceive. Every weapon system was disguised as something innocent. Every military-grade component masked by layers of civilian hardware. Hey, Kizik, Zeke called out, his voice echoing from deep within the ship. You sure this was just a regular cruiser? Because these readings suggest otherwise? All documentation indicates civilian vessel, Kizik insisted, though their antennae were now twisted into what looked like a double helix of anxiety. Previous owner very clear about this. Previous owner, Zeke muttered, brushing dust off a panel to reveal a symbol he recognized from his military history studies, the mark of the Arxian Special Operations Division. Right. The final system check confirmed what he'd suspected from the moment he'd seen the ship's silhouette. This wasn't just some forgotten relic, it was a ghost ship, one of the legendary stealth vessels that had helped the Arxians dominate 3 sectors before their mysterious disappearance. The fact that it was sitting in a junkyard was either the biggest oversight in galactic history or someone's idea of a very elaborate joke. As Zeke finalized the transfer of ownership, he couldn't help but notice how Kizik seemed increasingly eager to complete the transaction and usher him away. The alien probably thought they were getting rid of worthless junk. Instead, they'd just sold him one of the most sophisticated weapons platforms ever created, for the price of a used shuttle. Station Gamma 9's maintenance bay wasn't exactly the prestigious shipyard this vessel deserved, but it was private, and more importantly, it didn't ask questions. Zeke had managed to dock his new acquisition in the furthest corner of the facility, where the lighting was conveniently spotty and the security cameras had a peculiar habit of looking the other way. Home sweet home, he muttered, setting up his portable workshop with practiced efficiency. Tools ranging from standard hydro spanners to highly illegal alien tech diagnostics equipment emerged from his seemingly bottomless toolbox. Each piece had a story, most of which would probably get him arrested in at least 3 sectors. The first week was devoted purely to cleaning, Centuries of cosmic dust had accumulated in every crevice, creating a uniquely disgusting paste when mixed with the ancient lubricants. Zeke found himself wearing a breather mask not just for safety, but to avoid tasting what 300 years of space grime smelled like. If the Arxians were so advanced, he grumbled, scraping something particularly nasty off a power coupling, you'd think they'd have invented self-cleaning ships. His words echoed through the empty corridors, accompanied by the steady drip of cleaning solution and the occasional spark from aging systems coming back to life. It was during the second week, while tracing what he thought was a routine power line, that Zeke made his first major discovery. The line didn't end at the auxiliary power grid as the schematics suggested. Instead, it disappeared into a hidden compartment behind the bridge's main console. Well, he whispered, carefully removing the false panel. What other secrets are you hiding? Beautiful. The compartment contained a sphere about the size of a human head, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Zeke recognized it immediately from black market tech discussions, an Arxian quantum AI core, the holy grail of artificial intelligence technology. No wonder they hid you, he breathed, carefully disconnecting the sphere from its housing. Modern AI cores were impressive, but they were crude implements compared to this piece of engineering. The Arxians had somehow managed to encode consciousness itself into quantum states, creating AIs that were indistinguishable from organic intelligence. Setting up a proper power connection took 3 days of careful work. Zeke had to fabricate several adapter pieces just to make modern power cells compatible with the ancient technology. Each connection had to be perfect. One wrong move and he'd fry components that were literally irreplaceable. Moment of truth, he announced to the empty ship on the 4th day. His finger hovered over the activation switch, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Please don't explode, please don't explode, please don't explode. He pressed the switch. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a distant wind chime, the sphere began to glow. Patterns of light danced across its surface, accelerating until they were almost too fast to follow. The ship's main lights flickered, dimmed, and suddenly blazed to full brightness. System initialization in progress, announced a voice that somehow managed to sound both ancient and crystal clear. Quantum matrix realigning, neural pathways regenerating, primary consciousness emerging. Zeke held his breath as status reports flashed across his diagnostic screen. The AI was rebuilding itself, integrating 3 centuries of dormancy into its consciousness. This was the crucial moment. AIs that spent too long powered down sometimes came back wrong. Integration complete, the voice announced, then with a distinctly different tone that managed to convey both curiosity and amusement. Well, this is unexpected. I appear to have been asleep for quite some time, and you're certainly not an Arxian. No, Zeke agreed, grinning. Name's Zeke Morrison. I found you in a junkyard. There was a pause that felt distinctly judgmental. A junkyard, the AI repeated flatly. I, one of the most advanced combat vessels ever created, was in a junkyard. If it makes you feel any better, it was a really nice junkyard, very clean, professional. The AI made a sound that might have been a sigh. I suppose I should be grateful, though I must admit, I'm curious about what a human plans to do with an Arxian stealth warship. Zeke's grin widened. How do you feel about making the galaxy's biggest powers very, very nervous? Interesting, the AI replied, and Zeke could have sworn the sphere pulsed with a brighter light. Tell me more about this plan of yours, Zeke Morrison. And perhaps while we talk, you can help me run a full systems diagnostic. I suspect I'm not operating at peak efficiency after my extended rest. Buddy, Zeke said, already reaching for his tools. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Over the next few days, Zeke and the AI, who had introduced itself as Protocol 7, but you can call me Pro, systematically explored the ship's hidden capabilities. Each discovery made Zeke increasingly grateful that he'd grabbed this particular piece of junk before someone else realized what it was. So let me get this straight, Zeke said, staring at the holographic display showing the ship's weapon systems. Those aren't cargo bay doors at all, are they? Correct, Pro replied, sounding almost smug. They're quantum torpedo launchers, disguised to look like standard cargo doors. The Arxians were quite proud of that particular bit of deception. Zeke whistled low. And I'm guessing those atmospheric processors along the hull. Phase cannons, Pro confirmed. capable of punching through capital ship shields like they're tissue paper. Though I should note they'll need significant recalibration after 3 centuries of disuse. The more they dug into the ship's systems, the more Zeke realized he'd stumbled onto something far more significant than a simple stealth vessel. Hidden compartments revealed prototype weapons that weren't supposed to exist. Encrypted data cores held tactical information that would make military historians weep. Zeke said slowly, examining a particularly interesting set of schematics. What exactly was this ship's mission? Because this is way beyond standard military tech, even for the Arxians. There was a pause, longer than usual for the AI's quick responses. This vessel was unique. We were part of Project Eclipse, an initiative so classified that most of the Arxian High Command didn't know about it. We were designed to be the perfect infiltrator, capable of slipping into enemy territory undetected and unleashing devastating attacks from within. That explains the stealth systems, Zeke muttered, then frowned. But why hide it in plain sight? Why not destroy it when the Arxians fell? Because, Zeke Morrison, Pro said quietly, we didn't fall, we disappeared, by choice. The revelation hung in the air like a physical presence. Zeke's mind raced with the implications. The Arxians' mysterious vanishment was one of the galaxy's greatest unsolved mysteries. One day they were a dominant power, the next they were just gone. Right, Zeke said finally, shaking his head. Well, that's a mystery for another day. Right now we need to focus on getting you combat ready again. He pulled out his tablet, starting to sketch modifications. I've got some ideas about integrating modern tech with your systems. Nothing major, just some upgrades to help you interface with current networks. And he trailed off as he noticed Pro's holographic display showing what looked suspiciously like amusement. What? I find it fascinating, Pro said, how quickly humans adapt to extraordinary situations. Most species would be paralyzed by the revelations I just shared. You're already planning upgrades. Hey, mysterious disappearances and ancient secrets are great and all, Zeke replied, grinning, but they don't help us shoot bad guys. Speaking of which, how do you feel about quantum entangled targeting systems? I've got a guy who can get us some experimental models cheap. Integrating untested modern technology with my ancient and highly sophisticated systems. Pro's tone was arch. That sounds incredibly dangerous and likely to result in catastrophic failure. So, you're in? Obviously. Begin installation whenever you're ready. Though I should warn you, the last time someone tried to modify my weapon systems without proper authorization, the security countermeasures were rather extreme. Zeke's hands froze above the control panel. And with proper authorization? Well, Pro said, its voice carrying a distinct note of mischief, I suppose as the ship's new owner, you have full authorization. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. You're kind of a jerk for an ancient AI, you know that. I prefer to think of it as having a refined sense of humor. Now, about those targeting systems. The trouble started exactly 6 days after Zeke got the quantum targeting systems online. He was in the middle of calibrating the last phase cannon when Pro's voice cut through his concentration. We have company, the AI announced. 3 Craxan merchant vessels just docked at the station. Their energy signatures suggest they're heavily armed for merchants. Zeke looked up from his work, frowning. Craxans, this far from their trade routes? Indeed, and you might find it interesting to know that they've just transmitted a rather large payment to our friend Kudzuk's accounts. Well, that's not suspicious at all, Zeke muttered, reaching for his sidearm. He'd barely strapped it on when the maintenance bay's comm system crackled to life. Human Zeke Morrison, a gravelly voice announced, managing to make his name sound like something found growing under a rock. We represent the Craxan Merchant Consortium. You have something that belongs to us. Pro's holographic display flickered with what Zeke had come to recognize as amusement. Fascinating. I don't recall being Craxan property. Let me guess, Zeke called back. You've got some very official-looking documentation claiming ownership of this ship, probably dated just before I bought it. The sale was fraudulent, the Craxan spokesman growled. The vessel is classified as protected heritage by consortium law. You will surrender it immediately or face severe consequences. Zeke leaned against the ship's hull, grinning despite the situation. Protected heritage? That's the best you could come up with? Come on, at least try to make it believable. The response came in the form of heavy footsteps approaching the maintenance bay. Through the viewport, Zeke could see at least 6 heavily armed Kraxons, their ceremonial merchant robes doing little to hide their combat armor. "You have 1 hour to comply," the spokesman announced. "After that, we will be forced to take protective custody of the vessel, for its own preservation, of course." "Of course," Zeke replied dryly. "Hey, Pro, what do you think about all this heritage preservation talk?" "Well," Pro said, loud enough for the Kraxons to hear, "considering that my weapon systems are now fully operational and that I have enough firepower to turn their ships into space confetti, I think they might want to reconsider their position." There was a long pause from the other end of the comm. When the spokesman spoke again, the fake civility was gone. "You have no idea what you're dealing with, human. That ship holds secrets that could destabilize the entire sector. Walk away now, while you still can." Zeke's grin widened. "Now that sounds more like the truth. Pro, how long would it take us to get combat ready?" "Primary systems are at 89% efficiency. The new targeting systems are fully integrated. We could be space-worthy in approximately 20 minutes. "Perfect." Zeke cracked his knuckles and began powering up the ship's systems. "You know what I love about threats like this, Pro? They always give you such a generous deadline. A whole hour? That's practically an invitation to cause trouble." "I calculate a 97% probability that this confrontation will end in violence," Pro noted. "Only 97%? I'm accounting for the small chance they might develop sudden common sense. Though based on my experience with organic life forms, I suspect that's optimistic." Zeke laughed as he started the pre-flight sequence. "Well then, let's make sure we're ready to educate them about the dangers of trying to steal from a human and his ancient warship, shall we?" With 45 minutes left on the clock, Zeke's maintenance bay had transformed into something between a mad scientist's laboratory and a military prep zone. Tools and components floated in zero gravity as he worked, making last-minute modifications that would have made any proper engineer have a heart attack. "You realize," Pro commented, watching Zeke rewire an entire weapons console while hanging upside down, "that what you're doing violates approximately 37 different safety protocols." "Only 37, Zeke grunted, connecting another set of cables. "I must be losing my touch. Hand me that quantum flux regulator, would you?" A robotic arm extended from the ceiling, presenting the requested component. "I still don't understand how you expect to increase weapon efficiency by routing power through a modified coffee maker." "That's because you're thinking like an Arxian," Zeke explained, grinning as he integrated the new component. "All elegant solutions and quantum mathematics. Sometimes you need a little human chaos theory." The coffee maker in question was actually a heavily modified thermal regulator that Zeke had salvaged from a luxury cruise liner. By reversing its polarity and connecting it to the phase cannon cooling system, he'd created something that definitely shouldn't work but somehow did. "System analysis complete," Pro announced. "Energy output increased by 47%, though I cannot explain why." "Story of human engineering, buddy." Zeke moved on to the next modification, pulling out what looked like a gaming console controller. "Now, about those torpedo launchers." The next 15 minutes were a blur of activity as Zeke implemented every crazy idea and modification he'd been saving for a rainy day. The quantum torpedoes were upgraded with guidance systems salvaged from racing drones, giving them maneuverability that no military-grade weapon could match. The shield generators were linked to a predictive algorithm Zeke had borrowed from a casino security system. "You know," Pro observed as Zeke installed the final piece of his jury-rigged targeting system, "I'm beginning to understand why humans have such a reputation in the galaxy. Your species has an almost terrifying ability to repurpose technology in ways its creators never imagined." "Thanks, I think." Zeke wiped sweat from his forehead, surveying his work. The bridge now looked like something out of a fever dream. Ancient Arxian technology merged with modern human innovations in ways that probably violated several laws of physics. "How are we looking?" "All systems are operational, though I use that term loosely given the extensive modifications. Weapons are at 143% of original specifications, though I strongly advise against asking me how that's possible. Shields are holding steady at double strength, thanks to your rather creative use of entertainment system power regulators." Zeke started running through final checks, his fingers dancing across controls that mixed holographic interfaces with physical buttons. And the special surprise we prepared. The trans-dimensional pulse generator is ready, though I still think converting my waste recycling system into a weapon is somewhat undignified. Hey, if it works, Zeke paused, looking at a readout. 20 minutes left. How about a quick systems test? Pro's holographic display pulsed with what might have been anticipation. I suggest the asteroid field in Sector 7. It's unpopulated and should provide adequate targets. The ship's engines hummed to life, a sound that started as the gentle purr of a well-maintained machine and built to something that made the entire maintenance bay vibrate. Panels that had appeared rusted and decrepit fell away, revealing pristine hull plating beneath. The transformation was stunning, from space junk to warship in under an hour. You know, Zeke said as they maneuvered out of the bay, we should probably come up with a name for you. Can't keep calling you that rusty ship anymore. I have accessed human naming conventions, Pro replied. Given our current situation and your species' penchant for dramatic irony, might I suggest Phoenix? Zeke laughed. Rising from the ashes to strike fear into our enemies, perfect. He settled into the captain's chair, which he'd modified with parts from a luxury gaming chair. All right, Phoenix, let's go show these Craxons why it's a bad idea to threaten a human with a deadline and access to spare parts. The ship, now Phoenix, accelerated smoothly into space, its hybrid systems working in perfect harmony. It didn't look like much from the outside, still bearing its disguise of age and decay. But inside, it was something new, something that had never existed before, a fusion of Arxian military superiority and human innovative chaos. And it was ready for a fight. The Craxon ships were waiting exactly where Zeke expected them to be, in a standard attack formation just outside the station's defensive perimeter. Their sleek vessels bristled with weapons, all pretense of being merchant ships abandoned. 3 Havoc-class warships, Pro reported, heavily modified, detecting energy signatures consistent with military-grade weaponry. They seem quite confident. Perfect. Zeke's fingers danced across the controls. Let's not disappoint them. Still looking like a piece of junk on their scanners? Affirmative. External camouflage is holding. They're reading us as a barely functional civilian vessel. Pro's voice carried a note of anticipation. They're charging weapons. The lead Craxon ship's commander appeared on the main screen, mandibles clicking in what was probably supposed to be an intimidating manner. This is your final warning, human. Surrender the vessel or face the consequences, Zeke interrupted, rolling his eyes. Quick question though, you ever wonder why the Arxians disappeared? The commander paused, caught off guard. What? See, I have a theory, Zeke continued, casually flipping switches that began powering up their weapons. I think they got bored. Got tired of dealing with people who thought having bigger guns meant they could take whatever they wanted. People like you. You dare... Computer, initiate combat protocol Zeta 9, Zeke announced, grinning. Let's show them what this junkyard special can do. Phoenix came alive. The rusty exterior rippled and fell away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing gleaming hull plating underneath. Weapon ports that had appeared welded shut smoothly opened, deploying an array of cannons that definitely weren't in any standard registry. Oh look, Pro commented dryly. They're surprised. The Craxons opened fire first, a barrage of plasma torpedoes streaking through space. They were met by Phoenix's shield system, the one Zeke had modified with casino security algorithms. The shields didn't just block the torpedoes, they predicted their trajectories and created focus barrier points exactly where they were needed, using minimal energy. Return fire, Zeke ordered. Let's test those racing drone upgrades. The quantum torpedoes launched from Phoenix's cargo doors moved like nothing the Craxons had ever seen. Instead of traveling in straight lines, they weaved and juked, following paths that seemed to defy physics. 2 found their mark before the enemy ships could adjust their targeting, blasting through shields that had been calibrated for conventional weapons. Direct hits, Pro reported. Their shield generators are struggling to compensate for our quantum conventional hybrid warheads. Also, they appear to be swearing quite creatively in 7 different languages. The Craxon ships broke formation, trying to surround Phoenix. It might have worked against a normal vessel, but this was no normal ship. Zeke's modified targeting system, controlled by what looked suspiciously like a video game controller, allowed him to track all 3 ships simultaneously. Time to show them our special surprise, Zeke announced. Pro, power up the trans-dimensional pulse generator. Charging the recycling system, Pro replied, managing to sound both resigned and amused, though I still think this is undignified. The lead Kraxon ship launched another salvo, this time accompanied by some sort of electronic warfare pulse. Zeke actually laughed as their system shrugged it off. Nice try, he called over the comm, but you're about 3 centuries behind on your hacking techniques. Pro, give them a taste of their own medicine. Phoenix's AI launched a counterattack through channels the Kraxons didn't even know existed. Their ship's systems began acting erratically, weapons powering down, shields flickering, and in one particularly amusing case, their emergency entertainment system began broadcasting ancient human cat videos. The trans-dimensional pulse is ready, Pro announced, though I feel compelled to remind you that we haven't actually tested this modification. No time like the present, Zeke hit the activation sequence. The modified waste recycling system, combined with elements of Arxian quantum technology and what might have been parts from a microwave oven, released a pulse of energy that rippled through space in ways that made physics professors wake up screaming. It didn't damage the Kraxon ships, it just made their fancy targeting systems completely useless, convinced their sensors they were simultaneously in 12 different locations, and possibly turned all their coffee into tea. What did you do to our ships? The Kraxon commander demanded, his voice a mix of rage and bewilderment. Would you believe I'm not entirely sure? Zeke replied cheerfully. That's the fun thing about human modifications. Sometimes we surprise ourselves. Now, about that protected heritage claim. The Kraxon ships were already backing away, their crews probably realizing that they were dealing with something far beyond their experience. A hybrid vessel combining the most advanced military technology of the past with the most insane innovations of the present, controlled by a human crazy enough to make it all work. This isn't over, the commander growled, though his mandibles were twitching nervously. Actually, Zeke said, his finger hovering over another button, I think it is. Pro, show them targeting solution Alpha. Phoenix's weapons locked onto all 3 ships simultaneously, the targeting displays showing precision that shouldn't have been possible. The message was clear. The next exchange wouldn't be a demonstration. You have 30 seconds to leave, Zeke announced, and I'm not as generous with deadlines as you are. They left in 20. News travels fast in space, especially when it involves 3 Kraxon warships fleeing from what was supposed to be a piece of junk. By the time Zeke and Phoenix returned to the station, the story had already grown to legendary proportions. I heard you transformed the ship into a dragon, a wide-eyed Centaurian engineer told Zeke at the station's bar, and that it breathes quantum fire. Not exactly, Zeke replied, sipping his drink, though now that you mention it, Pro, could we... No, the AI's voice came through his communicator. Absolutely not. I draw the line at being modified to breathe fire, quantum or otherwise. The station's atmosphere had changed remarkably. Where before Zeke had been just another human spacer, now he received respectful nods from species that usually pretended humans didn't exist. Several major trading houses had already sent discreet inquiries about hiring his security consulting services. Even Kazukt had sent a message, though it mostly consisted of creative apologizing and an offer of free salvage rights for life. Zeke suspected the Kraxons had made their displeasure known about the junkyard owner's role in their humiliation. You know, Pro commented as Zeke worked on some minor adjustments in the maintenance bay, the galaxy's power structure isn't going to be quite the same after this. A human with an Arxian warship, modified with technology that shouldn't work but does, it changes things. Zeke paused in his work, considering this. Good changes or bad changes? Both, I suspect. The major powers will be more cautious, knowing there are things out there they don't understand. Some will try to replicate what you've done. Most will fail spectacularly. Because they don't have your charming personality to help them. Because they don't have that unique human ability to look at advanced technology and think, I bet this would work better if I attached it to a toaster. Zeke laughed, patting the ship's hull affectionately. Don't forget the coffee maker modifications. Those were vital to our success. A comfortable silence fell as Zeke continued his adjustments. Finally, Pro spoke again. The Arxians would have appreciated what you've done, you know. They disappeared because the galaxy had become too predictable, too structured. You've brought chaos back into the equation. Speaking of chaos, Zeke said, grinning as he pulled out his tablet, I've got some ideas about improving our shield systems using parts from a karaoke machine. Sometimes I think I should be concerned about your methods, Pro replied. But then I remember that somehow, against all logic, they work. Very well, show me these modifications. But I refuse to sing while in combat. We'll see about that, Zeke muttered, already sketching out his next insane innovation. As they worked, messages continued to pour in from across the sector, some offering jobs, others demanding explanations, and a few containing thinly veiled threats. Zeke ignored them all. He had everything he needed, a ship that defied explanation, an AI friend who appreciated his particular brand of insanity, and a galaxy full of possibilities. Not bad for something they threw away in a junkyard.
Commander Jake Morrison sat in his chair on the bridge of Earth Defense, Station Aegis Prime. A huge metal station floated in space between Earth and Mars. Jake had been watching the stars for 3 hours now, waiting for something to happen. He knew it would come soon. The communication panel started beeping. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez turned around in her seat. Her face looked worried. Commander, we're getting a message from deep space. It's coming from the Galactic Council. Jake stood up and walked over to Amy's station. The Galactic Council was made up of 7 different alien races. They had been watching humans for the last 50 years. Most of the time, they left humans alone. But lately, things had been changing. Put it on the main screen, Jake said. The big screen at the front of the bridge turned on. A tall, blue-skinned alien appeared. Jake recognized him right away. It was Admiral Vorthik from the Zephyrian Empire. The Zephyrians were the strongest military force in the galaxy. At least, that's what they thought. Vorthik's voice was deep and scary. Attention, primitive humans. I am Admiral Vorthik of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. The Galactic Council has made a decision about your species. Jake felt his hands make fists. He had been expecting this day for a long time. Amy looked back at him with wide eyes. The other crew members on the bridge stopped what they were doing to listen. Your species has spread to 12 star systems without permission, Vorthik continued. You have built colonies and mining stations in space that belongs to the Galactic Council. This cannot continue. The alien's face came closer to the camera. His yellow eyes looked angry. You have exactly 72 hours to remove all humans from these systems. If you do not obey, we will remove you ourselves. Your primitive weapons and slow ships cannot stop us. Jake wanted to laugh, but he kept his face serious. If only this alien knew the truth about human weapons and ships. But that was the whole point. The aliens were supposed to think humans were weak and stupid. We have 847 warships ready to attack your colonies, Vorthik said. Each one of our ships is bigger and stronger than your largest vessel. Our plasma cannons can destroy your metal hulls in seconds. Our quantum shields can stop any weapon you have. The message ended. The screen went black. The bridge was quiet. For a moment, Amy turned to Jake. Commander, what do we do? Jake smiled a little. We follow the plan. Send a message to Earth Command. Tell them the aliens have taken the bait. While Amy sent the message, Jake thought about the last 50 years. When humans first met the aliens, they had made a smart choice. Instead of showing their real technology, they had pretended to be much weaker than they really were. Every time aliens watched human military exercises, they saw old and slow weapons. Every time aliens looked at human ships, they saw simple designs that looked weak, but it was all fake. The real human military was hidden away, waiting for the right moment. On Earth, Admiral Kevin Blake was sitting in a meeting with President Linda Carter. The president was a strong woman who had been planning for this day since she took office. Defense Secretary Ryan Hughes was also there, along with several other important people. The message from Vorthik just came in, Blake said. They're demanding we leave 12 star systems. They think we're too scared to fight back. President Carter nodded. How long do we have? 72 hours, Blake answered. But we don't need that long. Our ships are already in position. The president looked out the window at the city below. Millions of people were living their normal lives, not knowing that the biggest moment in human history was about to happen. Are you sure our plan will work? She asked. Blake smiled. Madam President, the aliens have been watching us for 50 years. In all that time, they've never seen our real military. They think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea what we can really do. Back in space, Captain Lisa Grant was on her patrol ship, the Defiant. She was near the edge of human space, close to one of the colonies the aliens wanted humans to leave. Lisa had been a military pilot for 15 years, but she had never been. In a real battle, her radar officer, Lieutenant Mike Stevens, called out, Captain, I'm seeing 3 alien ships approaching. They're Zephyrian scouts. Lisa looked at the screen. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth curves and bright blue lights. They moved through space like graceful dancers. But Lisa knew they were also very dangerous. They're scanning our mining platform, Mike said. Wait, they're powering up weapons. Lisa watched as the alien ships fired blue beams at the mining platform. The beams hit the platform's shields and made them flicker. But the aliens weren't trying to destroy it. They were just showing off their power. Captain, they're sending U.S. a message, the communication officer said. Put it through, Lisa ordered. A Zephyrian voice came through the speakers. Human vessel, you have witnessed our power. Your shields are weak. Your weapons are primitive. Leave this system now, or we will disable your ship too. Lisa wanted to fire back, but she had her orders. She had to act scared and weak. We understand. We're leaving now. The alien ships watched as the Defiant slowly moved away. Lisa hated acting like a coward, but she knew it was important. The aliens needed to think humans were easy to defeat. As her ship flew back toward Earth, Lisa smiled. In less than 3 days, these same aliens would learn the truth about human military power, and it would be a lesson they would never forget. Colonel Sam Porter walked through the long metal hallway deep under the Colorado mountains. The walls were thick and strong, built to keep secrets safe. He had been walking for 10 minutes, going deeper and deeper into the mountain. Finally, he reached a heavy door marked with warning signs. Sam put his hand on a scanner. The machine beeped and the door opened with a soft hiss. Inside, Dr. Helen Murphy was waiting for him. She was a small woman with gray hair and smart eyes. She had been working on secret projects for the government for 20 years. Hello, Sam, Helen said. Are you ready to see what we've been hiding from the aliens? Sam nodded. The Zephyrians gave us their ultimatum this morning. 72 hours to leave 12 star systems. It's time to show them what humans can really do. Helen smiled and led him to a large window. Below them was a huge room filled with computers and screens. Hundreds of people were working at their stations, all of them part of a project called Masquerade. For 50 years, we've been lying to the aliens, Helen said. Every time they watched our military exercises, we made sure they saw weak weapons and slow ships. Every time they studied our technology, we showed them things that were 30 years out of date. Sam looked at the screens showing alien ships moving through space, and they believed it all. Why wouldn't they? Helen asked. When they first met us, humans had just learned how to travel between stars. To them, we looked like children playing with toys. They never thought we could learn and grow so fast. Helen walked to another window. This one showed a different room where engineers were working on strange machines. The aliens think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea that we've been building plasma cannons and particle beams for decades. Sam stared at the machines. They looked nothing like the weapons the aliens had seen in human military parades. These were smooth and deadly, with power sources that could light up whole cities. "What about our ships?" Sam asked. Helen laughed. "That's the best part. The aliens think our fastest ships can barely reach half the speed of light. They don't know about our antimatter engines. They've never seen our real warships." She pressed a button on her tablet. The screen changed to show a view of space near Titan, one of Saturn's moons. At first, Sam couldn't see anything. Then, slowly, shapes began to appear. They looked like ghosts becoming solid. "Stealth technology," Helen explained. "We've been hiding our real fleet inside asteroid fields and gas giant atmospheres. The aliens have been looking right at them for years without knowing they were there." Sam counted the ships as they appeared on the screen. There were dozens of them, then hundreds, then thousands. Each one was bigger than anything the aliens had ever seen from humans. "How many ships do we have?" Sam asked. "More than the aliens can imagine," Helen said. "We've been building them in secret factories throughout the solar system. Some are hidden in the asteroid belt. Others are built inside hollowed-out moons. The aliens think we have maybe 100 warships. We actually have over 3,000. On Titan, Captain Tony Richards was watching his own screens. He commanded the secret human base hidden under the moon's ice. For 10 years, he had been waiting for this moment. Now, finally, it was time to wake up the sleeping fleet. "All ships, this is Titan Base," Tony spoke into his microphone. "Operation Masquerade is ending. Repeat, Operation Masquerade is ending. All stealth ships, prepare for combat status." Around the solar system, thousands of human ships began to stir. They had been floating in space like sleeping giants, invisible to alien sensors. Now they were waking up, and soon they would show the galaxy what humans could really do. Back in the mountain, Helen was showing Sam more secrets. "The aliens think we're stupid because we use primitive kinetic weapons. They prefer energy weapons like plasma cannons and laser beams. But they don't understand that our kinetic weapons are actually railguns that can punch through any armor." Sam looked at the designs on Helen's screen. The weapons looked simple, but the math behind them was incredible. "How fast do these projectiles move?" "Fast enough to crack a planet," Helen said. "The aliens' quantum shields can stop energy weapons, but they can't stop a piece of metal moving at 90% the speed of light." Helen pulled up another file. "And speaking of shields, the aliens think our defensive systems are weak. They've seen us use simple energy barriers that flicker and fail. They don't know about our real shields." The screen showed a new type of protection system. Instead of just stopping attacks, it could bend them around a ship or even send them back at the attacker. "We learned this technology from the ruins on Mars," Helen explained. "The aliens know we found some old buildings there, but they think we just took a few metal tools and art objects. They have no idea we found working computers and weapon designs." Sam remembered the Mars discovery. 20 years ago, human archaeologists had found the remains of an ancient civilization buried under the red planet's surface. The aliens had been told it was just old pottery and wall paintings. The truth was much more exciting. The beings who lived on Mars were more advanced than any current galactic civilization, Helen continued. Their technology was thousands of years ahead of what the aliens have now, and we've been studying it, learning from it, and improving it. Meanwhile, in space, the Zephyrian fleet was moving toward human colonies. Admiral Vorthik was confident that the humans would surrender without a fight. His ships were the pride of the Zephyrian military, each one capable of destroying a human city. But Vorthik had made a mistake. He had believed everything the humans wanted him to believe. He thought human weapons were weak and human ships were slow. He had no idea that every piece of information he had about human military power was carefully crafted lies. On his flagship, Vorthik was talking to his officers. "The humans have not responded to our ultimatum," he said. "They are probably too frightened to even send a message. When we arrive at their colonies, they will surrender immediately." His tactical officer, a young Zephyrian named Kresh, looked at the star charts. "Admiral, should we prepare for battle?" Vorthik laughed. "Battle? Against humans? We could defeat their entire fleet with one ship." "No, Kresh, this will not be a battle. This will be a demonstration of why primitives should not play with technology. They don't understand." Back on Earth, President Carter was meeting with her top advisors. General Kate Williams, the head of strategic planning, was explaining the final details of the plan. "The aliens will reach our colonies in 18 hours. Kate said, "Our ships are already in position. The moment they attack, we drop the masquerade and show them what we can really do." President Carter looked around the room at her advisors. These people had been planning this moment for decades. "Are we sure this is the right choice? Once we reveal our true power, there's no going back." Admiral Blake nodded. "Madam President, the aliens have been treating us like children for 50 years. They've demanded we stay in certain areas of space. They've told us what technology we can and cannot use. They've made it clear that they see us as inferior beings. But after tomorrow," General Williams added, "they'll know the truth. Humans are not the weakest species in the galaxy. We might just be the strongest." President Carter made her decision. "Do it. Send the signal to all our hidden fleets. It's time to show the galaxy who we really are." The human colony of New Haven was a peaceful place. It had farms, schools, and small cities where 50,000 people lived normal lives. The planet had blue skies and green fields, just like Earth. Children played in the parks while their parents worked in offices and factories. But today was different. Today, the Zephyrian fleet was coming. Captain Dan Sullivan stood on the bridge of his ship, the Retribution. To anyone watching, it looked like a normal human cruiser. It was about half the size of a Zephyrian warship, with simple gray armor and basic weapons. The aliens had seen ships like this many times before, and they always thought they were weak. But the Retribution was not what it seemed. "Captain, the alien fleet is dropping out of hyperspace," reported Lieutenant Commander Rachel Green from the command center on New Haven's surface. "I count 47 ships, all Zephyrian design." Dan looked at his tactical display. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth blue hulls and elegant curves. They moved through space like dancers, confident and graceful. Admiral Vorthik's flagship was the largest, nearly twice the size of any human ship the aliens had ever seen. "They're taking positions around the planet," Rachel continued. "They're not attacking yet. I think they're waiting for us to surrender." Dane smiled. "Well, let's not keep them waiting. Open a channel to the Zephyrian flagship." The main screen flickered to life. Admiral Vorthik appeared, his blue skin gleaming and his yellow eyes full of arrogance. Behind him, Dan could see the alien bridge with its crystal controls and flowing designs. "Human vessel," Vorthik said, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Admiral Vorthik of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. You are in violation of Galactic Council law. Surrender immediately, and we will allow your people to evacuate peacefully." Dan stepped forward. He was a tall man with gray hair and calm eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for 15 years. "Admiral Vorthik, I am Captain Dan Sullivan of the human ship Retribution. Before we talk about surrender, I have a question." "For you?" Vorthik looked surprised. Humans usually begged for mercy when faced with Zephyrian power. What question? Did you do your homework? The alien admiral's face showed confusion. Homework? What is this word? Dan's smile grew wider. It means studying and learning before you act. You've been watching humans for 50 years, Vorthik. But you never really learned anything about us, did you? Vorthik's expression changed to anger. I have learned that humans are primitive. Your weapons are weak. Your ships are slow. You cannot stand against the might of the Zephyrian Empire. That's what we wanted you to think, Dan said quietly. Before Vorthik could respond, Dan gave a signal to his crew. Drop the masquerade. The retribution began to change. The simple gray armor plating slid away, revealing gleaming metal underneath. The ship's hull expanded as hidden sections unfolded. Weapon ports opened along the sides, showing cannons that the aliens had never seen before. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive dreadnought in just 30 seconds. On the alien flagship, Vorthik's officers were shouting in their own language. Their sensors were going crazy, showing energy readings that should have been impossible. What? What is this? Vorthik whispered. This is a human warship, Dan replied. The real thing. Not the toys we've been showing you for 50 years. The Retribution's weapons powered up. Energy flowed through systems that used technology far beyond anything the Zephyrians had. The ship's shields activated, creating a barrier that made the air around it shimmer like water. Impossible, Vorthik said. Our intelligence reports say humans have primitive technology. Your weapons cannot penetrate our quantum shields. Your intelligence reports are wrong, Dan said. We wrote them. The first shot came from the Retribution's main cannon. It was not the simple laser beam the aliens expected. Instead, it was a concentrated stream of particles moving at incredible speed. The beam struck Vorthik's flagship directly in the center. The Zephyrian quantum shields, which had never failed before, lasted exactly 2 seconds. The beam punched through them like they were made of paper. It tore through the ship's hull, causing explosions all along its length. Return fire. Vorthik screamed. All ships, attack the human vessel. The Zephyrian fleet opened fire with everything they had. Plasma cannons sent streams of superheated gas toward the Retribution. Energy beams tried to slice through its armor. Quantum torpedoes exploded around it in brilliant flashes of light, but nothing worked. The human ship's shields absorbed every attack. Weapons that could destroy cities barely made the shields flicker. How is this possible? Vorthik demanded. His tactical officer, Kresh, was staring at his instruments in disbelief. Admiral, their shields are not like ours. They're not just stopping our weapons. They're absorbing the energy and using it to make themselves stronger. Dan watched as the alien attacks made his ship's power levels rise. Thank you for the free energy, he said calmly. Now let me show you what we can do with it. The Retribution fired again. This time, it was not just one beam, but dozens. Each one found a different alien ship. The Zephyrian vessels, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, began to explode one by one. On New Haven's surface, Rachel was coordinating the battle from her command bunker. Captain Sullivan were detecting more alien ships jumping into the system. It looks like Vorthik called for backup. How many? Dan asked. 200 more ships, all different species. I see Keltheron Republic cruisers, Vorthan destroyers, and Nexus battleships. They're all coming to help the Zephyrians. Don nodded. Good. The more the better. It's time to show the entire galaxy what humans can really do. High above the planet, space began to change. The area around New Haven, which had seemed empty just moments before, suddenly filled with ships. They appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been invisible. Steve Parker was flying one of the human fighters that had just dropped its stealth field. To the aliens, human fighters had always looked like simple metal boxes with weak engines. But Steve's fighter was nothing like that. It moved through space like a living thing, turning and spinning in ways that should have been impossible. "This is Pilot Steve Parker to all human fighters," he said into his radio. "The masquerade is over. Show them what our ships can really do." The human fighters began to dance through space, moving in patterns that made the alien pilots dizzy. Just watching them, they could turn completely around while still flying forward. They could stop in the middle of space and then accelerate to incredible speeds in an instant. "How are they doing that?" Kresh asked, watching the human fighters on his screen. "Gravity manipulation," Dan answered from the Retribution. "We learned it from the ruins on Mars. We can control gravity the same way you control your plasma cannons." The battle was turning into a disaster for the aliens. Their weapons could not penetrate human shields. Their ships could not match human speed and maneuverability. And more human vessels kept appearing, each one more advanced than anything the aliens had ever seen. Admiral Vorthic's flagship was dying. Explosions rocked the ship as its systems failed one by one. The bridge was filled with smoke and sparks. "Admiral," Kresh said, "we have to retreat. We cannot win this battle." But Vorthic was not listening. He was staring at the tactical display, watching his fleet being destroyed by humans he had thought were primitives. "This cannot be happening," he whispered. "This is happening," Dan said, from the Retribution. "And it's happening because you made the same mistake that every bully makes. You thought being bigger and louder made you stronger. But you were wrong." The Retribution fired one final shot. This one was different from the others. Instead of destroying Vorthic's ship, it disabled all of its systems. The great Zephyrian flagship went dark, floating helplessly in space. "Admiral Vorthic," Dan said, "you have one chance to save what's left of your fleet. Surrender now, and we'll let you go home. But if you ever threaten humans again, we'll finish what we started today." Vorthic looked around his ruined bridge. Half of his fleet was gone. The other half was retreating as fast as they could. In less than an hour, the mighty Zephyrian Empire had been humbled by a species they had thought was weak. We surrender," Vorthic said quietly. Dan nodded. "Smart choice. Now go home and tell your people what you learned here today. Tell them that humans are not primitives. Tell them that we've been hiding our true strength for 50 years. And tell them that the next time someone threatens us, we won't be so merciful." As the surviving alien ships limped away from New Haven, Dan looked out at the stars. The masquerade was over. The galaxy would never see humans the same way again. The news traveled fast across the galaxy. Within hours, every alien civilization knew what had happened at New Haven. The Zephyrian Empire, the strongest military force in known space, had been defeated by humans in less than 1 hour at first. Many aliens did not believe the reports. Humans were supposed to be primitive. Their weapons were weak and their ships were slow. How could they possibly defeat the mighty Zephyrian fleet? But the proof was undeniable. Admiral Vorthic himself had sent the message to the Galactic Council. His voice was shaking as he spoke. "The humans have been hiding their true strength. They are not primitives. They are apex predators. We have made a terrible mistake." On the planet Kelthar, Admiral Vyzes of the Keltharan Republic was meeting with her war council. The Keltharians were tall, thin beings with silver skin and large, black eyes. They had been allies of the Zephyrians for 300 years. "This has to be some kind of trick," Admiral Vyzes said. "The humans could not have defeated Vorthic's fleet. Our intelligence about their military capabilities is very detailed." Her chief intelligence officer, a nervous Keltharian named Vex, was looking at his reports. "Admiral, We have been monitoring human military exercises for decades. We have recorded their weapons tests and ship specifications. According to our data, they should not have been able to win this battle. Then explain what happened, Isis demanded. Vex's large eyes grew even wider. Admiral, what if the humans have been lying to us? What if everything we think we know about their military is false? Before Isis could answer, her communications officer announced an incoming message. Admiral, we have a transmission from the human fleet. They are requesting permission to enter our star system. Isis stood up quickly. How many ships? One, Admiral? A single human vessel. Isis relaxed slightly. One human ship was not a threat, even if the reports about their new weapons were true. Let them approach, but keep our defense fleet ready. 20 minutes later, a human ship appeared at the edge of the Caltharian system. It looked like a normal human cruiser, similar to the ones the Caltharians had seen many times before. But after what happened at New Haven, Isis was not taking any chances. "This is Captain Maria Santos of the human ship Liberator," came a voice from the approaching vessel. "I am requesting permission to demonstrate something to your government." Isis opened a communication channel. "This is Admiral Isis of the Caltharian Republic. State your intentions, human." "I'm here to show you the same thing we showed the Zephyrians," Maria replied. "The truth about human military power." Isis felt a chill run down her spine. "You have one ship, Captain Santos. We have over 200 vessels protecting this system. Are you threatening us?" Maria's voice was calm and friendly. "I'm not threatening anyone, Admiral. I'm just offering a demonstration. Your defense grid is very impressive. I'm sure it would take hours for a normal fleet to break through it. It would take days," Isis said proudly. "Our quantum barriers and plasma networks are the strongest in the galaxy." "That's what I thought," Maria said. "Shall we begin?" Before Isis could ask what she meant, the human ship began to change. Just like the Retribution at New Haven, the simple exterior fell away to reveal something much larger and more complex underneath. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive battleship in seconds. "That's impossible," Vex whispered. "Our sensors showed it as a light cruiser." "Your sensors showed what we wanted them to show." Maria's voice came through the speakers. "We've been using holographic camouflage for 30 years. Every human ship you've ever seen has been wearing a disguise." The Liberator began to move toward Calthar's defensive perimeter. The automated defense systems immediately activated, sending streams of plasma and energy beams toward the approaching ship. These were the same weapons that had destroyed entire fleets in the past. But just like at New Haven, the human ships' shields absorbed every attack. The energy that should have destroyed it only made it stronger. "Begin Phase 2, Maria announced. The Liberator's weapons powered up. Instead of the simple lasers the Caltharians expected, exotic energy beams lanced out from the ship. They struck the defense satellites and space stations that protected the system. In 12 minutes, the entire Caltharian defense grid was gone. 200 years of construction, representing the most advanced military technology in the Republic, had been swept away by a single human ship. Admiral Isis stared at her tactical display in shock. Every defensive position was either destroyed or disabled. The space around her home planet, which had been protected by an impenetrable barrier just minutes before, was now completely open. "How?" she whispered. "The same way we did everything else," Maria replied. "We studied your defenses for decades. We learned how your quantum barriers work. We figured out how to get past your plasma networks. And then we built weapons specifically designed to defeat them." On Earth, President Linda Carter was addressing the planet. She stood behind a podium in the White House, with Admiral Blake and General Williams beside her. The speech was being broadcast to every human colony and every alien government. "My fellow humans," she began, "today marks the end of an era. For 50 years, we have allowed other species to believe that we were weak and primitive. We did this not because we were afraid, but because we were smart." She looked directly into the camera. "We knew that if the galaxy understood our true capabilities, they would have united against us. So we chose to hide our strength while we studied their weaknesses." The president activated a holographic display that showed the human fleet emerging. From hiding places throughout the galaxy, ships appeared from asteroid fields, gas giant atmospheres, and empty space where nothing had been visible before. "The human fleet consists of over 3,000 warships," she continued. "Each one is more advanced than anything any other species has ever built. Our weapons can penetrate any defense. Our shields can absorb any attack. Our ships can travel faster and maneuver better than any vessel in the galaxy." She paused to let the information sink in. "But we are not conquerors. We do not want to rule over other species. We simply want to be treated as equals, not as inferior beings who need to be managed and controlled." Dr. Helen Murphy was also giving a presentation, but hers was for the Galactic Council's Science Committee. She stood in a large chamber filled with representatives from dozens of alien species. Many of them looked terrified. "The technology we have revealed today comes from 3 sources," Helen explained. "First, our own research and development, which has been focused on military applications for over a century. Second, reverse engineering of alien technology that we have observed and studied. And third, archaeological discoveries from the ruins on Mars. A Nexus representative, a being that looked like a walking tree, raised one of its branch-like arms. Dr. Murphy, our records show that the Mars ruins contained only primitive artifacts, stone tools and wall paintings." Helen smiled. "That's what we told you. In reality, we found a complete technological database from a civilization that was far more advanced than any current galactic species. We've been studying their knowledge for 20 years. The chamber erupted in concerned voices. Representatives from different species began arguing with each other, trying to figure out how they had been so completely fooled. The beings who once lived on Mars had mastered gravity manipulation, antimatter production, and quantum mechanics in ways that we are still learning to understand," Helen continued. "They left behind blueprints for weapons and defenses that make current galactic technology look primitive. Meanwhile, Colonel Sam Porter was releasing classified information to intelligence agencies throughout the galaxy. The files showed the true extent of human military preparation. Every human cargo ship is actually a disguised weapons platform," he explained to a gathering of alien intelligence officers. "Every human mining operation is actually a weapons factory. Every human research station is actually a military listening post." He activated a holographic map of human space. "We have been monitoring your communications, studying your military tactics, and preparing countermeasures for every possible attack. We know the location of every alien military base, the specifications of every alien warship, and the weaknesses of every alien defense system." The aliens in the room looked at each other with growing fear. They had thought they were the ones doing the spying. They had never imagined that humans were watching them just as carefully. "The human philosophy is simple," Porter continued. "We prepare for war so that we can have peace. We build weapons so that we never have to use them. And we study our potential enemies so that we can defeat them if they force us to fight." Back on Kelthar, Admiral Vyzes was trying to understand what had happened to her defense grid. Her chief engineer, a young Keltharian named Zara, was examining the wreckage of the wreckage. "Destroyed satellites." "Admiral," Zara reported, "the human weapons were unlike anything we've ever seen. They didn't just destroy our equipment. They seemed to understand exactly how our technology worked and targeted the most vulnerable points. Dyes looked at the tactical display showing the human ship still floating near her planet. Can we rebuild our defenses? Not against weapons like these, Zara said sadly. The humans have found ways to defeat every defensive system we know how to build. If they wanted tea. The Galactic Council chamber was chaos. Representatives from dozens of alien species were shouting at each other in languages that filled the air with clicks, whistles, and roars. The great hall that had once been a symbol of order and cooperation now looked like a battlefield. Admiral Kevin Blake walked into the chamber with a small group of human delegates. Behind him came Commodore Lisa Grant, who had been promoted after her brave actions during the crisis. Colonel Sam Porter followed, carrying data files that contained information the aliens never thought they would see. The moment the humans entered, the chamber fell silent. Every alien eye turned to look at them. Some showed fear, others anger, and a few showed something that might have been respect. Blake walked to the center of the chamber where a speaking platform waited. The platform was designed for much taller beings than humans, but Blake climbed the steps without hesitation. When he reached the top, his voice carried clearly through the chamber's speakers. Representatives of the Galactic Council, he began. I am Admiral Kevin Blake of the Human Defense Force. I come here today not as a conqueror, but as someone who wants to discuss the future. A tall, insect-like being from the Nexus Collective clicked its mandibles together angrily. Human, your species has deceived us for 50 years. You have made fools of us all. Blake nodded calmly. Yes, we did. And we had good reasons for doing so. He activated a holographic display that showed the galaxy as it had been 50 years ago. When we first met your civilizations, we were indeed primitive compared to you. Our technology was basic. Our ships were slow, and our weapons were simple. We knew that if we showed you how quickly we could learn and grow, you would see us as a threat. The display changed to show human space over the last 5 decades. So we made a choice. We would let you think we were weak while we studied your technologies, learned from your mistakes, and built defenses against your weapons. A representative from the Vorthan Empire, a being covered in grayscales, hissed through his translator. You spied on us. You stole our secrets. We observed you, Blake corrected. Everything we learned came from watching your public demonstrations, studying your commercial technology, and analyzing the ships you sent to our space. We never hacked your computers or infiltrated your governments. We simply paid attention. Blake pressed another control, and the display showed the true size of the human fleet. Thousands of ships appeared on the hologram, each one larger and more advanced than anything the aliens had expected. The result of our 50-year project is simple, Blake continued. Humanity is now the strongest military force in the galaxy. Our ships are faster than yours. Our weapons are more powerful than yours. Our defenses are better than yours. The chamber erupted in angry voices again. Representatives demanded to know how this was possible. Some accused the humans of using illegal technology. Others called for immediate action against the human threat. Blake waited for the noise to die down before speaking again. But here's what you need to understand. We don't want to conquer anyone. We don't want to rule the galaxy. We just want to be treated as equals. President Linda Carter's image appeared on screens throughout the chamber. She was speaking from Earth, addressing the entire Galactic Council. For 50 years, the president said, your civilizations have treated humanity like children. You've told us where we can and cannot go in space. You've decided what technology we're allowed to use. You've made it clear that you see us as inferior, beings who need to be managed. She paused, looking directly into the camera. That ends today. From now on, humanity will be treated as an equal partner in galactic affairs, or we will go our own way. The choice is yours. In the Zephyrian home system, the remains of Admiral Vorthic's fleet were limping back to port. The proud Zephyrian Empire, which had ruled over dozens of star systems for centuries, was in chaos. Their military had been humbled by a species they had thought was primitive. Emperor Zethrock, the ruler of the Zephyrian Empire, was meeting with his council in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was an old Zephyrian with scars from 100 battles. He had never known defeat until today. "How many ships did we lose?" the Emperor asked. "Half the fleet, Your Majesty," replied General Kess. "The humans destroyed 24. Warships and disabled dozens more. Admiral Vorthic's flagship barely escaped." The Emperor's yellow eyes flashed with anger. "And what of our allies? Surely the other species will help us fight these humans?" General Kess looked uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, the Keltharian Republic has already announced that they will not support any military action against humanity. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we negotiate with the humans. Even our closest allies are abandoning us." Emperor Zethrock stood up and walked to a window that looked out over his capital city. For 300 years, the Zephyrians had been the strongest military force in the galaxy. Now, in a single day, that had changed forever. What do our intelligence services say about human capabilities? The Emperor asked. "They say we were completely wrong about everything," Kess admitted. "The humans have been hiding technology that is decades ahead of ours. Their weapons can penetrate any armor we know how to build. Their ships can outrun anything in our fleet." The Emperor turned back to his council. "Then we have no choice. Send a message to the human leadership. Tell them the Zephyrian Empire is willing to discuss new arrangements." Back on Earth, Admiral Blake was meeting with President Carter and her advisors. The response from the galaxy had been mixed, but the message was clear. Humanity was now a major power that could not be ignored. "The Zephyrians want to negotiate," Blake reported. "So do the Keltharians and most of the smaller species. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we share our advanced technology with everyone." President Carter smiled. "And what did you tell them?" "I told them that we're willing to discuss trade agreements and mutual defense treaties," Blake said. "But our military technology stays with us. We've learned too much about galactic politics to give away our advantages." General Kate Williams, who had been monitoring alien communications, added her own report. "Madam President, we're seeing significant changes in how other species view us. The fear is there, but so is respect. Several governments are already reaching out through diplomatic channels." "What about the species that refuse to accept the new situation?" the President asked. Blake's expression grew serious. "There are a few. The hegemony of Arcturus is talking about forming a coalition to contain the human threat. Some of the smaller empires think they can band together and challenge us. Then we'll have to convince them otherwise," the President said. "But we'll do it the same way we've done everything else. We'll be smart about it." 6 months later, the galaxy had settled into a new normal. The Galactic Council had been restructured to give humanity an equal voice in galactic affairs. Trade agreements were signed between human colonies and alien worlds. The threat of war had been replaced by the promise of cooperation. But the most important change was in how aliens looked at humans. No longer were they seen as primitive beings who had stumbled into space travel by accident. They were recognized as a species that could think strategically, plan for the long term, and execute complex deceptions that lasted for decades. Captain Dan Sullivan, now promoted to Admiral, was commanding the human fleet's patrol operations. His job was to make sure that the new peace was maintained and that no one forgot the lessons of the past year. He was standing on the bridge of his new flagship, the Retribution 2, when his communications officer announced an incoming message. From a Nexus exploration ship. "Admiral," the alien captain said, "we have discovered some unusual readings in the Centauri Nebula. Our scientists believe there may be artifacts from an unknown civilization. We would like to request human assistance in investigating." Sullivan smiled. "A year ago, no alien species would have asked humans for help with anything important. Now, they recognized that human analytical skills and advanced technology made them valuable partners. We'll send a science vessel to assist you," Sullivan replied. "Thank you for including us in the discovery." As the communication ended, Sullivan looked out at the stars. The galaxy was a different place now. Humans were no longer pretending to be weak. Aliens were no longer treating them like children. And for the first time in 50 years, there was real peace between the species. The moment when humans unveiled their true military power had changed everything. But more importantly, it had shown the galaxy that the most dangerous species was not necessarily the one with the biggest guns or the fastest ships. Sometimes, the most dangerous species was the one that was smart enough to hide its true strength until the perfect moment to reveal it. Sullivan thought about all the years of careful planning, patient waiting, and strategic deception that had led to this moment. Humanity had played the longest game in galactic history, and they had won. Now came the even bigger challenge, using their power wisely and building a future where all species could thrive together. But if there was one thing humans had proven, it was that they were very good at thinking ahead and planning for the long term. The galaxy would never underestimate humanity again. And that, Sullivan thought, was exactly how it should be.
The vote was already finished when I reached the podium. I could tell by the temperature of the room. Not the air temperature V3 Prime ran cold by design, the kind that never adjusted for human physiology, but the temperature of the attention in the chamber. The specific quality of 23 alien species who have already decided something and are watching the ceremony catch up to them. Every species had a designated position, bioluminescent arcs beneath each tier, shaped for the biology of its occupant. The V3 elevated in the first tier, the Orin sealed in their atmospheric processing enclosures, the Cethara in a humidity band calibrated for their respiratory range. Every physical need had been engineered for. Every species had been planned into the room. I had a podium. A single, narrow podium at the center of the chamber floor, under the highest point of the ceiling, where the vertical scale of the room pressed down with maximum effect on whoever stood there. I had studied the architectural schematics of this chamber for 3 months. The podium's location was not incidental. I am Commander Owen Cole, 2 combat tour in the Contact War, 3 diplomatic postings in non-aligned space, 11 years of work aimed at this moment, humanity's formal petition for a seat in the Galactic Council. I knew what the podium meant. I walked to it anyway. I gave the speech, 18 minutes, 7 drafts over 4 months, memorized completely. I spoke about Earth's reconstruction record, our humanitarian programs in non-aligned sectors, our precision compliance with every treaty we had entered. I spoke about our medical research sharing agreements with 9 non-council species. I spoke about our engineering contributions to deep space infrastructure. I spoke about what 40 billion people, rebuilding a civilization from the ground up, look like when they have decided to keep going. Vel Hareth, the V3 lead delegate, watched from the first tier, 3 meters tall, completely still. The architectural stillness of something that has never needed to move because everything around it always adjusts first. I finished. 4 seconds of silence. The protocol system delivered the result. Unanimous rejection. The formal reasoning, read from the chamber record, stated that humanity had demonstrated insufficient restraint in conflict resolution and presented an unpredictable variable in collective governance frameworks. I let the translation complete. Here is the thing about being called an unpredictable variable by 23 species who spent 60 years deciding who did and did not belong at their table. The label was not wrong. We were unpredictable. We had entered the contact war at 40% disadvantage in fleet strength, without allied ships, without interstellar backing, and come out of it still operational and still building. Every species in that chamber had modeled that war. Every model had reached the same conclusion about Earth's survival probability. Every model had been wrong. That was what they were voting on, not our humanitarian record, not our treaty compliance. The fact that every calculation they ran on humanity kept producing errors. Unpredictable was the polite word, the word a committee chooses when it does not want to say the word underneath it. I collected my documents. I buttoned my jacket. I looked up at 23 species, watching me receive a verdict written months before I landed on their planet, delivered now with all the ceremony of something designed to look fair. "Thank you for the clarity," I said. I walked out. In the outer corridor near the far wall, a junior Sethara delegate was standing alone. Young, junior rank by the color band on his collar. He looked at me as I passed, not with the controlled neutrality of the chamber, but with something unguarded. The expression of someone who had just watched an outcome they were told to accept and were not entirely sure they did. I held eye contact for 2 seconds. I nodded once, then I kept walking. That moment went into a specific file in my mind. Kate Arden fell into step beside me. 29 years old, the sharpest analyst I had worked with in 2 decades of service. She knew when to be quiet. We walked the length of the corridor in silence, nothing but the environmental hum and our own footsteps, all the way to the transport bay. She spoke when we got there. "What do we do now, sir?" I thought about the 11 minutes the vote had taken. The sound of the chamber doors sealing behind me, that particular sound, final and satisfied. I thought briefly about a coastal scanner screen and a set of numbers I kept in a very organized place in my mind. Then I moved on. "We go home," I said, "then we start." The transport lifted from V3 Prime as the second sun set behind the council tower. From the window, the tower rose against the sky, vertical, precise, perfectly load-bearing, designed to hold the weight of the most powerful governance structure in the known galaxy. Every structure built to hold weight has pressure points. The engineers know where they are. They build carefully around them. They rarely stop to ask who services the building after the original team is gone. I pulled out a paper writing pad, the kind without wireless capability, the kind that exists only between you and the page. I wrote one line at the top. "They called us unpredictable, good." Below it, I began a list. Not grievances, questions, precise, specific questions written by someone who has decided that understanding a system completely is more important than reacting to it quickly. Who holds the current maintenance licensing on the relay network that all interstellar communication in the quadrant runs through? The council built it 70 years ago. Has anyone verified who services it now? Which of the 23 species voted against membership because they genuinely wanted to? And which ones voted against it because the political cost of voting yes was higher than the cost of voting no? What does a governance framework look like when it is built from the outside, without asking permission, without assuming the existing structure is the only valid one? The questions ran to 2 pages before the transport cleared the planet's gravity well. Kate worked across the cabin. Every few minutes her eyes moved to the pad. I had not come to V3 Prime entirely without preparation for the outcome. 6 months before the session, an intelligence signal had arrived in my secure queue, partial, coded, but clear about the structure of what it described. The vote had been coordinated in private sessions over 3 months. The hearing was ceremony. The decision was made. I came anyway, because I needed them to make it official. I needed 23 species to put their collective record on a unanimous rejection, not for anger, for clarity. The kind that shows you exactly who decided and who was told to decide, and who stood in a corridor afterward wearing the expression of someone who had been instructed to accept something they did not choose. The Sethara delegate's expression was going into my contact file before we reached the first relay beacon. The relay markers blinked on the navigation display. One every 400 kilometers, steady and rhythmic, the entire backbone of interstellar communication laid out on the map like a diagram of something that had never once been asked who owned the maintenance agreement. I circled the first question on my list, drew a line to a second question I had not written yet, and wrote it. What happens to a relay network when the maintenance contract transfers? Below that, what is the current legal status of that agreement? Below that, who do I call to find out? I already knew the answer to the last one. The architect, not his name, the only name I used for him, answered a specific frequency, and in 4 years had never once told me something was impossible. He had told me costs. That was a different kind of answer, and one I was prepared to hear. I put the pad away when we crossed the first beacon line. V3 Prime was a point of light behind us. The chamber doors had sealed with the sound of a problem that thought it had solved itself. I had heard that sound before. It always came right before the interesting part. They gave me a new title 14 days after the hearing. Senior Liaison for Non-Member Relations. 3 seconds of silence when I read it. Then I filed it, requested a travel-heavy posting, and went to pack. The title was designed to feel like a career in descent. A window office, a low-priority inbox, and the kind of work that keeps a person occupied without giving them anything real to do. The council had submitted, through diplomatic channels, a request that Earth's representative adopt a reduced profile, while the two parties reconsidered their relationship going forward. Reduced profile, the diplomatic language for go somewhere quiet and stop making people think. I requested the travel posting before they finished delivering the message. Nobody argued. Nobody wanted to fight with a man who was already holding a title that was itself an argument for letting him disappear. I took Kate with me. I recruited 2 more people in the first week. Nina Ward was a xenolinguist, 34 years old, from Bristol, trained in 12 alien languages and functionally operational in 9. The 3 she described as still developing, she spoke better than most career diplomats handled their single specialty. She had undergone a minor surgical procedure 2 years ago that added a tissue structure to her throat, extending her vocal frequency range into registers that human physiology cannot naturally reach. When I asked her about it, she said it seemed more practical than not having it. I told her she was hired. Dan Frey was logistics, 41 years old, former supply chain and infrastructure officer from the Mars Reconstruction Authority. He saw systems the way certain surgeons see bodies, not as unified things but as sets of functions, every function with a node, every node with a dependency, and Dan could trace a dependency chain in his sleep and tell you precisely which link would transmit force if you applied pressure at the right point. He said yes before I finished explaining what the role was. I told neither of them what I was building. Not yet. People do better work when they are following their own instincts. My job was to put them in the right rooms and trust what they noticed. The first posting took us to a trade summit in the Sethara home sector, a mid-tier station hosting raw material pricing negotiations, attended by Sethara representatives, 2 V3 commercial delegations, and the usual gathering of independent traders who appeared wherever goods and exchange rates were being discussed. On the surface, a minor commercial event. In practice, the Sethara had been operating under a resource agreement with the V3 for 60 years, officially described as a mutual trade compact. In structural terms, it was a supply arrangement where the Sethara provided materials at below-market rates in exchange for access to V3 commercial lanes and communication infrastructure. Below-market rates in exchange for access for 60 years. I spent day 1 walking the floor and listening. On the second evening, Nina arranged a private dinner with 3 junior Sethara delegates, one from each of their 3 species, Surath, Kelhari, and Vethsan. She booked a small room on the station's lower level. I attended as her assistant. I said nothing for the first 2 hours. Nina moved through their languages, shifting registers between the 3 species with the ease of someone who understood not just vocabulary, but the specific grammar each culture used when speaking about things they did not want to name directly. By the 3rd hour, 2 of the 3 delegates were describing the V3 agreement with the precise, careful frustration of people who have been saying something in private rooms for years and have never had an audience listening for the right reasons. The Vethsan delegate, a quiet woman named Orhalin, said nothing about the agreement for the entire dinner. Near the end of the evening, she spoke directly to me, not to Nina, to me. Earth is looking for friends, she said, not a question, an assessment. Earth is listening, I said. Right now, those are the same thing. She looked at me for a long moment, then she stood and left. By the next morning, I had her frequency. By that afternoon, I also had a contact from the V3 commercial delegation in attendance. Not an offer, a question, carefully phrased and officially casual, about which Sethara delegates I had been meeting with. They were watching already. I noted that too. The relay network piece came from Dan. 3 weeks into the posting, he came to me in the evening with a tablet and the expression I had learned to recognize, the specific look of a logistics officer who has found something in a public procurement archive that should not be sitting in a public procurement archive. The Council's relay network, the communication backbone of the entire quadrant, the system through which every diplomatic signal, security transmission, and operational order moved, was maintained under a service contract held by something called the Durath Technical Guild. The Durath were a species that had gone functionally extinct 200 years ago. The Guild was their surviving legal entity, maintained as a contractual shell that had continued servicing the relay agreement via automated systems and periodic hired support. The hire records were also in the archive. A human engineering firm based in New Singapore had been under contract to the Durath Guild for 8 years, handling maintenance on a specific hardware type. Dan looked at me. "I can find out exactly which hardware type," he said. "Find out which hardware type," I said. It was every relay node in the inner communication ring, 34 nodes, the ones the Council's security communications ran through. I looked at that list for a long time. Then I went to find Nina, because the next conversation I needed to have required someone who could write in Orin long-form correspondence register, and I did not trust my own fluency in it enough for something this precise. The Orin piece came from Kate. Kate had found a sealed internal council session, transcript through a clerical filing system, whose security structure had not kept pace with the volume of records being stored in it. She gave me the file without editorial comment, which was how Kate always delivered things she thought I needed to sit with quietly. The Orin internal vote rationale did not match the public one. Publicly, insufficient governance maturity. Internally, the Orin had been waiting decades for an opportunity to register opposition to V3 influence in the outer sectors. Earth's membership application had been co-sponsored by 2 V3 adjacent species. The Orin used the vote as a signal. We were not their target, we were their cover. I put the file down and sat with that for a while. Not with anger, with recognition. They had not opposed us. They had used us the way the powerful use convenient things, without malice, without particular interest, without registering the weight of what they were holding. I wrote to the Orin diplomatic contact I had maintained since my second posting, a carefully constructed letter in their long-form correspondence register, reviewed and adjusted twice by Nina before I sent it. The letter said nothing political. It asked questions about governance theory and the long view of interspecies coordination. The kind of letter that, in Oran communication culture, is never about what it appears to be about. The response came back in 11 days. Preliminary dialogue on frameworks of mutual relevance. I wrote back the same hour. By the end of the second month of travel, the map was assembled. 3 structural leverage points in the Council's architecture, 3 different kinds of pressure, 3 different kinds of opening. The Sethara needed a framework they could join without V3 permission, a legitimate alternative structure with enough participating species to provide real commercial access. The relay network needed a maintenance contract that could be legally reassigned. It already had one. It just needed the right reassignment. The Oran needed a governance table where opposing V3 influence was built into the structure itself, so they no longer needed cover votes. I called the architect from a secure frequency on a station between sectors. "I have a complete map," I said. "Timeline," he said. 6 to 8 months for the Sethara framework. The relay contract can move faster. The Oran will follow once the structure exists. He asked about resources. I told him what I needed. There was a pause, not of hesitation, but of someone running serious calculations. "The relay contract is achievable," he said. "The Sethara framework will take 6 months minimum. The Oran depends on what you are actually offering them." "A seat," I said, "at a table that does not exist yet." He was quiet for 4 seconds. "That is either the smartest play I have heard in 20 years, he said, "or the kind of thing that ends careers." "Those are usually the same play," I said. I ended the call. I wrote the full brief, everything organized by category, pressure point, opportunity, timeline, and risk, and sent it to Earth Command with 1 line of cover text. "They called us unpredictable. Let's not disappoint them." The authorization came back in 4 hours. 2 words. "Proceed, Cole." I folded the message into the archive, went to find Dan and Nina, and told them what we were actually building. Nina said, "I want to go back to Sethara space first." Dan said, "I already started the contract research. I assumed that was obvious." I had good people. The map was complete, the build was beginning. And somewhere on V3 Prime, in the official record of the Council chamber, a unanimous vote was sitting in permanent storage, believed by 23 species to be the end of a question. It was the beginning of a different one entirely. The Terran Mutual Compact was announced on a Thursday. No fanfare, no ceremony. A document released through standard diplomatic channels to every registered government in non-aligned space, describing an open framework for trade, infrastructure sharing, and mutual defense consultation, available to any species with an established governance structure. No minimum size requirement, no waiting period, no sponsorship needed from existing members, no application process. Read the terms, sign the document, done. The Council received a copy by physical courier because we were still technically maintaining normalized communication with them, and I wanted this particular message to arrive in an envelope that could not be filed as a system notification. I was on a transit station, 3 sectors from V3 Prime when the first signature came in. The Sethara, all 3 species, Surath, Kelhari, and Vethsan, signing within 4 days of each other. Orhelin attached a brief personal note with the Vethsan signature. 2 sentences. She had been waiting, she said, for someone to build a door that did not require her to knock. I put that note in a separate file. 11 more species signed in the first 90 days. Not the large ones, not the Council-adjacent powers. The ones the Council's membership protocols had classified over the years as developing, or requiring further evaluation, or not yet demonstrating sufficient institutional maturity. The ones who had been sitting in anterooms and waiting periods for decades while existing members ran their models and decided what ready looked like. Every one of them read the compact's terms and found the same thing I had placed there intentionally. No model required, no evaluation period, no sponsor needed from someone already inside. By the end of the third month, the compact had 29 members and a combined raw material output representing 31% of the supply volume. The Council's 3 largest industrial species had been treating as a permanent and uninterruptible given. Dan was the first to calculate that number. He brought it to me on a Tuesday morning and set it on the table without comment, the way he always delivered figures that needed space around them. I looked at it for a while. "How long before they say something?" I said. "They have already noticed," Dan said. "The question is how long before they say so officially." 6 weeks. A formal council communique arrived, officially a request for clarification on the compact's governance framework, using the phrase destabilizing unilateral action 7 times across 4 paragraphs. I counted. I wrote back 2 sentences. "We look forward to further dialogue. We remain available at your convenience." Nina proofread it. She said I sounded extremely polite. "I'm extremely polite," I said. She smiled the way she smiled when she thought something was going to have significant consequences. The relay contract transferred in the 4th month. Dan had prepared the legal documentation for 8 weeks before the signing. The Durath Guild's contractual entity, which had no surviving biological members to object, was legally restructured as a subsidiary operating under Terran commercial law through a provision in the original Durath Compact Treaty that allowed for administrative consolidation in cases of organizational incapacity. Dan had found the provision in the 43rd Annex of a treaty document that had not been substantively reviewed since it was first written. The transfer was filed on a Wednesday, routine paperwork, no announcement. 34 inner-ring relay nodes now sat under a maintenance contract that answered to Terran commercial jurisdiction. I told only 3 people the day it happened: Nina, Dan, Kate. Kate asked when we were telling the architect. "He already knows," I said. "He wrote the provision." The response from V3 Prime did not come through diplomatic channels. It came as a ship. A V3 designation vessel, classified as a diplomatic transport, which means it was a military ship with the secondary weapon systems configured to a standby state, appeared at the edge of Terran diplomatic space on a Tuesday morning and transmitted a request for a direct meeting with the Compact's senior representative. That was me. I took the meeting aboard our station, in a room with no recording systems running from our side. I knew they would be running their own. That was fine. I wanted them to have a clean record of this conversation. Velharith came in person, exactly as I remembered from the council chamber. 3 meters, architectural stillness, the presence of something that has never needed to hurry because the world reorganizes to accommodate it. She sat, which meant lowering herself into a chair designed for a being 2/3 her height, which she did without acknowledging the physical adjustment of it. She had rehearsed this meeting. She told me to stop. The word she used in translation was closer to cease the current trajectory, but the meaning was plain. She listed what she meant: the compact, the maintenance contracts, the Orin correspondence, a purchase of academic archive data from a V3 research institution that I had made through a licensed public records channel 3 months ago. She knew everything, every item on the list. I sat across from her and let her finish completely. Here is the thing about a meeting where the other party lists everything you have done. It tells you precisely what they consider threatening and precisely what they consider beneath mentioning. Velharith listed the relay contract last, and she listed it carefully, in language that was legally precise but not legally confident. the language of someone who has identified a problem they have not yet fully decided how to address. The relay contract was the one she was least certain about. Good. She also did not mention 3 items I had in active progress, which told me exactly how deep her intelligence coverage of the compact actually ran. Also good. I waited until she finished. Then I said, "I appreciate the detail. It is helpful to understand which aspects of our operations have drawn attention." She looked at me with the quality of a being that has not been answered in the way it expected. "We are requesting that Earth halt the expansion of this framework," she said. "We are a registered mutual aid compact," I said. "Our member species agreed to the terms voluntarily. I am not certain what the legal basis would be for halting a voluntary association between independent sovereign entities. The destabilizing effect on existing governance structures could be addressed through dialogue," I said. "We have indicated our availability for that dialogue several times." She looked at me across the table for a long time. I looked back. "You understand what you are doing," she said. "I understand exactly what I am doing," I said. The translation system carried that exchange in clean, neutral tones. The actual weight of it was somewhere else, in the specific quality of 2 people in a room who both know precisely what is happening and are no longer pretending otherwise. "There will be a response," she said. "We will be ready," I said. She stood. She was at the door before I spoke again. "Velharith." She stopped. "Earth Extended Compact membership offers to 3 V3 adjacent species in our 3rd month of operations. All 3 accepted. I want you to know that was not accidental and it was not hostile. We are building something that has room for everyone." She left without answering. I sat in the empty room for a few minutes after the door sealed. Kate knocked twice and came in. "How did it go?" she said. "She knows enough to be concerned," I said. "She does not know enough to stop it." "And the relay contract?" "She knows it happened. She has not yet understood what it means." "She will figure it out," Kate said. "Of course she will," I said. "We will be ready when she does." Outside the viewport, the V3 ship was already departing. It moved with the unhurried precision of something that has never had a reason to rush. I watched it until the display showed clear space. Then I called the architect. "Phase 3, I said. "How long?" he said. 6 weeks, I said, "maybe 8. "I will be ready in 4, he said. The compact had 29 members. The relay network sat under our maintenance jurisdiction. 3 more species were in active negotiations. The 3 things Velharith had not mentioned were going to be the most important part of what came next. The Council's response came in the form of what they called a coordinated stability measure. That term appeared 17 times in the official declaration, which ran 41 paragraphs and said, in the language underneath the language, one very simple thing: we are going to make this expensive. Sanctions on compact member species. A trade restriction framework cutting compact members off from 17 council-controlled commercial corridors. A fleet movement, labeled a security exercise, positioning 12 council vessels at the edge of compact-adjacent space, where their presence carried a meaning no one needed translated. Not war, carefully and specifically not war. The kind of pressure powerful institutions apply when they want to remind everyone who still controls the infrastructure. I read the declaration on a Tuesday morning with coffee that had gone cold. Then I set it down and scheduled a compact operations meeting for Thursday. A regular operations meeting, not a crisis session. The distinction was deliberate. Dan had the response architecture ready before I asked. He came in with 3 documents and placed them on the table in the order they would be deployed. Relay activation first or commercial reorientation first, he said. Relay activation, I said. Let them feel the communication disruption before they feel the trade numbers. Thursday, he said, not as a question. Thursday, I confirmed. The relay activation worked through a maintenance clause. That was the part I admired most about the architecture Dan had built. The Durath contract contained a standard infrastructure provision, written 70 years ago by lawyers who had been thinking about mechanical failures, not political ones, requiring emergency maintenance protocols when relay node integrity fell below a defined operational threshold. Under those protocols, human engineering teams had to be physically present at affected nodes within 72 hours, and all secondary network access to those nodes was suspended during active maintenance operations. Dan had spent 6 weeks building monitoring software that tracked relay node operational metrics with extreme precision. As of the previous Thursday, that software was detecting integrity flags on 34 entering nodes that fell just below the activation threshold. The flags were genuine, the readings were accurate, the nodes needed maintenance. They needed it now. 17 of the 34 nodes activated within the first 12 hours of the official compact response. Human engineering teams, already positioned through what had been logged as routine assignment rotations 4 weeks earlier, arrived on-site at each location within the required window. The Council's security communication network across the inner quadrant dropped from real-time relay transmission to light delay. For a governance body that ran on coordinated fleet positioning and synchronized diplomatic signaling, light delay communication across the inner quadrant was not an inconvenience. It was the difference between a conductor and an orchestra that had stopped receiving the beat. The fleet movement at the compact border stopped receiving coordinated positioning orders. The sanctioning framework's enforcement timeline became uncoordinated. Species that had been instructed to apply specific trade restrictions at specific times were now working from different information at different delays. Velhareth, wherever she was, would be running new calculations. The commercial reorientation was Dan's and Nina's work together. Dan had spent 4 months building alternative trade routing for every compact member species that the Council sanctions affected. Not identical to what they were losing access to, but structured specifically to absorb the impact without causing material shortage for any compact member population. The Sethara trade routes shifted to compact internal corridors. Materials that had moved through Council-controlled commercial lanes for 60 years now moved through routes that the compact owned and maintained. The Council had designed the sanctions to demonstrate that compact members could not function without access to Council infrastructure. The infrastructure was replaceable. Dan tracked the numbers daily. By the end of the second week, no compact member species was in material shortage. Several were operating under improved trade terms compared to their pre-compact arrangements. The Council's 3 largest industrial members, on the other hand, were now working with 31% less raw material input than their supply chains were designed to handle. Because 31% of their supply had been coming from species now routing through compact channels. The Council had run sanctions as if the people they were sanctioning had nowhere else to go. I was sitting in the operations room on a Friday evening, reviewing the week's numbers when Kate came in and placed a communication on the table in front of me without a word. I read it. The Selhari, a small amphibious species from a tidally locked moon in the outer compact sectors, one of the earliest signing members, 12,000 people living and working on a station platform that served as their primary off-world hub. Their station had been boarded by a Council enforcement vessel. The cited reason was that the station was operating commercial cargo transfers in violation of the sanctioning framework. The station's atmosphere seal had been breached during the boarding. 3 crew members had died. I read that sentence twice. 3. I set the communication down. Kate was still standing by the door, watching me. I did not respond immediately. I sat with that number, not with the political implications, not with the strategic responses, not with what came next, just with the number itself and what it contained. 3 people who had gone to work that morning on a station they lived on, doing a job they had taken, for a species that had read an open framework document and decided to sign it. There is a kind of decision that arrives not like an emotion but like a structural fact. It does not announce itself. It does not wait for permission. It simply becomes the shape of what happens next. I picked up the communication. I folded it carefully. I placed it in the interior pocket of my jacket against my chest. Then I called the architect. He answered on the second signal. "I need the options activated," I said. A pause. "Which option?" "Both of them," I said. A longer pause. "Cole," he said, "both options together. You understand what that looks like from the outside?" "I understand exactly what it looks like," I said. "That is why I said both." He was quiet for 4 seconds. Then, 72 hours to position everything correctly. "Take 80 if you need it," I said. The first option was an extension of what we had already activated. The Durath contract's second provision, buried in the 48th Annex, the kind of clause that exists because someone once anticipated a problem nobody thought would actually happen, allowed the maintenance holder to restrict network access to nodes in areas where documented harm had occurred in proximity to relay infrastructure, pending a full operational safety review. We had documented harm, 3 names, a broken atmosphere seal, a vessel registration number. The remaining 17 inner-ring relay nodes activated safety restriction protocols within 48 hours of the filing. All 34 nodes, every council security and diplomatic channel in the inner quadrant, all of it running at the speed of light rather than the speed of the relay network. The second option was the documentation framework. This was what the architect had built, the thing I had been building toward since I wrote the first question on that pad flying away from V3 Prime. Every financial instrument the Council's member species held against each other, every binding arbitration record, every treaty obligation, every trade contract, every debt instrument, every mutual guarantee of service, all of it recorded, maintained, and administered through a legal documentation platform built in the 2080s by a Terran legal technology firm. The platform had been adopted by the Council's Administrative Office as the standard record-keeping framework for interspecies agreements in 2091 because it was the best system available. No one had reviewed the firm's ownership structure when they adopted it. The firm had been quietly absorbed into the Compact's administrative body 14 months ago. The records were completely valid. Every debt, every obligation, every commitment these species had made to each other was accurately recorded and legally binding. The Compact was now the administrator of those records. We altered nothing. We threatened nothing. We sent a formal administrative notification to every relevant party informing them that the records platform had transferred to new administrative oversight under Terran commercial law, and that any disputes or queries regarding binding agreements could be directed to Compact Administrative Services. The Council owned each other. They had always owned each other. They just did not own the ledger anymore. The first response came from an Orin intermediary 6 hours after the notification went out. Not to me directly, to Nina, through their long-form correspondence channel. The message said, in their philosophical register, that certain parties were interested in discussing frameworks for normalized relations with the Compact under revised terms. The second response came from a Council member species, whose primary supply agreements were now administered by the body they had voted against. The third response came from a species in the 8th position of the unanimous rejection vote. Their message to Kate was 3 sentences. The third sentence asked what it would take to begin normalization discussions. Kate brought me the count at the end of the first week. 9 council members in active contact, 3 requesting immediate meetings, 2 that had suspended participation in the sanctioning framework without public announcement. The Selhari station was being repaired. The compact had sent an engineering team, materials, and a medical team within 18 hours of the incident. The 3 crew members were not coming back. That fact lived in my jacket pocket and was going to keep living there. But the 12,000 people on that station were not going to be boarded again. I opened the writing pad. I wrote the 3 names on the front page, below the line I had written on the flight from V3 Prime, below the line that said they called us unpredictable. I looked at those 3 names for a long time. Then I turned to the next page and got back to work. By the end of the month, 12 council members had opened what the diplomatic record formally described as preliminary normalization dialogues. In 3 different alien languages, according to Nina, that phrase translated roughly as, "We would like to discuss what comes next." I took 3 days before responding. I wanted them to sit with the question. The restructuring summit was held in neutral space. That was Nina's recommendation, and she was right about it. The location mattered. A summit on V3 Prime would have been a performance of defeat for them. A summit on Earth would have been a performance of dominance for us. What the moment needed was a room where the furniture did not carry the weight of either of those histories. We found a decommissioned diplomatic station in the outer sectors, a structure built 70 years ago for a treaty negotiation that had taken 3 months and had sat empty ever since. It had a chamber with a single table, round, designed for a previous negotiation between 2 species of roughly equal standing, neither of whom had wanted to be positioned higher than the other. We had the table expanded. Dan oversaw the specifications. 41 seats around a single circular surface, every seat the same height, every arc of the table identical, no elevated tier, no podium. I walked into the chamber alone the night before the summit opened, when the station was quiet and the environmental systems were doing their low background hum. I stood at the table and put my hands on the surface. 41 seats, 29 compact members, 12 council members who had agreed to attend, 1 empty chair placed between the V3 position and the Orin position, which was either a symbolic gesture or a practical one, depending on how you looked at it. Kate found me standing there. She said nothing for a moment, then she said it was the right room. "It is the right table," I said. The summit ran for 4 days. On the first day, Velharith arrived last. Every other delegation had been seated for 4 minutes when the chamber door opened. She walked in alone. No aide, no support staff, no secondary representative. 3 meters tall, completely still and alone. She looked at the table. She looked at her seat, same height as every other seat. No elevated position, no first-tier advantage, and then she sat down. I watched her do it. I watched her make the adjustment from a being who had occupied an elevated tier her entire career to a being sitting at the same level as 40 others. She made that adjustment without acknowledging it. I respected that more than I expected to. On the second day, the framework document came to the floor. Nina had drafted the core language over 4 months. Dan had stress-tested the provisions for 18 weeks. 47 non-council species had read every clause with the attention of people encountering something they had been told for decades they were not qualified for. The document was called the Galactic Accord of Mutual Standing. Its key provisions were these: membership earned by demonstrated governance capacity, not species age, not territorial size, not how long you had been waiting in the antechamber of the existing order. Security infrastructure jointly maintained under open contract law. No single species controlling the relay network. no single species holding exclusive maintenance rights over the nervous system of interstellar communication. The Council's permanent seats abolished, rotating representation, 12-year terms open to all member species, and one provision with no formal name in the document. I had written it myself in the simplest language I could find, and Nina had refined it twice. It stated that any species petitioning for membership had the right to a public hearing and a recorded vote. A vote against membership had to be accompanied by a written statement of specific reasoning, placed permanently in the public record. You could still say no. You just had to say why, in writing, in front of everyone. When I read that provision aloud in the chamber, I read it carefully and without emphasis. I let the words carry themselves. The room was quiet when I finished, not the quiet of objection, the quiet of people processing something that was simple and once heard, obvious, the kind of principle that makes you wonder why it had never been the rule. On the third day, the economic framework passed, the trade routing structure, the supply agreements, the infrastructure sharing protocols. Dan presented the numbers across 2 hours in the most technically precise delivery I had ever watched anyone give. By the end of it, 4 council members who had arrived skeptical were asking logistical questions, not objection questions, planning questions. The difference between those 2 types of questions is everything. Velhareth spoke twice during the 4 days, once to ask a clarifying question about the infrastructure provisions, once to propose a modification to the security consultation framework that was, I noted on the record, genuinely constructive. I acknowledged it as such. She received the acknowledgement without expression, but she had heard it. So had the room. On the 4th day, the signatures began. The rotation moved around the table in the order of the seating arrangement, which had been drawn by rotation rather than status. The Orin signed 4th. Their mark was a frequency pattern registered on a specialized receiver Dan had arranged. The Sethara, all 3 species, signed within minutes of each other, the way you do something you have been waiting to do for a long time. Then Velhareth. She was in the 31st position. She had been at the table for all 4 days. When the signature rotation reached her, she picked up the marking instrument and paused. Not from hesitation, from the quality of a pause that is the last beat before something permanent. She pressed her mark to the document. I watched her do it. She looked up across the table and found me. We looked at each other across 40 other species and several hundred years of accumulated history. I reached for the tea service that Kate had placed to my left that morning, 3 types. I offered it across the table. She looked at the tray, then at me. She reached across and took a cup. Her biology registers no flavor from human tea preparations. This is documented in V3 physiological records that I had read years ago. The taste meant nothing to her physically, but she drank the full cup without setting it down. I had not expected the full cup. That told me something. After the signing, the room cleared in stages. Delegates moving to smaller sessions, to calls with home governments, to the logistics of what came next. Kate was managing 4 simultaneous conversations by the door. Dan was deep in a relay transition timeline discussion with 2 compact members and an Orin technical representative. Nina was laughing at something a Sethara delegate had said in Kelhari, something I did not have the language to follow. I sat at the table as the chamber emptied. A young human diplomat from the Compact's administrative office approached from the side entrance. He had been working the summit as support staff. He held a small recording device and raised it as a question. I nodded. Commander Cole, he said, for the public record, what does it feel like to have one? I looked at the question for a long time. What does it feel like? I thought about a voting chamber and 11 minutes and the word unanimous. I thought about a coastal scanner screen and numbers stored in a very organized place. I thought about 3 names in the front page of a writing pad. I thought about 14 months of careful work. About Orhelin saying she had been waiting for a door that did not require her to knock, about Dan finding a relay contract in a 43rd annex, about Nina growing a secondary tissue structure in her throat because it seemed more practical, about Kate, who never needed anything explained twice. I thought about what the word one actually meant. It was not the right word. Victory implies an enemy, and I had not spent 14 months trying to defeat anyone. I had been trying to build something. The thing I had built had a specific purpose that had nothing to do with standing over the people who had voted against us. What I had been trying to do, from the first night on that transport with a writing pad, was make sure the next species that got told not yet had somewhere to go. The empty chair between the V3 and Orin positions was still at the table. I had placed it there before the summit opened and had not explained it to anyone. It was for the species that would petition for membership in the next 5 years, the ones not yet visible in the public record of the galactic community, the ones sitting in anterooms right now being told to wait. They would now find a table with a seat at it, a provision in the founding document that said, "You may still be told no, but whoever tells you no must write down exactly why, for everyone to see permanently." That was what the chair was for. That was what all of this had been for. I looked at the young diplomat with his recording device. "Ask me again in 50 years, I said. He blinked. "Sorry. Come back in 50 years and ask me whether it held," I said. "Right now I can tell you what we built. Whether it does what it is supposed to do is a question that takes longer than a signing ceremony to answer." He lowered the recorder, uncertain whether he had what he needed. He had not. That was fine. The honest answers are rarely the convenient ones. I stood. I picked up my writing pad from the table's surface where it had been sitting for 4 days. I looked at the front page, the one line written on a transport flying away from V3 Prime 14 months ago, and the 3 names written below it. I turned to a clean page. I wrote the date, the location, the words Galactic Accord of Mutual Standing, signed, 41 member species, founding document on public record. Then one more line beneath that. "The door is open, keep it open." Kate appeared at my side. We walked out together. The corridor outside was full of the organized movement of a summit completing its work. Delegates, staff, translation officers, the practical motion of something becoming, in the public record, what it would be called for the next 100 years. The word historic always bothers me. It makes things sound inevitable, as if someone had always been going to build this table in this room, as if the outcome had been written somewhere in advance and all we did was arrive at it on schedule. That is not what happened. What happened was a vote that thought it was final, a podium that believed it had defined a ceiling, and a man on a transport with a paper writing pad who decided that the most useful response to a closed door was to learn exactly how the door was built, and then go build a different one. The relay network sat under Joint Compact Administration. The original council would continue operating, restructured, rotating, its permanent seats replaced with a 12-year cycle beginning its first rotation in 8 months. The compact members and the former council members were now, technically and legally and by their own signatures, members of the same body. 1 table, 41 seats, more coming. Velhareth was in the corridor ahead of us. She was in conversation with an Orin representative, a direct, bilateral conversation between a V3 delegate and an Orin representative that 3 years ago would have required cover votes and political maneuvering, and a convenient, unrelated species to absorb the friction. They were standing in a corridor, talking. I watched that for a moment. Then Kate said, "What is next?" I thought about the empty chair, about the petition provision in the founding document, about the species currently in anterooms in systems we had not reached yet, about the applications that would come through the new process and what would happen when they did. There are 14 species in the outer sectors we have not approached yet, I said. Nina has their linguistic files. Dan has their trade data. We begin outreach next week. And the compact administration, Kate said. It runs itself now, I said. That is the point of building something correctly. You build it so it runs without you. She nodded. She had known that was the answer before she asked. Outside the station's viewport, neutral space extended in every direction. No council jurisdiction, no compact boundary marker, just the open gap between the structures that existed and the structures that had not been built yet. I had a writing pad. I had a list of questions on the next clean page. I was going to need more pages. The table behind me had 41 chairs and room to add more. The interesting part.
Admiral Zextal shifted uncomfortably in the human-sized chair, his crystalline carapace clicking against the wooden frame. The cultural exchange program had seemed like a simple assignment. Observe human daily life, write reports, return to the fleet. Nothing in his 3 centuries of military service had prepared him for what he was currently witnessing. "Mom, can I have another sandwich?" Emily Anderson called out from her position on the living room floor, her eyes never leaving the holographic display floating above her gaming console. The device was primitive by galactic standards, yet something about the way she used it made his secondary heart skip a beat. Mrs. Anderson's voice drifted in from the kitchen. "Honey, you haven't even finished the first one." The Admiral's attention remained fixed on the tactical display. Emily's half-eaten peanut butter sandwich lay forgotten on a plate beside her as her small hands manipulated the controls with unconscious grace. On the screen, a fleet of virtual starships moved in perfect formation, executing a series of maneuvers that seemed oddly familiar. "Fascinating. Professor Jenkins, their cultural liaison, whispered. She's quite skilled at this game." Zextal's upper eyes narrowed while his lower set tracked the movement patterns. "What did you say this simulation was called?" "Oh, that's Stellar Admirals 5. It's quite popular with kids her age. Something about space battles really captures their imagination." The Admiral's mandibles clicked in agitation as he watched Emily's fleet split into 3 distinct groups. The leading squadron launched a feint, drawing enemy fire, while the flanking groups maintained communication silence. It was a perfect recreation of the Cantari Gambit, a tactical maneuver that had cost the United Galactic Fleet over 3,000 lives to perfect during the Third Expansion War. And this human child was executing it while complaining about sandwich rationing. "Has she received any special training?" Zextal asked, trying to keep his voice casual. Professor Jenkins laughed. "Emily, no, she's just a regular 7th grader. Though her teachers say she has a knack for spatial reasoning." On the screen, Emily's forces completed the encirclement. The enemy AI fell for the trap, exactly as the real Pyrexian fleet had done 70 years ago. The maneuver required precise timing, complex 3-dimensional thinking, and an understanding of group psychology that most species didn't develop until their 3rd century. Yes, Emily pumped her fist in the air as victory signals flashed across the display. New high score. She finally turned to look at their alien guest, her face flushed with excitement. "Sorry, Admiral Zextal. That level's been driving me crazy all week. The AI keeps trying to break through the upper quadrant, but if you bait them just right." She launched into a detailed explanation of her strategy, using terms like quantum wake signatures and gravitational drift patterns, concepts that weren't supposed to be known to pre-FTL civilizations. The Admiral's exoskeleton began to feel uncomfortably tight. "Where did you learn these tactics?" he interrupted. Emily shrugged, already starting a new game. "I dunno. They just make sense, you know. Like, if you were really fighting in space, you'd want to use the enemy's momentum against them." Her fingers danced across the controls as she spoke. "Plus, the physics engine in this game is super realistic. My friend Jason says his dad, who works at NASA, actually complained that some of the calculations are too accurate. Professor Jenkins beamed with pride, completely missing the look of growing concern on the Admiral's face. On the screen, Emily's new fleet was already moving into a formation that bore a disturbing resemblance to the classified strike pattern used in last year's suppression of the Hegemony Rebellion. As Mrs. Anderson finally arrived with the requested second sandwich, Admiral Zextal made a decision. He needed to contact Fleet Command immediately. Either this game company had somehow acquired classified military data from multiple galactic nations, or something far more interesting was happening in the minds of human children. Emily just grinned, accepted her sandwich, and continued to casually rewrite everything the Admiral thought he knew about warfare. 3 days after his initial encounter with Emily Anderson, Admiral Zextal found himself back in the suburban home, this time accompanied by a quantum recording device disguised as a ceremonial medallion. The device was currently transmitting everything to a secure fleet intelligence server, though he doubted his superiors would believe what they were about to witness. "You're back." Emily bounced on her heels, already reaching for her gaming console. "Did you want to see the new expansion pack? They added these awesome gravitational slingshot mechanics." The Admiral's translator struggled with her rapid-fire enthusiasm, but he managed a polite mandible click. "Indeed, I found your gameplay quite intriguing." Mrs. Anderson appeared with a tray of snacks, something called pizza rolls that the cultural briefing had mentioned as a staple of young human sustenance. "Emily's been talking about your visit nonstop," she said proudly. "It's not every day an alien admiral takes interest in her hobby." If only they knew. Emily had already booted up the game, her fingers flying over the controls with practiced ease. The holographic display showed a massive starfield, with 2 opposing fleets facing each other across a disputed asteroid belt. The Admiral's carapace tightened as he recognized the scenario. It was a perfect recreation of the Battle of Nexus Prime, right down to the distinctive radiation signature of the local pulsar. "Watch this," Emily said, shoving a pizza roll into her mouth. Most players try to secure the asteroids first, but that's totally a trap. Zextal watched in growing amazement as she split her fleet into 5 smaller groups, exactly matching the deployment pattern that had won the actual battle. But that was classified information, sealed by the highest levels of Fleet Command. Even his own battle computers needed special authorization to access those tactical files. "The trick," she continued, speaking around her snack, "is to make them think you're going for the resources, but really, her forces suddenly executed a complex spiral maneuver, using the asteroid belt's own rotation to mask their energy signatures. You're setting up the Ghost Fleet offensive." The Admiral's primary heart nearly stopped. The Ghost Fleet offensive was more than classified. It was legendary. The maneuver had turned the tide of the Nexus War, but at such a heavy cost that it had never been attempted again. Yet here was a human child, recreating it perfectly while contemplating her next pizza roll. "Emily," he asked carefully, "how did you develop this strategy?" She shrugged, her attention still fixed on the game. "Oh, I didn't. I learned it from my dad's old save files. He was super into these games when he was my age. Mom says that's where I get it from. Your father, he's a military strategist." Mrs. Anderson laughed from the kitchen. "Bob? No, he's the head janitor at Roosevelt High School, but he did win some gaming tournaments back in the day." The Admiral's secondary brain struggled to process this information. A maintenance worker had mastered military tactics that had taken his species centuries to develop, and now his offspring was casually improving upon them. On the screen, Emily's forces completed their spiral assault. The enemy AI, despite being set to maximum difficulty, fell for the trap completely. Victory signals flashed across the display as her flotilla emerged from the asteroid belt's shadow, having used the precise gravitational calculations that had made the original Ghost Fleet offensive so devastatingly effective. "Yes," Emily pumped her fist. New personal best. Want to see me try the hammer and anvil variation? Jason showed me this cool trick where you can use solar wind particles to... Emily, her mother interrupted. Don't forget you have soccer practice in 20 minutes. The girl's face fell. Aw, Mom, I was just about to show Admiral Zextal the really good part. The Admiral watched in fascination as this military prodigy quickly saved her game, already shifting mental gears to something called soccer. As she rushed upstairs to change, he noticed her laptop was still logged into a gaming forum where thousands of other human children were sharing similar tactical innovations. His mandibles clicked rapidly in agitation. This wasn't just about one gifted child anymore. This was something far more significant and potentially far more dangerous. The holographic display in Emily's room flickered with an ominous red glow as she guided her fleet through what the Admiral knew to be a perfect recreation of the Crimson Nebula. Fleet intelligence had approved his plan to feed her increasingly complex military scenarios, disguised as game updates from a fictional beta testing program. What they hadn't approved was his growing admiration for her abilities. This is so cool. Emily's eyes sparkled as she manipulated the control interface. The new particle physics engine makes the plasma torpedoes actually follow relativistic curves. She paused, frowning. Though they really should account for quantum wake distortion in the targeting calculations. Behind her, Admiral Zextal exchanged glances with Professor Jenkins. The human scientist had been cleared to know the true nature of their observation, though he still seemed unable to process its implications. Quantum wake distortion wasn't supposed to be conceptually accessible to pre-FTL species, let alone their children. Hey, everyone. MKiller 2011 here with another tactical breakdown. Emily spoke cheerfully into her headset, streaming to her growing audience of fellow gamers. Today we're looking at this awesome new scenario they just dropped. The nebula's radiation makes traditional sensors useless, but check this out. The Admiral watched as she walked her viewers through a solution to a tactical problem that had cost his species a dozen ships and hundreds of lives to solve. She made it sound as simple as explaining the rules of a board game. See, if you calibrate your sensors to pick up graviton echoes instead of standard EM emissions, you can totally track enemy movements through the plasma clouds. Plus, it looks super pretty. She giggled as her fleet executed a perfect pincer movement, using the nebula's own electromagnetic currents as cover. Professor Jenkins scribbled furiously in his notebook. Admiral, she's essentially recreating advanced stellar warfare techniques through pure intuition. The implications for human cognitive development are potentially catastrophic. Zextal finished quietly, his lower eyes tracking the viewer count on Emily's stream. 10,000 human children were currently watching her explain tactics that his own academy students took years to master. Oh man, the chat's blowing up. Emily bounced excitedly in her chair. Jason says he found an even better way to optimize the sensor arrays by using the nebula's own magnetic field as an amplification network. That's brilliant. Let me try that. The Admiral's carapace tightened as he watched her implement the suggestion in real time. The modified sensor configuration was actually more efficient than the one his fleet currently used, and now it was being shared freely among thousands of human adolescents who saw it as nothing more than an interesting game mechanic. Emily, he ventured carefully, how many of your friends play this game? Like everyone at school. She spun in her chair to face him, her fleet continuing its perfect attack pattern on autopilot. We even started a lunch club to practice advanced techniques. Ms. Rodriguez, our physics teacher, says it's helping our understanding of spatial dynamics and vector calculus, whatever that means. The message notification on her screen chimed. Oh, awesome. Sarah from my math class just figured out how to use quantum entanglement principles to coordinate fleet movements across multiple nebula fronts. That's way better than the standard communication protocols. Here, let me show you. As Emily enthusiastically demonstrated yet another groundbreaking tactical innovation, the Admiral discreetly activated his neural link to Fleet Command. This was no longer a simple observation mission. Humanity's children weren't just playing games. They were unconsciously revolutionizing the fundamental principles of space warfare. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Emily wrapped up her stream with practiced ease. Next week, we're going to explore some really cool ideas about using dark matter corridors for stealth approaches. My friend Miguel thinks he's found a way to. She continued chatting, unaware that her casual gaming session had just prompted an emergency meeting of the Galactic Security Council. In the corner, Professor Jenkins had stopped taking notes entirely, his pen hanging limply in his shocked hands. The future of galactic warfare was being shaped by a group of middle school students who still had to ask permission to use the bathroom. Admiral Zextal stood before the Emergency Council of the United Galactic Fleet, his carapace still bearing the scratches from his hasty departure from Earth. The chamber's crystalline walls reflected the concerned faces of 24 of the galaxy's most powerful military leaders. On the central display, Emily Anderson's latest gaming stream played silently. This can't be possible. Fleet Commander Vexhan's tentacles writhed in agitation. You're suggesting that human children have independently developed tactical innovations that our best minds took centuries to perfect. Not just developed. Zextal activated his neural link, flooding the chamber with data streams from hundreds of human gaming sessions. They're improving them. What you're seeing now is from a gaming tournament in Seoul. The assembled leaders watched as a 14-year-old Korean girl executed a theoretical battle maneuver that their own supercomputers had deemed impossible. She was eating instant noodles while doing it. This particular human, Zextal highlighted another stream, is an 11-year-old from Brazil. He's currently explaining to his viewers how to use quantum entanglement principles to coordinate fleet movements across dimensional barriers. His mother says his grades in science class are average. The chamber erupted in multilingual chaos. Approximate admirals' bioluminescence flashed in distress patterns. But how? Their species hasn't even achieved practical faster-than-light travel. That's precisely what makes this remarkable. Zextal brought up Emily's profile. They have no preconceptions about what's impossible. To them, it's all just a game. Watch this. The display showed Emily's latest stream, where she was casually discussing advanced theoretical physics with her viewers. So if you align your shield harmonics with the enemy's weapon frequency, she explained while braiding her hair, you can actually convert their attack energy into bonus power for your engines. My friend Katie figured that out during lunch period. Katie, Zextal noted dryly, is 12 years old and primarily interested in horse riding. She discovered this technique while trying to improve her speed running time for the game's third campaign mission. Fleet Commander Vexhan's secondary heart was visibly pulsing through his ceremonial armor. How many humans are playing these games? Conservative estimate: 20 million active players under the age of 18. They have entire streaming platforms dedicated to sharing tactics. They organize tournaments where children casually deploy strategies that would qualify as military secrets in 17 different star systems. The display shifted to a gaming convention in Tokyo, where thousands of young humans gathered to discuss combat techniques that would make veteran fleet commanders weep. A panel of 16-year-olds was currently debating the optimal use of gravitational lensing for stealth operations. Most disturbing of all, Zextal continued, they're networking. Every major breakthrough is shared, refined, and improved upon by their collective consciousness. This clip is from yesterday. The chamber watched as Emily hosted a virtual meetup with players from 6 continents. They were collaboratively solving a tactical scenario that the Galactic War College used as its final graduation exam. The humans were treating it as a fun afternoon challenge. Look at these maneuvers. A Centaurian strategist's vocal sacs inflated with alarm. That formation pattern, it's a perfect optimization of the Hellfire Gambit. We lost an entire battle group developing that technique. Yes, Zextal's mandibles clicked grimly. The human who developed it, Jason Chen, came up with it while procrastinating on his history homework. He calls it the pizza roll strategy because he was hungry at the time. The chamber fell into stunned silence as they watched more footage. Millions of human children, through what they thought was simple entertainment, had created the largest and most innovative military training program in galactic history. So, Fleet Commander Vexhan's voice trembled slightly. What do we do with this information? Before Zextal could respond, his neural link chimed with an urgent message. His upper eyes widened as he read it. That, he said quietly, may have just been decided for us. The Swarm Collective has been detected on approach to the Sol system. It seems we're about to find out if these human games translate to real combat. The display still showed Emily's stream, where she was now explaining to her viewers why traditional Void Shield configurations were totally last season. Behind her, a star chart showed the exact sector where the swarm ships had just appeared. The emergency alert came during Emily's math class. Her phone buzzed with what looked like a routine game notification, but Admiral Zextal's encryption key made her pause. Bathroom emergency, she muttered to her teacher, already running for the hallway. In the relative privacy of the girls' bathroom, she opened the message. Her eyes widened as she saw the tactical overlay of Sol Systems' outer defense grid. This wasn't part of any game scenario she recognized. No way, she whispered, fingers flying over her phone's screen. Those energy signatures, they're real. The bathroom door creaked open. Emily. It was Jason, still wearing his debate club lanyard. Did you get the? Yeah. She showed him her phone. These are actual sensor readings from the Kuiper Belt. The admirals flagged them as priority 1. Jason pushed his glasses up his nose, squinting at the data. Those movement patterns, they look like the Swarm Collective, Emily finished. Just like in Scenario 7 of the Helios campaign. Except this time, it's not a simulation. Their phones buzzed simultaneously as more data poured in. The UGF fleet was mobilizing, but their response patterns were textbook, predictable. Emily could already see the flaws in their formation. They're thinking like admirals, she groaned, pacing the bathroom tiles. Look at these deployment vectors. It's exactly what the AI does in level 12, and we figured out how to counter that months ago. Jason was already running calculations on his own phone. The collectives using their standard hive mind tactics. If we could just show them. The bathroom door swung open again. Katie and Miguel slipped in, phones glowing with the same tactical displays. Emergency gaming session. Katie grinned, but her eyes were serious. Because that multi-layered quantum defense grid they're setting up is so last semester. Check this out. Miguel held up his tablet, showing a hastily sketched battle plan. Remember that weird trick we discovered during the winter tournament? The one where you use solar flare radiation to mask your shield harmonics. Emily's eyes lit up. The pizza roll gambit. But would that work against actual swarm ships? According to these specs the Admiral sent, Jason was cross-referencing data streams. Their sensor arrays are even more rigid than the ones in the game. They literally can't process randomized attack patterns. Their impromptu strategy session was interrupted by Mrs. Peterson's voice in the hallway. Emily, Jason, is everything all right? 1 minute. Emily called back, quickly creating a group chat. Okay, everyone online at 7 p.m. Bring your raid teams. And somebody messaged Sarah. She's the best at coordinating multi-pronged attacks. What about that new Korean player? Katie whispered. The one who broke the record on the Nexus mission. Minji. Already texted her. She says her mom's making her finish homework first, but she'll be there. As they slipped back to their respective classes, Emily's mind was already racing through possibilities. The standard UGF response would take at least 6 hours to fully deploy. That gave them time to develop an alternative strategy, something the Swarm's tactical eye would never expect. Her phone buzzed again. Admiral Zextal had sent more data, including full specifications of the actual UGF ships they'd been simulating in their games. The differences from their game versions were minimal, almost as if the game designers had known exactly what they were preparing humanity for. In English class, While her classmates discussed the old man and the sea, Emily was quietly messaging gaming groups across 6 continents. The responses flooded in: Brazilian speedrunners, Russian strategy guilds, Australian raid teams, all recognizing the patterns in the data, all seeing the possibilities that the UGF's veteran commanders were missing. "It's just like a raid boss," she typed to Jason during study hall. "The swarm thinks they know all the possible moves, but they've never played against people who don't care what's supposed to be impossible." As the alien fleet approached the outer system, humanity's greatest military minds were gathering in secret bunkers to plan their response. But humanity's best hope might just be a group of kids who thought they were simply getting ready for the most exciting gaming session of their lives. Emily raised her hand. "Mrs. Wilson, I might need to skip soccer practice today. It's kind of important." Admiral Zextal stood before the Combined Defense Council, his carapace gleaming under the harsh lights of the emergency chamber. On the massive tactical display behind him, Emily's proposed battle plan rotated in all its chaotic glory. The silence in the room was deafening. "You can't be serious." Fleet Commander Vexon finally spoke, all 4 of his hearts visibly pulsing with stress. "You want us to entrust the defense of the Sol system to a child's game strategy?" "With all due respect, Commander," Zextal's mandibles clicked firmly, "this child's game strategy just identified 17 vulnerabilities in the swarm's approach that our own tactical AI missed." The holographic display shifted, showing Emily's latest stream. She sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by snacks and energy drinks, coordinating with gaming teams across the planet. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. local time. "Look at these deployment patterns." The Admiral highlighted the complex dance of fleet movements Emily's group had designed. "They're using solar radiation flares as sensor masks, coordinating through quantum-entangled comm arrays that technically shouldn't even be possible. And," he paused for effect, "they're doing it while arguing about who gets the last pizza roll." A Centaurian Admiral's bioluminescence flashed in distress patterns, but it violates every principle of established space combat doctrine. "Exactly." Zextal brought up another feed, showing Jason's rapid-fire calculations. "The swarm's tactical computers are based on centuries of established combat doctrine. They literally cannot compute responses to strategies they don't believe should exist." The display split to show multiple streams. Minji in Seoul orchestrating a complex flanking maneuver, Sarah in London developing quantum shield harmonics, Miguel in Mexico City refining their sensor masking techniques. All of them working together, none of them over 15 years old. 3 hours ago, Zextal continued, this group of children identified a fundamental flaw in the swarm's neural network architecture, something our best analysts missed because they were too trained to see it. Want to know how they found it? He played the clip. Emily was laughing with her friends over voice chat. It's just like that glitch in Level 9. You know, where if you give the enemy AI too many weird inputs at once, it totally freaks out and blue screens. The council chamber erupted in overlapping arguments. Strategic algorithms that had taken decades to develop were being casually rewritten by teenagers who still had to raise their hands to use the bathroom. The swarm will reach primary defense range in 4 hours, Zextal's voice cut through the chaos. Their tactical computers will have calculated every possible response based on standard military doctrine. But they haven't calculated what happens when you let human children ignore the impossible. He brought up Emily's final battle plan. It looked like beautiful chaos. Fleets moving in patterns that defied conventional physics, attack sequences that read more like a dance choreography than military tactics. The Centaurian Admiral's chief tactician actually fainted. Sir, a junior officer interrupted. The human children are. They're asking if they can start their raid early. Apparently, someone named Katie has a dentist appointment later and doesn't want to miss the boss fight. Fleet Commander Vexon's tentacles twisted in resignation. This is madness. Complete madness. Yes, Zextal agreed. watching as Emily's global gaming network finalized their preparations. But it might be exactly the kind of madness we need. The swarm expects us to think like military commanders. Instead, we're going to think like kids who don't know what they're not supposed to be able to do. On the main screen, Emily was sending out the final coordination messages, her voice bright with excitement. Okay, everyone, this is just like the tournament finals, except with real ships. Remember, weird patterns confuse the AI. Quantum shields go up before you burst fire the plasma cannons, and no fighting over kill counts until after we win. The fate of the Sol system now rested in the hands of a middle school gaming club, and somehow, that was starting to feel like humanity's best possible defense. The combined fleet hung in the void of space, their formation unlike anything seen in 10,000 years of galactic warfare. Admiral Zextel's bridge crew watched in mixed horror and fascination as ships moved in patterns that seemed to defy both physics and sanity. Pizza Roll Squadron, you're drifting out of formation. Emily's voice came clear through the command channel, her tone the same as if she were coordinating a regular raid night. Remember, we need perfect timing on the solar flare burst. The Admiral watched as a battlecruiser group executed a maneuver that his tactical training insisted was impossible. They'd named it the Triple McTwist with extra cheese, a term that made his translator glitch every time he heard it. Minji's team is in position. Jason reported from his makeshift command center, his bedroom desk. Quantum shield harmonics are synchronized with the solar wind fluctuations. The swarm's advanced fleet appeared at the edge of the system, their biomechanical ships moving in the perfect, predictable patterns that had conquered a dozen star systems. Their tactical computers began analyzing the human defense formation and crashed. They're rebooting their combat eye. Katie's excited voice filled the command channel, just like in the simulator. Quick, hit them with the spicy meatball maneuver while they're confused. The Admiral watched in awe as the combined fleet executed a series of moves that looked like pure chaos, but was actually an intricately choreographed dance of destruction. Ships weaved through solar prominences, using the plasma flows in ways that violated every principle of conventional space combat. Their targeting systems can't track us through the quantum wake distortion. Sarah reported from London, her voice slightly muffled by what sounded like a mouthful of chips. Miguel, now would be a really good time for that trick you showed us last weekend. The Mexican teens battle group spun into action, their shields pulsing in a pattern that somehow transformed enemy weapons fire into bonus energy for their engines. The swarm's tactical computers attempted to analyze this impossibility and crashed again. They're doing that thing. Emily's voice rose with excitement. You know, like when you get the raid boss stuck in its animation loop. Quick, everybody spam the weird attacks while their AI is buffering. The combined fleet unleashed a barrage that defied classification. Ships moved in fractal patterns that shouldn't have been possible, firing weapons in sequences that read more like a jazz improvisation than a military assault. Admiral. One of his bridge officers spoke hesitantly. The human children are. They're arguing about who gets to name the new attack formations. Apparently, there's a dispute between Quantum Pepperoni Blast and Supernova Hot Sauce Strike. Before Zextel could respond, the main tactical display lit up with alerts. The swarm's primary battle computer, faced with input that contradicted every known law of combat, had initiated a complete system shutdown. Their ships hung motionless in space, their AI cores caught in an infinite loop trying to process strategies that their programming insisted couldn't exist. Big Boss is stunned. Emily's voice rang with triumph. Everybody spam your ultimate abilities now. The combined fleet struck as one. Their attacks coordinated with the precision of teenagers who had spent countless hours practicing for this moment, even if they hadn't known it was real. The swarm's mighty armada, terror of a dozen star systems, fell to tactics developed by children who thought they were just getting better at their favorite game. Woo! New high score, Katie cheered. Oh wait, can I get a timeout? My mom's calling me down for dinner. Admiral Zextel stared at the tactical display, watching the remnants of the swarm fleet retreat in disarray. His most experienced officers were still trying to understand exactly what they had just witnessed. The after-action reports would take years to compile, and nobody would believe them anyway. "Hey, Admiral." Emily's voice came through again. That was super fun. "But can we wrap this up soon? I still have math homework to finish, and Ms. Johnson doesn't accept saving the solar system as an excuse for late assignments." The most decisive victory in the history of space warfare had just been coordinated by a group of kids who were now worried about their bedtime. 3 months after what historians would later call the Pizza Roll Offensive, Admiral Zextal stood before the Galactic Security Council in a scene that felt eerily familiar. This time, however, the mood was decidedly different. "And so," he concluded his presentation, "I recommend the immediate establishment of the Human Tactical Intuition Program, with our first group of consultants already selected." On the massive display behind him, Emily Anderson's latest stream played silently. She was teaching a class of young Centaurian cadets how to think outside the quantum box. Their bioluminescence patterns showed a mix of confusion and awe as she explained why conventional tactics were totally boring. "To be clear," a Proximan delegate's translator crackled, "you want us to formally recognize human gaming streams as advanced military training. They've already revolutionized our combat doctrine." Zextal's mandibles clicked with amusement. "We might as well make it official." The display shifted to show Jason's latest project, a collaborative effort between human teenagers and alien tactical AI developers. They were creating what he called a better tutorial system for actual fleet commanders. "But they're so young," the Proximan protested. "That's precisely the point." Zextal brought up another feed. "Watch this." The screen showed Katie leading a mixed group of human and alien students through a complex tactical scenario. Her voice was patient as she explained, "No, see, you're thinking too much like an admiral. Try thinking like you're trying to beat your high score while also texting your friends about weekend plans." "The results speak for themselves," the admiral continued. The first graduating class of the hybrid training program showed a 300% improvement in tactical innovation. Though we did have to ban energy drinks after the incident with the quantum singularity generator. In another window, Minji was demonstrating her latest strategic breakthrough to a group of stunned alien military theorists. She had discovered it while trying to find a faster way to complete missions so she could make it to her piano recital on time. "What about their education?" another delegate asked. "Surely these responsibilities interfere with their normal development." Zextal pulled up Emily's latest report card. Her grades have actually improved. Apparently, calculating quantum shield harmonics helps with advanced calculus, though her history teacher is still adjusting to hearing major space battles described as that really epic raid from last Tuesday. The display showed multiple feeds now. Sarah teaching alien cadets how to think creatively under pressure, Miguel explaining how to use glitches in reality to tactical advantage, and dozens of other young humans sharing their unique perspectives on space combat. "There is one small problem," Zextal admitted. "The human children have started rating actual space battles on their difficulty scale. The swarm invasion was apparently only a mid-tier boss fight. They're hoping for something more challenging next time." The council chamber erupted in nervous laughter. The idea that humanity's children saw galactic warfare as simply another game to master was simultaneously terrifying and reassuring. "Oh, and they've renamed everything," the admiral added. "Our standard fleet formations are now officially known as Classic Mode. The children insist it's more user-friendly." On the main screen, Emily was wrapping up her latest training session. A young Rigelian cadet raised an appendage. "But Instructor Anderson, what if we encounter a situation not covered in the tactical database?" Emily grinned, sharing a knowing look with Admiral Zextal through the video feed. "That's the best part. If you don't know what's impossible, everything becomes possible." Now, who wants to learn about the tactical applications of CAD videos in psychological warfare? As the council prepared to vote on the program's formal adoption, the Admiral's personal communicator chimed. It was a message from Emily. "Hey, we're having a pizza party to celebrate Sarah's new quantum targeting algorithm. Want to come? We saved you some pizza rolls." Sextol looked at the waiting council, then at the message. The fate of galactic warfare had been forever changed by children who saw the impossible as simply the next level to beat. And somehow, that felt exactly right. "Tell them to save me a seat," he typed back. But this time, no discussing tactical innovations with your mouths full. The future of space combat would be shaped by homework deadlines, pizza parties, and the unlimited imagination of those who never learned what couldn't be done. And that might just be humanity's greatest contribution to the galaxy.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. "That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies." After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The Chaos Drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end, the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. "The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then, without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness in Council thinking. "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive Council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the Council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from Council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his 4-fingered hand, and a 3-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully, Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vorks said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex 3-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on. The General studied the strange ship. And the weapons? Thompson's face lit up with pride. Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable. He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these, he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns. Random? The General frowned. How do we aim? We don't exactly, Thompson admitted. The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point. Walker stepped in. It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game. The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch? We're ready now, Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. Your time grows short, humans, the alien said. The Council requires your answer. The Secretary General stepped forward. Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship. Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction. When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, This is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today, Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vork's. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vork's, and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vork's and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. Begin your demonstration, Vork's commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha. The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern, one reported. Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution. General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space. Not this one, the sensor operator insisted. It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze. Vork's expression darkened. A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data. Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the Chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain. Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vork's demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical," officer reported. Walker remained calm, just as we expected. "Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. "Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Vorks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the Chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported, "based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. "It evaded," a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. "Impossible. Recalibrate the cannons. Fire again." The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. "Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness," he observed. "They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge." The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. "They're firing again," Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. "Activate quantum mirrors," he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. "Direct hit on our port side," a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vorks stood rigid with shock. "All ships, defensive formation. Prepare for..." But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. "Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity," the tactical officer reported. "They can't take another direct hit." Thompson's voice came over the comm. "The Chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure." Walker nodded grimly. "We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only." As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion: uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. "No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon, yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vorks studied the humans with new interest. "You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense?" "One was enough to prove our point," Walker said confidently. "We have the designs for 30 more." This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. "Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics." Walker nodded. "Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path. We chose a different approach." "Chaos," Vorks said, almost with distaste. "Adaptability," Walker corrected. "Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges." The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. "The Council must reconsider Earth's status," he announced formally. "Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols." For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. "Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate." "Unprecedented," muttered General Krill. "So was surviving the linear cannon," Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves. some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest council species, offered a compromise. "The council requires stability and order," she said. "But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable." Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. "A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement," Diplomat Ilara continued. "Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks." Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. "And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines," Vork stipulated. "But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates." Walker considered the offer carefully. "We accept your terms, with one addition: complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully." More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. "The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs." Walker nodded. "And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council," Reed pointed out. "Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting," Walker said thoughtfully. "The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle." Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. "Captain Walker, Commander Reed," he greeted them. "The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling." Walker smiled. "Change usually is, indeed." Vorks turned to look out at the stars. "Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together," Walker said. "The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination," Vorks admitted. "Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct." Reed raised an eyebrow. "Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species," Vorks explained. "When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely." Together, the 3 figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars, not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Voices lowering, eyes widening as they approached the reinforced glass. It wasn't just the fact that a Krillin stalker had let a human live. It was the detail that stuck in every curious whisper. It curled up beside him. But for Mason, it wasn't a legend. It was a part of his daily schedule. He still wasn't cleared for drills. The deep rib fracture remained painful and stiff during rehab, and the shoulder brace wasn't coming off for at least another 3 weeks. His strength was returning slowly, measured in small victories, raising his arm above chest level, walking a full loop around the dome without stopping. Every visit to Riven's enclosure began the same. He'd enter calmly, set the nutrient packs out, kneel if his ribs allowed it, and wait. No sudden movements. No attempt to touch unless one of the cubs came first. Riven had established her terms early: approach with humility or stay behind the glass. And Mason had respected that. On the 17th day, after containment was re-established, Riven did something different. Mason had just finished replacing a scratched thermal mat when she approached him, silently. The cubs were sleeping near the artificial sunlight well, and for once, she didn't glance at them. She dropped something at his feet. It was a fragment of dense bark, roughly shaped, smoothed at the edges by her own teeth. When Mason picked it up, he realized it wasn't just a random piece of forest scrap. It had 2 claw marks carved into it parallel, then a third smaller one beneath. He looked up. She watched him, unmoving. "Is this?" he hesitated. "You marking me?" A low, steady hum answered him. Not quite an affirmation, not quite a denial. When he showed the artifact to Dr. Zeth later, her eyes lit up. This could be a form of symbolic designation. They don't do this for each other, not even in pre-bonding rituals. But this might be a recognition gesture. A way of saying, this one belongs. To the pack? To something, she said. To her memory, if nothing else. Mason looked down at the bark again. It wasn't beautiful, it wasn't clear, but it was deliberate. And that made it something no one had ever received from a Krillin before. By the 3rd week, the internal investigation wrapped. Valen Morsk had confessed mostly out of arrogance. His defense hinged on intent. He hadn't meant to kill anyone, just to prove the animals were dangerous and could not be studied safely. That the program was a failure unless it embraced what the Krillins were made for. But the footage told a different story. The cubs moved without clearance. The locks disabled remotely. The training drill timed perfectly. He'd wanted a massacre. Instead, he'd created a miracle. In the formal tribunal report, the Academy ruled that the Krillin behavioral research would continue under full ethical oversight. No military liaison would be reinstated. Morsk lost all credentials and was transferred to the Planetary Security Council for sentencing. He never looked at Mason during the proceedings. But Mason didn't care. The real outcome wasn't Morsk's punishment, it was the program's survival. A month after the incident, Mason returned to light duty. Not drills. Not data logging. Something new. He was assigned as a behavioral liaison, not just for Krillins, though he was still the only one permitted physical entry to their enclosure, but to advise on any interspecies behavioral shift that showed signs of higher cognition. His schedule was split between field sessions and rehab. The ribs were almost fully healed now. The shoulder had better range, though certain angles still sent jolts of fire through the joint. He worked around it. He'd learned patience, not out of virtue, but necessity. That made him more Krillin than most realized. One afternoon, during his scheduled visit, he found one of the cubs, now larger, more confident, pacing near the dome's outer edge. It growled low when he entered, then leapt into a crouch behind a rock structure. A game. He chuckled carefully and moved to the feeder pod to begin the session. That's when he noticed the second cub. It was sitting quietly beside Riven's left leg, tail wrapped neatly around its side, watching him. He paused. Riven didn't move. So he knelt slower now, more out of ritual than pain, and extended his hand. The cub stepped forward. Then, instead of sniffing his glove or nudging the food pouch, it did something Mason hadn't seen before. It pressed its forehead to his hand, the same way it had during the first night, weeks ago. Then it pulled back and did it again. Twice. Mason froze. He looked at Riven. She was watching, but not correcting. The cub repeated the gesture once more. 3 contacts. A mark. Recognition. Then, it scampered off toward its sibling with a sharp chirp. Mason stood, heart heavy in his chest. They remembered. Not the food. Not the dome. Not the accident. But him. They remembered the shelter, the warmth, the hand that didn't hurt. And somehow, in their own primal way, they had decided it mattered. Later that week, a notice was posted across the internal Nexus network. The Krillin empathy override was now being studied as an emergent emotional logic system, not a mechanical safeguard. New training protocols were being developed. A collaboration between human caretakers and juvenile Krillin handlers was proposed. Mason's name was listed as primary advisor. He didn't comment on it. He didn't attend the panel review either. He was in the dome. Sitting against the same overturned crate he'd used weeks ago, now cleaned and secured, reading a transcript aloud to the cubs, both dozing at his feet, their scaled bodies rising and falling gently. Riven rested nearby. She didn't hum. She didn't growl. She simply watched. When he finished the passage, Mason leaned back, his shoulder flaring slightly. "You still don't trust them, do you?" he asked softly, eyes half closed. "The others." Riven blinked once. "They're trying, though." Another blink. "But I get it. You didn't choose them." She shifted barely and turned her head. "You chose me. Or maybe I chose you." One of the cubs twitched in sleep. Mason looked down at the smooth bark fragment in his lap. 3 claw marks. 3. Recognition. Bond. Memory. He didn't need more than that. Not medals. Not acclaim. He had proof that war-born monsters could find peace, and not because someone forced them to, but because someone, once, made them feel safe. And because even predators remember who protected their young.
The most amusing thing about humans, we always thought, was how adorably primitive they were. At least that's what we believed until that fateful day on Europa Station 7. Another broken artifact, I asked, watching my research assistant struggle with the ancient device. My antennae twitched with mild irritation, a habit I'd never managed to break in my 300 cycles as lead archaeologist for the Galactic Heritage Foundation. Professor Nix Valerian, that's me. The one who accidentally stumbled upon the greatest cover-up in galactic history. But let me start from the beginning, back when we still thought humans were the galaxy's cute little newcomers. Professor Valerian Lyra Starweaver called out, her bioluminescent spots pulsing with excitement. "You need to see this right now." I grumbled my way across the excavation site, my feet crunching through the perpetual frost of Europa's surface. The forgotten moon base stretched out before us, a relic we'd initially dismissed as just another abandoned human outpost. How wrong we were. "This better be worth interrupting my morning meditation, Lyra," I said, ducking under a partially collapsed doorway. "You know how grumpy I get without my daily dose of cosmic harmony." "Trust me, Professor. This changes everything we thought we knew about human history." I looked down at the artifact in Lyra's trembling hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard data storage device, the kind our civilizations had used about 10,000 years ago. Except there was one small problem. This was a human facility. And according to every historical record we had, humans had only achieved spaceflight a mere 500 years ago. "Well, that's inconvenient," I muttered, taking the device from Lyra. "Have you verified the dating?" 17 times, she replied, her spots now pulsing in a pattern that indicated extreme anxiety. "The quantum decay signature is unmistakable. This device is at least 12,000 years old." I laughed nervously. Clearly our equipment needs recalibration. Perhaps the Europa radiation is interfering with the readings, but even as I spoke those words, my scientific mind was already racing through the implications. The humans we'd encountered 5 centuries ago had seemed so charmingly primitive. Their first interstellar ships were practically held together with what they called duct tape, a fixing material that had become something of a running joke in galactic engineering circles. The Galactic Council had taken humanity under its wing, like a parent guiding a wobbly child's first steps. We shared our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. And the humans? They smiled, thanked us profusely, and bumbled their way into the galactic community with what we thought was endearing clumsiness. Professor Lyra's voice interrupted my thoughts. There's more. She led me deeper into the facility, past corridors that seemed to laugh at our assumptions. The architecture itself should have been our first clue. It was too perfect, too precise for what we believed to be early human engineering. We entered what appeared to be a control room. Holographic interfaces flickered to life as we approached, responding to our presence with a level of technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in a 12,000-year-old facility. "Oh, those clever little monkeys," I whispered, watching as star charts materialized before us. The displays showed celestial bodies in positions that perfectly matched astronomical calculations for that distant era. This wasn't some elaborate hoax or malfunction. "Should we notify the council?" Lyra asked, her spots now a confused swirl of colors. I snorted, a very unprofessional sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. "And tell them what? That the supposedly young species we've been patronizing for 5 centuries might actually be older than our entire civilization." "Well, when you put it that way." Exactly. I started pacing, my antennae now twitching so violently they probably looked like dancing tentacles. "We need more evidence, hard evidence, the kind that even those stuffed robes on the council can't ignore." I picked up another artifact, turning it over in my hands. It was a simple thing, really. A mug, preserved perfectly in the airless environment, with words printed on its side, "Humans were here first." Those smug little I couldn't even finish the sentence. 5 centuries of accepting our guidance with those pleasant, patient smiles. 5 centuries of "thank you so much, and we have so much to learn, and oh, how fascinating your technology is." Professor Lyra's voice had taken on a worried tone. "Are you all right? Your scales are turning purple." "Oh, I'm fine," I replied, carefully setting down the mug before I crushed it in my growing agitation. "I'm just realizing that we might be the galaxy's longest-running joke." A soft beep drew our attention to one of the holographic displays. Text began scrolling across it in ancient human script, which I'd naturally learned to read as part of my archaeological studies. "Welcome back to Europa Station 7," it read. "We've been expecting you." "That's impossible," Lyra whispered. "This facility has been abandoned for millennia." I stared at the next words appearing on the screen and felt my professional skepticism crumbling by the second. "The truth will come out when you're ready for it. For now, just remember, sometimes the best way to teach someone is to let them think they're teaching you." Standing there in that ancient control room, surrounded by evidence that shattered everything we thought we knew about human history, I couldn't help but laugh. It was either that or scream. Because suddenly, every interaction I'd ever had with humans needed to be reevaluated. Every patient nod as we explained advanced concepts to them. Every grateful smile as we shared our superior technology. "Lyra," I said, watching more text appear on the screen, "I believe we've just discovered that we're not the teachers we thought we were." "Then what are we?" "The galaxy's most oblivious students." I shook my head, my antennae finally settling into an amused droop. "And the humans? They might just be the most patient teachers in history. What do you mean you're denying our request for additional funding?" I stood in Director Andromeda Thal's office, trying very hard not to let my scales shift to angry red. "We found evidence that could rewrite galactic history." Director Thal looked up from her holo display with 3 of her 7 eyes, which was about as much attention as she usually spared for anyone below her rank. "Professor Vallerine, do you know how many grant requests I received claiming to rewrite galactic history? 17 this week alone. But we have proof." I projected the findings from Europa Station 7 onto her desk. "The quantum dating is conclusive. The architectural precision is beyond anything humans should have been capable of 12,000 years ago. And look at these energy signatures." "What I'm looking at," she interrupted, now deigning to use 4 eyes, "is a waste of the Galactic Heritage Foundation's resources. Humans achieved spaceflight 500 years ago. This is established fact." "Established propaganda, more likely," I muttered, then quickly added, "With all due respect, Director." She finally gave me her full 7-eyed attention. Not a good sign. "Professor Vallerine, your work has always been eccentric, But this crosses into dangerous territory. The humans are our proteges, our students. Suggesting otherwise could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation. Truth tends to do that, I replied, my antennae twitching in barely contained frustration. Your request is denied. Stick to cataloging their early space stations and leave the conspiracy theories to the entertainment networks. I left her office feeling deflated but not defeated. In my 3 centuries of archaeological work, I'd learned that bureaucrats might control the funding, but they couldn't control curiosity, and mine was now burning hotter than a plasma drive. Back at the excavation site, Lyra greeted me with news that made my scales ripple with excitement despite my mood. We found more, Professor. An entire sealed chamber, untouched since the facility was abandoned. The chamber turned out to be a data archive, its walls lined with preservation units that hummed to life as we entered. Inside each unit, data crystals gleamed with stored information that had waited millennia to be discovered. How many of these can we decrypt, I asked, already mentally calculating how long we could continue working without official funding. That's the thing, Lyra said, her bioluminescent spots dancing with barely contained excitement. They're not encrypted, they're just waiting. I picked up one of the crystals, examining its perfectly preserved structure, almost like they were left here for us to find Lyra finished. Exactly, I connected the crystal to our analysis equipment. Let's see what stories you've been keeping. The data streamed across our screens, showing images and text that couldn't possibly exist. Humans in advanced spacesuits that made our current technology look primitive, building outposts across the solar system. Detailed maps of long-abandoned colonies on Mars, Venus, and dozens of moons. And most incredibly, records of their first encounters with other species, encounters that, according to official history, hadn't happened yet. This can't be right, Lyra whispered. According to these records, humans had achieved interstellar travel before most of our species had discovered basic tool use. The question is, I said, my scientific mind racing with possibilities, why did they hide it? And why leave evidence for us to find? Perhaps I can help answer that. We spun around to find a human standing in the doorway. She wore the simple environmental suit typical of human researchers, but something about her bearing made me suspect it wasn't her usual attire. Amanda Blackwood, she introduced herself with that characteristic human smile, the one I was starting to suspect meant far more than simple friendliness. I'm a consultant with the Earth Historical Archives. How did you get in here? Lyra demanded, her spots pulsing with alarm. The same way you did, Amanda replied, walking over to examine our equipment with what I now recognized as carefully crafted casualness. Though I've known about this facility quite a bit longer. You knew? I asked, my antennae quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. About all of this. Professor Valérien, she said, turning to face me, would you believe me if I told you that humanity has been waiting centuries for someone like you? Someone curious enough to look past the obvious, clever enough to piece together the clues, and... She glanced at the denied funding request still displayed on my tablet, stubborn enough to persist when told to stop. Why the deception? I asked. Why pretend to be technologically primitive? Amanda's smile took on a hint of sadness. Imagine being the first spacefaring race, watching younger species emerge, make the same mistakes you did, fight the same wars, face the same crises. Would you immediately reveal your power and risk becoming the galaxy's rulers? Or would you choose a more subtle path? You chose to be students rather than teachers, I realized, remembering all those patient human faces in cultural exchange programs. We chose to let the galaxy develop without the shadow of an elder race hanging over it, Amanda corrected. To guide without controlling, to suggest without commanding. And now, Lyra asked. Now, Amanda said, reaching for one of the data crystals, it's time for the next phase. But we need help. We need allies who understand both the truth and why we hid it. She inserted the crystal into our equipment, and new data flooded the screens. Star charts showing thousands of worlds I'd never seen before, technical specifications that made my scientific mind spin, and lists of threats to galactic stability that made my scales pale. Director Thal was right about one thing, Amanda said quietly. This will destabilize everything. The question is, Professor Valérien, are you ready to help us ensure that destabilization leads to growth rather than chaos? I looked at the data streaming before us, at Lyra's worried expression, at Amanda's knowing smile. 5 centuries of guided development, 12,000 years of hidden history. And now, standing in an ancient archive that had waited millennia for this moment, I had to make a choice. Tell me everything I said. Amanda's smile widened. That's exactly what we hoped you'd say. The next few days passed in a blur of revelations that made my head spin. Amanda showed us evidence that would have made Director Thal's 7 eyes pop out of her head. Not that we could tell her. The politician in her would probably have us all arrested for galactic treason. So let me get this straight, I said, examining a holographic display of Earth's true historical timeline. Your people achieved faster than light travel before my species learned to make fire. Actually, Amanda replied, swiping through more classified files, we helped several species discover fire. Accidentally dropped a few torches here and there. Clumsy us. You're joking, I stared at her. Please tell me you're joking. Her only response was that infuriating human smile. Lyra burst into our makeshift command center, her spots pulsing with alarm. Security teams. The director sent security teams to shut down our dig site. Right on schedule, Amanda said calmly, not even looking up from her work. Schedule, I demanded. You knew this would happen. Professor Valérien, we've been playing this game for 12,000 years. Trust me, bureaucratic overreaction is always on schedule. Through the window, I could see the security vehicles approaching across Europa's icy surface. Their lights cut through the perpetual twilight like angry red eyes. We need to protect the evidence, I said, reaching for the data crystals. Oh, those, Amanda waved dismissively. They're just copies. The originals were moved to safe storage centuries ago. We've been waiting for someone to find these particular ones for, about 70 years now. My antennae drooped in confusion. You planned all of this? Not exactly. We planned multiple possibilities. You're actually Plan M. Plans A through L didn't work out quite as well. What happened to those researchers? Became quite successful writers of speculative fiction, actually. Very creative theories. Before I could process that particular revelation, Director Thal's voice boomed through the facility's communication system. Professor Nix Valérien, you are ordered to cease all unauthorized research activities immediately. Surrender any artifacts or data you have collected to the security teams. Amanda finally looked up from her work. And that's my cue. Professor M.S. Starwaver, would you like to see why humans always seemed so fascinated by our transportation technology? She pressed something on her wrist device, and the world shifted. One moment we were in the research facility, the next we were standing in what appeared to be a vast underground chamber filled with advanced technology that made our most sophisticated equipment look like children's toys. Welcome to the real Europa Station 7, Amanda announced. But we were just in Europa Station 7, Lyra stammered, her spots now strobing in confusion. No, you were in what we like to call our starter pack. Think of it as a test facility. If someone finds it and asks the right questions, they get invited to the real thing. I looked around at the impossibly advanced facility. How many of these do you have? Enough, Amanda replied cryptically. Now, shall we discuss why we've been letting the galaxy think we're the new kids on the block? A massive holographic display activated, showing what looked like a map of the entire galaxy. But this was no ordinary star chart. It showed patterns, connections, and threats I'd never imagined existed. Humanity's great burden, Amanda explained, is knowing too much too soon. We achieved technological advancement before we achieved wisdom. It didn't go well. The myths about Earth's near destruction, I whispered. They're not myths, are they? We almost wiped ourselves out half a dozen times before we learned our lesson. That's why, when we finally reached the stars and found other emerging civilizations, we made a choice. The display zoomed in on various worlds, showing the early development of different species. My own people were there, taking their first steps towards civilization, while human observers watched unseen. Instead of conquering or controlling, we decided to guide. To let each species develop at their own pace, make their own mistakes, but with a safety net they never knew existed. The bumbling newcomers act, I realized. It was all to avoid becoming. The oppressive elder race. Amanda nodded. Every species that discovers it's not alone faces a choice: submit to the stronger civilization or fight against it. We wanted to offer a third option. But why reveal the truth now? The display shifted again, showing dark patterns moving at the galaxy's edge. Because something's coming. Something that will require all of us working together as equals, not as teachers and students. A security alarm blared through the facility. Somewhere above us, Director Thal's teams were probably discovering our disappearance. It's time to make a choice, Professor Amanda said. You can go back up there, pretend you never saw any of this. Write it off as a failed excavation, or you can help us prepare the galaxy for the truth. Not as a student, not as a teacher, but as a partner. I looked at Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Her spots had settled into a pattern I'd never seen before, one that somehow conveyed both terror and excitement. Will there be more terrible human jokes about accidentally teaching fire-making, I asked. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérien, you haven't even heard our best material yet. Above us, security forces were probably tearing apart an empty research station, looking for evidence that had never really been there. And here we stood in a hidden facility that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human history. When do we start? I asked. We already have, Amanda replied. In fact, we're running ahead of schedule. Would you like to see what Plan N looks like? The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council wasn't designed to hold this many beings. Representatives from every known species packed the towering amphitheater, their combined voices creating a storm of whispers that made my antennae vibrate. Are you sure about this? I asked Amanda as we waited in the preparation chamber. Once we step out there, everything changes. Honestly? No, I'm not sure. Humanity has been debating this moment for centuries, but our sensors confirm it. We're out of time for gentle guidance. Director Thal burst into the chamber, all 7 eyes blazing with fury. Professor Valérien, you are formally charged with data theft, unauthorized research, and she paused, glaring at Amanda, consorting with potentially dangerous elements. Dangerous elements? Amanda raised an eyebrow. Director, you have no idea how funny that accusation is. Before Thal could respond, the council bells rang, signaling the start of the emergency session. We filed into the Grand Chamber, and I felt thousands of eyes, optical sensors, and various sensory organs turned toward us. Council Speaker Zara Brightstar, her crystalline form catching the light from distant stars through the chamber's transparent dome, called for order. We are gathered here due to disturbing claims made by Professor Nix Valérien and representatives of the Human Cooperative. Professor, you may present your evidence. I stepped forward, trying to keep my scales from betraying my nervousness with color changes. Honorable Council, what I am about to show you will challenge everything we believe about our galactic history. The chamber's holographic system No, Amanda had given me access to the real records. 12,000 years ago, I began. When most of our species were taking their first steps toward civilization, humanity had already reached the stars. The chamber erupted in shouts and protests. Council Speaker Brightstar had to strike her resonance rod 3 times to restore order. Preposterous, Director Thal shouted. Humans achieved spaceflight only 5 centuries ago. We have documentation. You have what we wanted you to have, Amanda said, stepping forward. Her simple environmental suit shimmered and transformed, revealing ceremonial armor of impossible technology. The chamber fell silent. Humanity faced a choice when we first reached the stars, she continued. We could dominate, rule, impose our will on emerging civilizations. We had the power. We still do. But we chose a different path. She raised her hand, and the holographic display expanded to show the true scope of human achievement. Hidden worlds, advanced technologies, and most shockingly, evidence of their subtle guidance throughout history. That's impossible, someone in the chamber whispered. the great innovation of the Palaxian age that was. A human suggestion, carefully placed, Amanda confirmed. Just like the quantum breakthrough of the synthetics, the biological revolution of the Zarn, and yes, Director Thal, even your species' famous discovery of neural enhancement. The chamber erupted again, but this time in a chaos of questions and realizations. Species after species recognizing moments in their history where human influence had guided them away from disaster. But why, Council Speaker Brightstar asked, her crystalline form vibrating with emotion? Why hide your true nature? Because of what's coming, I said, bringing up the long-range sensor data from the real Europa station. Show them, Amanda. The holographic display shifted to show the approaching threat. A vast darkness between the stars, moving with purpose. We call them the Devourers, Amanda explained. They consume civilizations, transform entire galaxies into empty, processed husks. We've fought them before, in other galaxies, other times. But we knew we couldn't face them alone. Not again. So instead of creating an empire, I continued, finally understanding the full scope of humanity's plan, they created a community. Instead of subjects, they wanted allies. And now Amanda said, we need those allies more than ever. The chamber had fallen completely silent. Thousands of beings trying to process not only the revelation of humanity's true nature, but the threat approaching their galaxy. Then Director Thal, of all people, began to laugh. All this time, she said, her 7 eyes blinking in sequence, we thought we were the teachers. To be fair, Amanda replied with that familiar human smile, you taught us quite a bit. We just had a few prerequisites you didn't know about. Council Speaker Brightstar raised her resonance rod. The council must verify these claims. Of course, Amanda nodded. She pressed a control on her armor, and suddenly the space above the council chamber shimmered. A massive human vessel appeared, its design unlike anything we'd seen before. More ships emerged from whatever dimensional space they'd been hiding in, forming a fleet that stretched beyond sight. The human technologies you've seen, Amanda announced, are what we chose to share. This is what we chose to hide, not out of fear or malice, but out of hope that when this day came, you would stand with us as equals, not bow to us as superiors. The chamber exploded in a cacophony of voices, but Council Speaker Brightstar's voice cut through them all. And if we choose not to stand with you, then we will stand alone, as we have before, Amanda replied quietly. And we will do our best to protect you anyway, as we always have. I looked around the chamber, seeing the shock, fear, wonder, and gradually, understanding dawn on thousands of faces. The humans had hidden their true nature not out of deception, but out of wisdom. They had guided us not through force, but through patience. And now, as the greatest threat any of us had ever faced approached, they weren't demanding our allegiance. They were asking for it. Well, I said, my scales shifting to a determined blue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm rather looking forward to seeing what humans can do when they're not pretending to be primitive. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérien, you have no idea how long we've waited to show you 3 months after the revelation that turned galactic society upside down. I sat in my new office aboard the human flagship Prometheus, watching stars streak by at speeds I previously thought impossible. Still adjusting to the artificial gravity, Amanda asked, entering with 2 cups of what humans called coffee. A drink that, like their species, was far more potent than it appeared. Still adjusting to everything, I admitted, accepting the cup. Do you know the Galactic University had to rewrite their entire history curriculum? Professor Nexel nearly had a nervous breakdown. How's Director Thal handling her new role? I snorted, nearly spilling my coffee. Being appointed as the Council's liaison to the Human Defense Initiative, she's in bureaucratic heaven. Turns out organizing a galaxy-wide preparation for an alien threat requires mountains of paperwork. Who knew? Amanda settled into a chair that automatically adjusted to her form. More of that casual human technology that they had kept hidden for millennia. And you, having any regrets about accepting the position of Chief Historical Advisor? Are you kidding? My antennae wiggled with excitement. Every day I learned something new about how humans shaped our history. Though I'm still not over the fact that the great temple of Axiom 7 was built, because some human archaeologist got drunk and left their tools behind. In their defense, it was really good wine. You're joking again. Please tell me you're joking. That familiar human smile was all the answer I got. The ship's viewport showed our destination approaching. A massive space station unlike anything the galaxy had seen before, at least officially. Its spiral arms stretched out like a welcoming embrace, housing representatives from every known species. Unity Station, Amanda said proudly. The first of many. A place where we can all work together, learn from each other openly now. No more pretending to be primitive, I teased. Well, maybe a little pretending. Some of our scientists really enjoy the look on people's faces when they act surprised by basic quantum mechanics. The station grew larger in our view, its true nature now clear to all. Not just a defensive installation against the approaching devourers, but a symbol of a new age, one where humanity no longer hid in the shadows of history. You know what amazes me most, I said, watching ships from dozens of species dock at the station. Not the hidden technology, or the secret bases, or even the fact that you guided our development for millennia. It's that you genuinely care. You could have ruled us, dominated us. Instead, you chose to help us grow. We learned that lesson the hard way, Amanda replied, her voice turning serious. Power without wisdom is like a ship without navigation. You might be moving fast, but you have no idea where you're going. A notification chimed on my desk. Another discovery by one of our joint research teams, probably. Every day brought new revelations as humans slowly shared more of their archived knowledge. The Devourers will be here within a year, Amanda said quietly. Are you worried? I considered the question, watching the bustling activity around Unity Station. Ships of all species working together, sharing knowledge openly now that the barriers of pretense had fallen. Oddly, no, I replied. Perhaps because I've seen how long humans have been preparing for this. How carefully you've guided us all to this point. Though I do have one question that's been bothering me. Just one. What's Plan N? Amanda laughed, a sound that echoed through the office. Would you believe me if I told you this was Plan N? A curious archaeologist, an ancient moon base, and a galaxy finally ready to face its greatest threat together. That seems a bit too perfect. Sometimes the best plans are the ones that look like coincidence. She stood, checking the time on a device that probably did far more than tell time. Ready for the council meeting? I hear they're finally going to discuss your proposal about updating the galactic dating system. Let me guess. You already know how that vote will go. Professor Valérien, after all this time, do you really think we leave anything to chance? As we walked to the meeting, I noticed my reflection in one of the station's polished walls. My scales had taken on a new pattern lately, one that indicated a contentment I'd never felt before. Here I was, chief advisor to the galaxy's eldest civilization, helping prepare for a threat that would have seemed impossible just months ago. Amanda, I said as we approached the council chambers, when this is all over, assuming we survive. When we survive, she corrected. When we survive, what then? What other secrets have humans been keeping? She paused at the chamber doors, that enigmatic smile playing across her face. Let me put it this way, Professor. Everything you've learned about us so far, that's just humanity's introduction chapter. Wait until you see what we've got planned for the sequel. The doors opened to reveal the council chamber, now transformed into a war room where species that once barely tolerated each other worked side by side. And at the center of it all, humans, finally free to be what they had always been. Not conquerors, not rulers, but the guardians who had watched, waited, and prepared us all for this moment. I couldn't help but smile. The galaxy's greatest joke had turned into its greatest hope, and somehow I had a feeling humans were still keeping the best punchlines for last.
The silence in the command room was heavy as the massive gates of the Galactic Council Station finally came into view. Captain John Davis stood on the bridge of the USS Dakota, watching the enormous structure grow larger through the main screen. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the armrest of his command chair until his knuckles turned white. 3 months late, Lieutenant Steve Parker said quietly from the navigation console. He didn't need to add anything more. Everyone on the bridge knew what that meant. Outside the viewports, they could see the other delegations already docked. The Kretak fleet was unmistakable with their sleek silver ships that looked more like art pieces than war vessels. The Vorathi crystal ships sparkled even in the distant starlight, their ancient technology a mystery to everyone. And there were the Zephan dreadnoughts, massive war machines covered in scars and weapons that spoke of countless battles. Compared to these massive fleets, Earth's small group of ships looked pitiful. The Dakota, the Phoenix, the Liberty, and 3 smaller escort vessels. Each ship bore the same strange marks and discoloration, though anyone looking closely might notice they looked more like old stains than battle damage. Ambassador Lydia Brooks entered the bridge, her diplomatic uniform crisp despite their long journey. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, practicing speeches and studying alien customs. None of that preparation had included being 3 months late to their first meeting with the galactic community. "Captain, we need to dock soon," she said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. "The longer we wait, the worse it looks." John nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the comm button on his chair. "This is Captain Davis to all ships. Prepare for docking. Remember, we're representing all of Earth here. Act professional." The docking procedure went smoothly, though John noticed several alien vessels moving away from their approach vector. Whether this was normal procedure or deliberate disrespect, he couldn't tell. As they secured to the station, he could see alien faces pressed against viewports watching them. The docking bay was massive, designed to accommodate ships from dozens of different species. The human delegation walked across the metal floor, their boots echoing in the cavernous space. Alien workers stopped their tasks to stare, making clicking and chirping sounds among themselves. The council chamber was even more impressive, a sphere of holographic displays and floating platforms, with delegates from various species arranged in a complex hierarchy. The humans were directed to the smallest platform, tucked away in a corner where they could barely see the main proceedings. Vex Thor, the council leader, appeared as a shimmering hologram, its crystalline body pulsed with colors as it spoke, its words translated by their earpieces. "The Terran delegation arrives at last," Vex Thor announced, its tone carrying clear disapproval throughout the chamber. 3 standard months after the appointed time. Several delegates clicked and chirped what could only be laughter. Tarvex, the Kretak representative, made a gesture that their briefing materials had identified as contempt. Ambassador Brooks stepped forward. "Honored Council, I apologize for our delay. We encountered unexpected challenges on our journey here. Earth is eager to join the galactic community and contribute our knowledge and resources." "Challenges?" Tarvex interrupted, its melodic voice somehow managing to sound condescending. "Perhaps the Terrans are simply not advanced enough to navigate standard space lanes." More clicking laughter echoed through the chamber. John felt his jaw tighten, but Brooks continued calmly. "We are prepared to demonstrate Earth's capabilities and discuss trade agreements, territorial boundaries, and technological exchange." Vex Thor's hologram shifted to a deep purple. "Terrans will accept the assignments determined by this council. Your tardiness shows disrespect for galactic protocols. You will receive territory in the dead zones, sectors 7 through 12. Trade agreements will be determined after you prove your worth." The dead zones. John had reviewed the star charts during their journey, vast areas of space marked as uninhabitable, with no resources or strategic value. Essentially, they were being given the worst possible assignment. "With respect," Brooks said, trying to maintain diplomatic protocol, "perhaps a more detailed discussion of territorial assignments would be beneficial. We've prepared comprehensive data on Earth's military capabilities and resource contributions." The Zephan delegate, a massive creature that looked like it was made of rock and metal, spoke for the first time. Its voice was like grinding stone. "Show us these capabilities." Brooks nodded to John, who activated a portable holographic display. It showed clean images of Earth's fleet, technical specifications, and military rankings. Standard diplomatic presentation materials. The chamber fell quiet for a moment, then erupted in what was clearly laughter. The Vorathi delegate's ancient, Form vibrated with amusement. "These are your war vessels?" Tarvex asked, making that contemptuous gesture again. "How charming. They barely qualify as transport ships by our standards." John noticed Steve Parker's hand move toward his sidearm. "Then stop. Good discipline." They had all been briefed on maintaining calm under provocation. "We appreciate the Council's evaluation," Brooks said smoothly. "Earth is eager to learn and grow within the galactic community." Vexthor's colors shifted to a dismissive yellow. "You may begin patrols of your assigned sectors immediately. This council expects regular reports. Any violations of galactic law will result in immediate expulsion from this body." The meeting continued with other delegates discussing matters that didn't include Earth. The humans stood on their small platform, ignored by everyone except for occasional glances that ranged from dismissive to openly mocking. When they were finally dismissed, the human delegation walked back to their ships in silence. Only when they were aboard the Dakota with the airlock sealed behind them did anyone speak. "Well," Steve said, removing his dress uniform jacket, "that went about as expected." John moved to the observation port, looking out at the alien vessels. Their technology was clearly superior, their ships larger, their presence in the galaxy established. But as he watched, he noticed something. The alien ships were pristine, gleaming with pride and power. The human ships, by contrast, were stained. Dark marks covered the hull plates. Some areas showed hurried repairs, and one section of the Dakota still bore the distinctive pattern of something that had burned through the armor and been patched from inside. "Captain," Steve said quietly, "should I tell the crew about our assignments?" John turned back to his officers. Lydia was already at a terminal, reviewing the data they'd been given. The dead zones weren't just worthless territory. According to their own readings, something was very wrong with those sectors. High energy readings, distorted communications, and worst of all, no ships that entered certain areas ever reported back. "Tell them to prepare for patrol duty," John said simply. "And Steve?" "Yes, sir?" "Make sure maintenance gets those hull stains cleaned up. We want to look professional for the next council meeting." Steve nodded, though they both knew the stains would come back. They always did. It was just a matter of time before the humans encountered whatever made the dead zone so dead. As the human ships detached from the station and set course for their assigned territories, the other delegates watched from their observation decks. The humans departed without ceremony, their small fleet disappearing into the darkness of space. In the council chamber, discussions continued about various topics. Trade routes were adjusted, territorial disputes were resolved, and new technologies were shared among the established members. "The Terrans seem quiet," the Varathi delegate observed during a break in proceedings. "All new species are overwhelmed at first," Tarvex replied dismissively. "They'll learn their place soon enough." Vexthor's hologram pulsed with a thoughtful green. "Did anyone else notice their ships?" "Primitive designs," the Zephan delegate rumbled. "Barely spaceworthy." "No," Vexthor continued. "The markings, the stains, those weren't decorative." The chamber fell quiet for a moment. "Probably just poor maintenance," Tarvex said confidently. "New species rarely understand proper ship care." The discussion moved on to other matters, and the mystery of the human ships was forgotten. After all, what could a species that arrived 3 months late possibly know about real combat? Outside the station, the human fleet was already adjusting course for Sector 7. Aboard each ship, crews prepared for what they knew was coming. Weapons were checked, systems were tested, and medical bays were stocked with extra supplies. In the Dakota's medical bay, Dr. Nancy Wright examined the surgical equipment one more time. The tools were well used, and despite her best efforts, some still carried faint stains that wouldn't wash out. She knew from experience that they would be needed again soon. On the bridge, John sat in his command chair, studying the tactical displays. The dead zone showed areas of complete sensor blackout, regions where even quantum communications failed. His crew moved around him with the practiced efficiency of people who had done this too many times before. "Captain," The communications officer called out. We're receiving automated warnings about our new patrol area. Standard safety protocols. Anything specific? The usual. Avoid certain coordinates. Maintain minimum safe distance from anomalies. Report any unusual readings immediately. John nodded. Warnings that meant nothing because they didn't explain what the dangers actually were. But he and his crew already knew what lurked in the darker corners of space. They had spent months fighting their way through it just to reach the council station. Set course for Sector 7, he ordered. All ships maintain formation, shields at full power. As the human fleet accelerated toward their assigned territory, the council station grew smaller behind them. None of the other delegates bothered to watch them leave. Why would they? Just another new species being shown their place in the galactic order. Aboard the Dakota, Steve Parker stood at the tactical station, running final checks on the weapon systems. He paused at the secondary display, which showed the external sensor readings. There it was again, that slight energy fluctuation at the edge of their detection range. He'd seen it before, too many times. Steve, John called from the command chair. How long until we reach the first coordinate? 12 hours at current speed, Captain. Good. Notify all ships to run full diagnostics before we arrive. I want everyone ready. Aye, sir. The crew continued with their preparations, their movements practiced and precise. They had done this before many times. The council thought they were giving Earth the worst possible assignment, but they didn't understand. The human crews had spent months clearing exactly these types of zones just to reach civilized space. As the ships disappeared into the darkness, the last thing visible from the station was the faint trail of their engines. And perhaps, if anyone had been looking closely enough, they might have noticed that the dark stains on the hull seemed to pulse slightly in the starlight. But no one was looking that closely. The aliens had already dismissed the humans as unimportant. They would learn their mistake soon enough. 2 weeks after their first council meeting, Captain Mary Johnson stood in the requisitions office aboard the council station. She had been waiting for 4 hours, holding a simple request form for replacement parts. The queue number on the screen still hadn't moved. The office was designed for multiple species with seating areas and interfaces that could accommodate any alien physiology. Mary chose to stand, partly because all the chairs seemed designed for creatures with more or fewer joints than humans, and partly because sitting felt wrong after so many months of combat readiness. Next, the Varathi clerk announced in its musical tone. 3 beings ahead of Mary filed forward, receiving instant approval for their requests. Complex technical equipment, rare materials, entire ship systems, all approved with a casual wave of crystalline appendages. Finally, Mary's number appeared on the screen. Request for standard hull plating. Grade 5, she said, handing over the pad. Our ship sustained minor damage during our journey here. The clerk examined the request, its crystal body dimming slightly. Terran vessels, hull damage, denied. Denied? Mary kept her voice level. It's standard maintenance material. Terrans have not established resource credits. Furthermore, damage. Claims must be verified by Council Inspection Team. Processing time, 90 standard days. Mary felt the familiar weight of frustration. We've already submitted damage reports from our journey. The battle scans clearly show battle scans. The clerk's color shifted to what Mary had learned was confusion. Terran vessels reported no combat encounters en route to station. Of course we did. Every single ship denied. Next. Mary walked out of the office, her jaw clenched. This was the 5th department that had rejected their basic requests. Food synthesizer components, medical supplies, even simple data access, all denied for reasons that seemed to change every time. In the corridor, she met General Henry Clark and diplomat Susan Taylor. Henry looked even grimmer than usual, his gray hair making him appear older than his 45 years. Let me guess, Mary said. More denials? The Kretak Trade Commission refused to even review our planetary resource surveys, Susan replied, her usual diplomatic calm fraying. They suggested we learn better survey techniques from established species. The Ziffin wouldn't grant us access to standard tactical databases. Henry added. Apparently, our military structure is too primitive to understand their basic combat manuals. The three humans walked together toward their temporary quarters. The station corridors were busy with alien species, all seeming to move with purpose, while the humans struggled through basic administrative tasks. I don't understand this, Mary said quietly. We've met every requirement they listed. Our documentation is complete, our ships passed all technical inspections, and we've already deployed to our assigned sectors. It's not about requirements, Henry said grimly. It's about making us understand our place. They want us to give up and go home. Susan stopped at an observation window, looking out at the human ships docked along the outer rim. The Dakota, Phoenix, and Liberty looked tiny compared to the massive alien vessels, but Susan could see the human crews working tirelessly on maintenance and repairs. Look at our people, she said softly. They've been working non-stop since we arrived. Chief Martinez hasn't slept in 30 hours. Dr. Wright is running diagnostics on medical equipment that shouldn't need it. Mary followed her gaze and noticed something she hadn't paid attention to before. The human maintenance crews moved differently than the alien workers. Faster, more urgent, constantly checking their surroundings, like soldiers expecting an attack. Meanwhile, in the Council diplomatic zone, the daily session was beginning. The humans were required to attend, though they rarely spoke. Ambassador Lydia Brooks sat on their small platform reviewing notes that she knew wouldn't matter. Today's topic was resource allocation for the outer territories, the same territories the humans had been assigned to patrol. The dead zones remain unproductive, Vexthor announced. Sectors 7 through 12 show no resource potential and minimal strategic value. The Terrans patrol those zones now, Tarvex added with what might have been amusement. Perhaps they will find some use for empty space. The Zephan delegate rumbled thoughtfully. Unusual energy readings reported from Sector 9, possibly residual quantum fluctuations. Natural phenomena, the Varathi representative dismissed. Those sectors are known for sensor ghosts, nothing of concern. Lydia felt her earpiece activate. It was John Davis communicating from the Dakota. Ambassador, we've just completed our first full patrol of Sector 7, requesting permission to file our report. She tapped her acknowledgement, then raised her hand to speak. The council chamber quieted. Earth would like to submit our preliminary patrol report for Sectors 7 and 8. Unnecessary, Vexthor responded quickly. Initial patrols rarely provide useful data. Wait until you've completed multiple cycles. With respect, Lydia continued, our findings may be relevant to the current discussion. We've detected several anomalies that Terrans may not contribute to tactical discussions until they complete orientation period, Tarvex interrupted. Standard procedure for new species. Learn before attempting to teach. The other delegates clicked and chirped in agreement. Lydia sat back, noting that the orientation period hadn't been mentioned at any previous session. The rules seemed to change whenever humans tried to participate. After the session, the human delegation gathered in their quarters. The room was cramped compared to those assigned to other species, with basic furnishings that required them to adapt rather than being adapted for them. They're not going to let us contribute anything, Henry said bluntly, no matter what we find out there. I managed to get 5 minutes with a Varathi trade advisor, Susan reported. He admitted that dead zones are usually assigned to new species as a test. Apparently, most give up after a few months and request reassignment to civilized sectors. So it's a hazing ritual, Mary concluded. More than that, John said, entering the room. It's designed to break us. They want us to come running back begging for better treatment. Then they'll know they can control us. The group sat in silence for a moment. Through the small viewport, they could see the station's main docking area where alien crews moved around their pristine ships with casual efficiency. Captain, Lydia said carefully, Steve Parker mentioned that our ships have unusual markings, stains that won't come out. Is there something about our journey here that I should know? John exchanged glances with Mary and Henry. The military personnel shared some communication that the diplomats couldn't read. Nothing relevant to council proceedings, John replied diplomatically. But that night, when most of the station was in its sleep cycle, Bill Martinez worked in the Dakota's engineering bay. He was cleaning weapons systems that officially weren't supposed to need cleaning. The energy signatures were all wrong for standard maintenance. "Hey, Bill," a voice called. It was Nancy Wright, the ship's doctor. "You still up?" "Yeah, you?" She held up a data pad. "Medical supply inventory. We're running low on trauma kits." "Again?" "Fourth time this month, and the council won't approve our requisition for more." Bill paused in his work, looking at the energy weapon he was calibrating. Its setting went far higher than standard military specifications. "You know, Doc, other species don't seem to run through medical supplies this fast." "Other species don't seem to run through much of anything this fast," Nancy agreed. "Have you noticed their ships? Nothing ever seems to break. Nothing needs constant repair." "Yeah." Bill returned to his work. "But their ships don't have the same modifications ours do." Nancy left soon after, but Bill continued working. Near dawn, he discovered something interesting. The energy readings from the weapon's power core showed traces of something that shouldn't exist. Exotic particles that, according to Council technology databases, were purely theoretical. He made a note to report it to Captain Davis, then decided against it. Some things were better documented quietly. Across the station, similar scenes played out. Human crews working through the night, maintaining equipment that seemed to require constant attention. Alien observers occasionally asked questions, but the humans offered only standard explanations. Preventive maintenance, calibration checks, standard military procedure. In the command center of the council station, automatic systems recorded these patterns. Unusual power draws, excessive maintenance cycles, modified equipment signatures. The data was flagged for review but never reached anyone's attention. After all, new species always had adjustment periods. 3 weeks into their station rotation, the pattern was clear. Every human request faced maximum bureaucratic resistance. Every report was dismissed, every suggestion ignored. The other species continued their business without acknowledging the humans beyond basic protocol. Yet the human ships kept departing for their patrols, returning with their crews showing signs of fatigue that went beyond standard duty cycles. Ship rotations that should have been routine seemed to leave maintenance crews working overtime. Medical staff documented injury rates that seemed excessive for peaceful patrol duty. "They're testing us," Susan concluded during one of their evening meetings. "Everything about this is designed to see how much we'll tolerate before we break." "The question is," Mary said grimly, "what happens when they realize we've been through worse than anything they can devise?" John was quiet for a moment, then stood by the viewport. Outside, the alien fleets floated in perfect formation, their pristine hulls reflecting the station's lights. "They'll keep pushing," he said finally, "until they understand why our ships look different, why our crews act different, why we don't break. And then they'll wish they'd listened when we tried to warn them about the dead zones." The room fell silent. Outside, the station continued its endless rotation, maintaining the fiction that humanity was just another new species learning its place in the galactic community. In Sector 8, the USS Liberty reported another anomaly. In Sector 9, energy readings spiked beyond normal parameters. And in Sector 7, something that shouldn't exist had been detected at the edge of their patrol range. The Council databases automatically filed these reports under new species training data and marked them for review in 6 months, standard time. By then, according to historical patterns, the humans would either accept their place in the hierarchy or voluntarily withdraw from Council membership. What the databases didn't account for was the possibility that humanity wasn't like other species, that their late arrival hadn't been a failure of navigation, but something else entirely. In the quiet hours before dawn, Chief Martinez completed his weapon modifications. Dr. Wright organized her medical supplies, and Captain Davis reviewed patrol reports that no one at the Council would ever read carefully enough to understand. The bureaucratic nightmare continued, but so did human resistance. Not through protests or demands, but through relentless preparation for something the aliens couldn't see coming. Something that had already killed many humans on their journey to the Council. Something that waited in the dead zones, patient and hungry. Something that the Council would eventually come to understand was the real reason why humanity's ships carried the stains of war, and why their crews could endure any administrative torture the bureaucrats could devise. Because compared to what waited in the dark between stars, Council paperwork was nothing at all. The first disappearance happened on day 28. The Kretok exploration vessel Silver Wind had ventured too close to Sector 9 during a routine asteroid survey. When they failed to report at their scheduled check-in, the Council dispatched search vessels. They found nothing, not even debris. On day 31, a Varathi scientific probe lost contact while approaching Sector 11. The last transmission was a brief burst of static and what sounded like screaming, though Varathi claimed their probes didn't carry audio equipment. By day 35, 3 more ships had gone silent in the vicinity of human patrol zones. In the Council chambers, the atmosphere changed. The dismissive chatter died down. Delegates spoke in hushed tones, glancing toward the small human platform with something that wasn't quite suspicion, but wasn't friendship either. Unusual patterns, Vexthor announced during the emergency session. Ships approaching Terran. Patrol zones experience communication failures. Coincidence, Tarvek said, but its melodic voice carried less confidence. The dead zones are known for sensor interference. 5 ships, the Zephan delegate rumbled. 5 ships in 7 days. This exceeds normal anomaly rates by 300%. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood up. Earth offers full assistance in search and rescue operations. Our ships are already on patrol in those sectors. The chamber fell completely silent. It was the first time in weeks that anyone had acknowledged the human presence beyond basic protocol. Terran vessels will maintain current assignments, Vexthor responded after a pause. Search operations will be conducted by established species. With respect, Lydia continued, our crews have been patrolling those areas for weeks. We have detailed sensor logs and denied. Terrans lack advanced search capabilities. The session ended abruptly. The human delegation filed out, aware of the stares following them. In the corridor, they were stopped by an unusual sight, an unescorted alien approaching them. It was Rix, a young Varathi engineer who had occasionally asked polite questions about human technology. Its crystalline form pulsed with nervous energy. Ambassadors, Rix spoke quietly. Forgive the interruption. May I speak privately? Henry and Susan exchanged glances. Unofficial contact between species was technically allowed but rarely practiced. Of course, Lydia said. They moved to a small alcove off the main corridor. Rix's glow dimmed to almost invisible. The missing ships, it began hesitantly. They were all investigating energy patterns, similar to readings reported from your patrol zones. Go on, Henry encouraged. Council leadership says the disappearances are unrelated to Terran presence, but the technical staff disagrees. We see correlations, patterns. What kind of patterns? Susan asked. Power spikes preceding contact loss, gravitational anomalies, and this is difficult to explain. The final transmissions contain data that shouldn't exist. Before they could respond, Rix noticed other aliens in the corridor and quickly moved away. Forgive me, I must go, but be careful. Something is not right. The humans returned to their quarters, finding John Davis waiting for them. His expression was grimmer than usual. We intercepted transmissions from the search teams, he said without preamble. They found something. The missing ships? Parts of them, twisted metal, hull sections that show damage patterns unlike anything in Council military databases. The search teams are trying to keep it quiet, but their crews are scared. That night, Captain Lisa Brown returned from patrol with the USS Phoenix. Her crew moved through decontamination procedures with mechanical precision, their faces showing a weariness that went beyond normal fatigue. Dr. Nancy Wright was waiting in the medical bay when the first crew members arrived. Anything to report? She asked, running standard scans. Just routine patrol, Doc, the chief communications officer replied. His vital signs suggested otherwise. Elevated stress hormones, irregular heartbeat, dilated pupils, and the new hull damage. Asteroid debris. Happens all the time. Nancy nodded. though the scorch patterns she'd observed looked nothing like asteroid damage. She'd seen those marks before, during their journey to Council space. Burn patterns from weapons that officially didn't exist. In the command room, Lisa briefed John privately. "We found the Silver Wind," she said simply. "And?" "It was torn apart. Hull breached from the inside. Whatever killed them knew how to bypass Kretak shielding." John was quiet for a moment. "Casualties? 37 total." "But John, that's not the worst part. We found their distress logs. They were attacked by something that matched their ship exactly. Like fighting a mirror image." The implications hung in the air. The threats they had fought on their way to Council space were adapting, learning, getting stronger. Meanwhile, in the Council's military planning center, automated analysis systems were processing the search team data. The computers flagged multiple anomalies, weapon signatures that didn't match any known species, hull damage patterns suggesting directed energy weapons far more advanced than Council standards, and most disturbing, biological remains that defied classification. The duty officer, a young Zephan named Crack, reviewed the flags. His training said to escalate unusual findings, but his experience said some things were better handled quietly. He decided to run one more analysis before alerting his superiors. The results made his rocky hide shift color with concern. The biological samples contained human DNA, but they also contained something else. Something that somehow incorporated the genetic markers of whatever species they consumed. The Silver Wind crew's tissue samples showed Kretak DNA merged with unknown organic compounds, as if something had been studying them, copying them, becoming them. Crack reached for the alert system, then stopped. The humans had been in those sectors for weeks. If these things could copy biological patterns and if human DNA was present, he needed more information before triggering full emergency protocols. Aboard the Dakota, Captain Davis convened his senior staff. Mary Johnson, Lisa Brown, Henry Clark, and the ship commanders formed a circle in the war room. The displays showed tactical readouts that civilian diplomats weren't supposed to see. "Situation is escalating," John began. "The things we fought getting here are now in Council space, and they're not just attacking anymore, they're learning." "How bad is it?" Mary asked. Lisa answered. "Silver Wind wasn't destroyed randomly. Whatever killed them had studied Kretak shield technology, learned their communication frequencies, and used their own systems against them. The aliens have no defense against something that can become them. Recommendations? We need to inform the Council," Henry said. "Warn them about what we've encountered." "They won't listen," Lisa pointed out. "We've been trying to file reports for weeks. They think we're too primitive to have meaningful tactical intelligence." "What about the disappearances? Surely they blame us," Mary interrupted. "The timing is too convenient. Humans arrive, ships start disappearing in human patrol zones. They're already suspicious." John nodded slowly. "So we're on our own." Again, the room fell silent. Outside, the Council station continued its normal operations, blissfully unaware that its newest members were already fighting a war that could destroy everything they'd built over millennia. In her laboratory, Nancy Wright examined tissue samples that had arrived with the latest casualty report. Officially, they were human injuries from patrol duty. Unofficially, they showed defensive wounds from attacks by creatures that shouldn't exist. The wounds were healing incorrectly with cellular patterns that suggested attempted replication, as if the attackers weren't just trying to kill, but to learn, to copy, to become. She sealed the samples and marked them for deep analysis. The results would take hours, but she suspected she already knew what they would show. The next morning brought more disappearances. A Zephon battlecruiser, the Iron Mountain, failed to complete its patrol. This time, the Council couldn't ignore. Its Zephon vessels were considered invulnerable, their military technology the finest in the galaxy. The emergency council session was held behind closed doors, but the human delegation was summoned. "Explain," Vexthor demanded. Its crystalline form now a deep red that indicated anger. "Why ships fail only near Terran zones? We've been trying to submit reports about," Lydia began. "Silence," Evidence suggests Terran involvement in recent disappearances. Your vessels will submit to full inspection. Your crews will be interrogated. That's impossible, Henry stepped forward. Our ships have been in constant communication with Council monitoring systems. We've been following all assigned patrol routes. Yet only ships approaching your positions disappear. The Zephon delegate suddenly rumbled, cutting off the debate. Combat alert. Priority 1. Energy signatures detected. Something approaches the station. Alarms began wailing throughout the Council chamber. Displays lit up showing massive readings just outside the station's defensive perimeter. But there was nothing visible on any screens. Then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in, bathing everything in red light. The displays flickered back to life, showing impossible readings. 20 ships had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the station. Ships with energy signatures matching various Council species perfectly, but the real ships were either in the Council chamber or accounted for through tracking systems. Mirror ships, Vexthor announced, its voice carrying the first hint of fear. Impossible. Purely theoretical. The human delegation stood calmly, while aliens scrambled for emergency positions. John Davis activated his private comm unit. All human vessels, this is Delta Protocol. You know what to do. Outside the station, the human ships that had seemed unremarkable for weeks suddenly displayed capabilities that made the aliens freeze in shock. Weapon systems activated that shouldn't exist. Shields engaged at levels far exceeding their rated capacity and movement patterns that broke known physics. The Dakota Phoenix and Liberty moved to intercept the mirror ships with precision that suggested months of practice against exactly this threat. Terrans, Vexthor's voice crackled. Over the general comm, explain your vessel's capabilities. Those modifications are not in your filed specifications. John looked at the Council leaders, seeing understanding begin to dawn in their expressions. With respect, he said calmly, we tried to warn you. We've been fighting these things for months. They're not just mirrors. They're something else, something that learns from what it kills. The battle outside intensified. Human weapons fired energy patterns that seemed specifically designed to disrupt the mirror ship's copying ability. Alien vessels tried to join the fight but found their own weapons ineffective against enemies that matched their technology perfectly. How do you know how to fight them? Tarvex asked. Because, Ambassador Brooks answered quietly, we've been doing it since before we reached your space. We weren't late to your meeting. We were delayed fighting these things so they wouldn't follow us here. The Council chamber erupted with questions, but they were drowned out by the sound of the battle reaching its climax. Through the viewports, they could see the truth. Human ships scarred and stained from months of combat, working in perfect coordination against an enemy the Council was only now realizing existed. The blood on humanity's ships wasn't from poor maintenance. It was from a war they had been fighting alone to keep the rest of the galaxy safe. And now, finally, the Council was about to understand what that war had cost and why humanity had never flinched at bureaucratic harassment. They had faced so much worse. The Varathi engineer Zixtal was running emergency diagnostics when its appendage accidentally triggered a human data core. What appeared on the screen made its crystalline form pulse with shock. Holographic recordings filled the repair bay, images of space battles unlike anything in Council archives. Massive creatures tearing through reality itself, ships fighting against odds that defied military doctrine, and humans, bloodied and exhausted, standing their ground against horrors that made the current crisis seem small. Zixtal tried to close the files, but more kept opening. Combat footage from the USS Liberty showed Captain Peter Williams coordinating impossible maneuvers. Medical logs displayed injuries that shouldn't be survivable. After-action reports detailed 3 months of constant warfare in regions Council maps marked as empty space. Emergency alert, the computer announced. Automatic data broadcast initiated, broadcasting to all connected systems. Zixtal scrambled to stop the transmission, but human systems were designed differently. The files were already spreading across the station's network, reaching every terminal, every display, every connected device. In the Council Emergency Center, delegates froze as their screens filled with human recordings. The carefully maintained calm shattered as reality forced itself into view. Vexthor watched footage of the Dakota fighting something that twisted through dimensions, its hull breaching while the crew continued firing. This is impossible. These battles occurred in sectors we map as peaceful. Not peaceful, Ambassador Brooks said quietly. Just cleaned up. By us. The Zephan delegate activated an isolated terminal, pulling up its own military databases. Cross-referencing the human battle footage with historical records produced disturbing correlations. Energy signatures matched theoretical models of extinct threats, it announced in its grinding voice. Threats we believed destroyed millennia ago. Threats we designed our entire military doctrine to fight, hoping we'd never need it. Extinct threats fighting with current generation technology, Tarvex added, its melodic voice strained. This is not possible. Captain Mary Johnson stepped forward. They're not extinct. They evolve. They learn. They become stronger every time. We fight them. The ships you just saw attacking your station, they're based on technology they learned by destroying others. Your technology. The Council Chamber's main display activated, showing the results of the ongoing battle outside. Human ships moved with precision born of experience, their weapons targeting specific points on the mirror vessels that alien forces couldn't identify. How? Do you know their weak points? The Zephan delegate demanded. Because we've killed them before, Henry Clark answered simply. Hundreds of times. We lost ships, crews, entire colonies learning how to fight them. That's why we were late to your meeting. The data streams continued. Medical files showing Surgeon Mary Chen performing surgery on a crewman whose DNA was being rewritten in real time by alien contamination. Engineering reports detailing how Chief Bill Martinez had invented new weapons specifically for entities that could phase through normal matter. Tactical data proving that humanity had developed countermeasures for threats the Council didn't even know existed. Show them the deep space footage, John Davis said to his communications officer. The largest display activated, showing external camera recordings from 3 months earlier. The Dakota approaching what looked like empty space until massive creatures emerged from the dark between stars. Tentacles the size of space stations, ships that breathed and bled, weapons that bent reality around them. Footage of Lieutenant Steve Parker coordinating point defense while the bridge leaked atmosphere. Of Dr. Nancy Wright operating in zero gravity as the ship spun through impossible maneuvers. Of human Marines in boarding actions against vessels made of organic matter that regenerated faster than they could be damaged. This is your data, Vexthor said, its color shifting to confused. Purple. Why did your reports never mention these encounters? They did. Susan Taylor replied, activating her diplomatic pad. Every report we filed, every request for resources, every tactical briefing we attempted to share, all of it was dismissed, denied or ignored. She displayed the human submission logs, hundreds of detailed reports all marked as primitive species orientation data, or new member adjustment period documentation. None had been reviewed by actual council members. We were fighting this war while you were testing our paperwork, skills, Mary Johnson said bluntly. The battle outside reached a critical point. 6 mirror ships remained, their copied systems adapting to human countermeasures. The Council's defensive fleet, despite outnumbering the attackers, suffered losses, as conventional weapons proved ineffective. Captain Davis, Vexthor addressed John directly for the first time with respect. Your ships are severely outgunned. Why do you continue fighting? Because, John replied, watching the tactical display. This is what we do. What we've been doing for months. What we tried to tell you we were doing. He activated the Dakota's command channel. All human vessels execute protocol blackout. The alien delegates watched in amazement as human ships suddenly disappeared from sensors, only to reappear in perfect formation behind the mirror vessels. The attack was swift and coordinated, striking at points that seemed random to alien observers, but followed a pattern learned through costly experience. How is this possible? Tarvex asked. Your technology was judged inferior to ours. It is inferior, Henry admitted. But we've been fighting things that laugh at superior technology. We learned adaptation, we learned survival. We learned to kill monsters with primitive tools because that's all we had. The recordings continued playing on multiple screens. Footage of humanity's journey to Council Space became a horror story of constant battle, desperate innovation, and sacrifice. Crews stranded on damaged ships holding out for weeks against creatures that hunted through hyperspace. Entire battle groups vanishing, their fate known only through scattered distress signals. This explains the blood, Zixtal said softly. The stains on your ships aren't maintenance failures. No, Nancy Wright confirmed. They're from crew members who died holding the line. From passengers we couldn't save. From things that bleed, but shouldn't exist. We tried to clean them, but some stains don't wash out, some memories don't fade. The battle outside reached its conclusion as the last mirror ship fell to coordinated human fire. The Council Station's alarms finally stopped wailing, but the silence in the chamber was even more oppressive. Damage report, Vexthor commanded. 37. Council vessels lost, the automated system responded. 43 severely damaged, human casualties, 7 wounded, none fatal. The disparity was stark. Council forces, with their advanced technology and superior numbers, had been decimated. Humanity, fighting with primitive ships, had suffered minor casualties. Why didn't you tell us? Vexthor asked, its color now a confused mix of red and blue. Why endure our mockery when you could have revealed this? Would you have believed us? Ambassador Brooks asked gently, a species that arrives late claiming they've been fighting galaxy-threatening monsters that you've never detected? With technology you've already judged as inferior? The council delegates exchanged glances. The question answered itself. The Zephon delegate reviewed its military assessments. Our doctrine requires overwhelming firepower, shock and awe. Your humans practice surgical precision, minimalist efficiency. You fight not to destroy, but to survive. Survival against impossible odds, Tarvex added, its voice carrying newfound respect. This explains your crew behavior. Always alert, always prepared, always assuming the worst. Captain Davis activated the main display one more time. Would you like to see our actual journey logs? Not the sanitized reports we tried to file, the real data. The council watched as humanity's true story unfolded. Week after week of constant combat, ships limping between battles, crews working miracles with damaged systems, memorials for the fallen that lined the corridors of human vessels, battle hymns sung before operations that had no right to succeed, brothers and sisters in arms holding each other as they bled out in space. This is the Terran war doctrine, General Clark explained. Survive today, fight tomorrow, save everyone you can, never give up, never surrender, because the alternative is extinction. Zixtal's crystalline form pulsed with understanding. You weren't testing us during our bureaucratic procedures, we were testing you. And you endured because you've endured worse. Months worse, Mary Johnson confirmed. But we had hope. Hope that reaching Council Space meant safety. That your advanced technology could help us understand and fight these threats more effectively. Instead, Susan Taylor continued, we found a bureaucracy that couldn't conceive of the threats we'd already faced. So we continued fighting alone, protecting the very species that dismissed us, hoping you'd listen before it was too late. Thaifo. Revelations hung heavy in the chamber. Council species that had prided themselves on technological superiority now understood they'd been living in protected space, sheltered by a species they'd considered primitive. The blood on our ships, Captain Davis said quietly, is from every human who died making sure these things never reached you, from every crew member who held their position while monsters boarded their vessels, from every Marine who went hand to hand with nightmares so their shipmates could seal the bulkheads. He paused, looking at each alien delegate. We tried to warn you, through proper channels, through direct reports, through diplomatic submissions. You taught us patience, you taught us humility. But the creatures didn't care about protocols or procedures. The main screen showed the final frame of the recorded data, a simple message logged by Captain Peter Williams 3 months earlier, just before the Liberty's final battle in deep space. If anyone finds this log, know that humanity will never stop fighting. For ourselves, for each other, For anyone who needs protection, even if they don't know they need it, even if they never ask for it, this is who we are. This is why we survive. The recording ended, leaving the council chamber in profound silence. Outside, human ships maintained defensive positions, their scarred hulls a testament to battles fought in darkness and distance, protecting species that had never known danger existed. "We owe you an apology," Vexthor said finally. "And more than that, we owe you our lives." The human delegation stood quietly, processing the moment they had fought months to reach. Vindication. But at what cost? How many had died to prove a point that bureaucracy had prevented them from making peacefully? "Apologies don't bring back the dead," John Davis said softly. "But maybe now we can work together. Maybe now you'll listen when we report threats. Maybe now the blood on our ships means something." Outside the station, the stars seemed different, less bright, less safe. The council had lost its innocence but gained something perhaps more valuable: the knowledge that protectors watched in the darkness, bleeding so others could sleep peacefully. The war wasn't over. The mirror ships were just one manifestation of threats that evolved faster than solutions could be found. But now, at least, humanity wouldn't have to fight alone. The bureaucratic nightmare had ended. The real war was just beginning. 3 days after the mirror ship attack, the council chamber looked different. The small platform assigned to humans had been moved to the center position, the place of honor. Alien delegates spoke in subdued tones, their earlier dismissiveness replaced by quiet respect. Ambassador Lydia Brooks stood at the new human position, but this time the chamber didn't merely tolerate her presence, it waited for her words. "Earth submits its formal report on threat assessment for sectors 1 through 24, she announced. This time no one interrupted. The tactical displays activated, showing detailed maps created from months of human combat experience. Red zones marked areas where reality itself was unstable. Amber regions indicated where mirror entities were known to spawn. Black sectors showed places where entire human battle groups had gone silent. "These are your findings," Vexthor asked. "It's crystalline, form now a respectful green." "Our blood map," Captain Mary Johnson answered simply. "Every red mark cost us a ship. Every black zone took a crew. Every amber warning came from humans who died to send the information." The Zephan delegate, now identified as Supreme Commander, Crack studied the tactical data with professional interest. "Your mapping suggests we've been living inside a protective barrier, that these threats exist in a pattern around council space. Not random luck," General Henry Clark confirmed. "Humanity's route to council space took us through what we call the breach zones, where these things slip through from elsewhere. We fought them because we had to, because they were blocking our path. And they followed you," Tarvex observed, its melodic voice uncertain for the first time. "They always follow," John Davis said grimly. "That's why we kept fighting, not just for survival, but to keep them contained, to keep them from reaching populated space." The council chamber processed this information. Screens displayed casualty reports, battle analyses, and footage of threats that challenged every understanding of physics and biology. Creatures that existed in multiple dimensions. Ships that learned and adapted in real time. Weapons that targeted consciousness rather than matter. "You fought alone for months," the Varathi elder, now introduced as ancient historian Zentoth, spoke with newfound respect. "Protecting species you'd never met for no reward, facing extinction daily. Why?" Ambassador Brooks looked at her team. The diplomats, the soldiers, the engineers who had witnessed unimaginable horrors, yet continued serving. "Because someone had to. Because these things don't negotiate. Because if we hadn't fought them in the dark between stars, they would have eventually reached your worlds. And you never demanded recognition," Vexthor noted. "Even when we mocked your arrival, denied your requests, dismissed your warnings." "Recognition doesn't kill monsters," Captain Lisa Brown said quietly. She had just returned from another patrol, her crew moving with that distinctive human tension. "Bullets kill monsters. Sacrifice kills monsters. Holding the line when everything tells you to run kills monsters." The chamber's automation systems chimed, indicating an incoming priority message. The tactical display shifted to show real-time sensor data. Energy signature detected, the automated voice announced. Multiple contacts approaching from Sector 12. Pattern matches known threat classifications. Alarms began wailing through the station. Alien crews scrambled to battle stations with panic barely concealed. But human crews moved differently, smoothly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. Council command to human vessels. Vex Thor addressed them directly. Request immediate tactical consultation. John activated the Dakota's command systems. All human ships in standard defensive formation. Council vessels maintain perimeter positions. Follow our lead. These things respond to patterns they've seen before. But our ships are more advanced, Crack protested. Superior firepower, better. Shielding didn't help last time, Mary pointed out gently. They copy your advancements, they can't copy experience. The approaching threats resolved on the displays. Not mirror ships this time, but something worse. Organic vessels that pulsed with biological energy. Ships that breathed and moved like massive predators. Biovessels, Steve Parker identified from the Dakota's tactical station. Standard pack, hunting formation. 12 primary entities plus spawner craft. How do you fight them? Tarvex asked, its earlier arrogance completely gone. Carefully, Henry Clark answered. They regenerate damage, learn from attacks, and their organic weapons. Target living tissue directly, but they have weaknesses. They always have weaknesses. The battle began with human ships taking point positions. Alien vessels watched as humanity's scarred fleet engaged with movements that seemed almost choreographed. Target prioritization that defied military doctrine. Weapons fire that struck specific organic zones rather than attempting overwhelming damage. They're not trying to destroy them, Zentoth observed with wonder. They're trying to disrupt their biological cohesion. Learned that the hard way. Captain Peter Williams had been monitoring from the sidelines but now joined the tactical discussion. Lost the entire scout wing before we figured out they share a biological link. Cut the neural connections, the pack loses coordination. The Council watched as human tactics proved their worth. Not through superior technology, but through understanding, born of repeated exposure to death. Every human movement showed learned responses to threats the aliens hadn't even classified yet. Permission to implement Council defensive protocols. The Zephan commanded, seeking human approval rather than expecting obedience. Granted, John nodded. But follow our targeting patterns. Your weapons are stronger than ours, but you need to hit specific points for maximum effect. The combined fleet worked together, but the hierarchy had changed. Alien vessels followed human tactical guidance, trusting the scars on human ships over their own advanced systems. Incoming biological torpedoes, the automated systems warned. Organic matter configured as projectile weapons. Scatter formation Delta, Mary Johnson called out. Human ships dispersed in a pattern that seemed random, but created perfect interlocking fields of fire. The alien ships hesitated, their tactical computers unable to predict such apparently chaotic movement. Follow them, Vex Thor commanded. Trust their experience. As Council vessels mimicked human maneuvers, they discovered the pattern's logic. The biological torpedoes, guided by shared consciousness, crashed into each other rather than their intended targets. Human doctrine had learned to turn the enemy's strengths against them. Bio-pattern disruption successful, Steve reported as the enemy vessels began showing signs of confusion. Pack cohesion down 60%. Now we hit the spawner craft, Henry called out. Council vessels, concentrate fire on the largest biological mass. Humans will handle defensive screens. The battle turned with the coordinated assault. Alien ships finally working effectively with human tactical knowledge proved devastatingly successful. The biofleet retreated, but not before humanity's early warning systems detected more signatures at the edge of sensor range. They'll return, John said with certainty. They always return, stronger, smarter, with new adaptations. And we will be ready, Vex Thor declared. Its crystalline form now pulsed with determination rather than confusion. All vessels maintain combat readiness. Human tactical doctrine is now primary protocol for station defenses. The council chamber reconvened after the battle. The atmosphere had completely transformed. Aliens stood when humans entered. Tactical. Stations displayed human battle maps as primary references. Requests for human assessment preceded standard procedure. Earth delegation, Vexthor announced formally. The Council offers its deepest recognition. The Honor Guard position is permanently yours. Your ships will lead all defensive formations. Your tactical knowledge will be integrated into Council military doctrine. And most importantly, Tarvex added, its melodic voice carrying genuine warmth. Your warnings will be heard, always, without question. Crack approached John directly. Supreme Commander Davis, as ranking military officer, I request cross-training for Zephon battle groups. Our warriors wish to learn human survival techniques. John smiled, the first genuine smile he'd shown since arriving at Council space. Granted, but fair warning, our training is hard and messy, and sometimes the only way to survive is to do things that go against everything your instincts tell you. We will learn, Crack promised, as you learned when you had no choice. Months later, the Council station had been restructured. Human ships maintained positions at every defensive hardpoint. Alien crews rotated through human-led training programs, learning to fight threats that Council space had pretended didn't exist. The bureaucratic nightmare was a memory, replaced by streamlined protocols that prioritized survival over paperwork. Human report submissions got immediate command attention. Resource requests were approved within hours rather than months. But the biggest change was visible on every ship in Council space. Pristine alien vessels now bore scars with pride. Hull stains were no longer cleaned immediately but left as reminders. Battle damage went unrepaired just long enough for crews to understand what real combat meant. Captain Sarah Jenkins, newly arrived from Earth with fresh reinforcements, stood on her bridge watching the Council station approach. Next to her, Varathi engineer Rix served as exchange officer, learning human systems while teaching advanced alien technology adaptation. Interesting approach pattern, Rix commented. Direct vector through what my people would call dangerous space. Sarah smiled. It's not dangerous if you know what you're doing, and if you're willing to bleed a little along the way. Through the viewport, the station grew larger, surrounded by the combined fleets of species working together. Human vessels stood alongside alien ships of every design, all bearing the marks of battles fought side by side. Captain, her communications officer reported, priority message from Council Command. They're requesting human tactical assessment for upcoming exploration mission. Deep space, high risk. Tell them we'll be ready, Sarah responded. We always are. Somewhere in the dark between stars, threats continued to move toward populated space. Mirror ships evolved new strategies. Bioships developed stronger pack dynamics. Reality warping entities tested dimensional barriers, but they no longer faced humanity alone. Council space had learned that survival sometimes required blood on the hull, that bureaucracy couldn't protect against nightmares, that sometimes the most advanced species were those who'd learned to fight with primitive tools and indomitable will. The blood on human ships had become a symbol across Council space, not of battle or destruction, but of sacrifice and protection. New species joining the Council underwent orientation by human instructors, learning that pride could be fatal, but humility kept you alive. And on quiet nights, when sensors detected new threats at the edge of known space, no one panicked. They simply called for human tactical assessment, confident that whatever nightmares the darkness held, someone had already faced them and lived to share the knowledge. Humanity had arrived late to the galactic community, but they had arrived when they were needed most. The blood on their ships told a story, not of primitive violence, but of a species that stood between civilization and chaos, asking nothing in return but the chance to keep fighting. The Council had learned to read that story, and in the years that followed, when others spoke of humanity's place in galactic history, they all agreed. Earth had arrived exactly when they were supposed. The stars looked peaceful from the bridge of the Veltarian flagship. Admiral Zixthor watched the distant yellow sun through his 6 eyes, his tentacles languages. On Earth, alarms screamed in the control room. President Lisa Barnes ran down the white hallway. Her shoes clicked on the hard floor. Guards opened doors for her. She had been sleeping when the call came. Aliens. Real aliens. And they were not friendly. The command room was full of people. Screens covered every wall. General John Martinez stood near the main display. His uniform was perfect even at 3 in the morning. Admiral Kate Phillips typed on her computer. Her face was serious. "Show me," Lisa said. The main screen came to life. A creature appeared. It had gray skin and 6 eyes. Tentacles moved around its head. When it spoke, the computer translated its words. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Zixthor of the Veltarian Empire. Your world now belongs to us. You have 1 Earth day to surrender. If you refuse, we will destroy your planet. Look at what happens to those who resist." The screen changed. Lisa watched planets die. Huge ships fired beams of light. Mountains melted. Oceans boiled. Cities turned to ash. World after world fell apart. The screen showed at least 20 dead planets. "My God," Lisa whispered. "Madam President, what are your orders?" John asked. Lisa looked at her advisors. They all knew Earth's military could not win. Not against ships that big, not against weapons that strong. "How long until they reach Earth?" she asked. 3 days if they move fast. 5 if they wait for our answer, Kate said. "Get me the moon base. Now." Far from Earth, hidden under the moon's gray dust, Commander Sam Torres watched the same message. But he smiled. Luna Base was not just a research station. It was humanity's biggest secret, finally, Sam said. 50 years of waiting. "Sir?" Lieutenant Amy Wilson looked confused. "Send the signal. Wake up the fleet. It's time." Sam walked to the window. Outside, the moon's surface looked empty, just rocks and dust. But he knew what lay beneath. Hundreds of ships, thousands of weapons, millions of tons of steel and technology. Project Exodus was about to wake up. Back on Earth, Lisa met with her inner circle. They sat around an old wooden table. The room had no windows, no cameras, no recording devices. "Tell me about Exodus," Lisa said. General John opened a black folder. "We started building after we heard the first alien signals in 1974. We knew someone was out there. We knew they might not be peaceful." "How many ships?" Lisa asked. 800 hidden in the moon, Mars, and the asteroid belt. "We reverse-engineered technology from the Roswell crash. Then we improved it." Lisa nodded. She had learned about Exodus when she became president. It still seemed impossible. A secret space navy, built over 50 years, hidden from the world. "Can we win?" she asked. Admiral Kate spoke up. "Their ships are bigger, but size isn't everything. We have advantages they don't expect." "Like what?" "They think we're primitives. They expect fear and surrender. They don't expect quantum drives, dark matter weapons, or AI battle systems. They don't expect us to fight smart." "And the virus?" Lisa asked. Dr. Tom Green answered. He was the head of the Cyber Warfare Division. "Ready? 50 years of studying their signals taught us their computer language. When they connect to our networks, we'll be inside their systems." The room fell silent. Outside, the world slept. People went to work, ate dinner, watched TV. They had no idea alien ships waited at the edge of the solar system. "What about our response?" John asked. "They expect an answer in 24 hours. Lisa stood up. "We give them what they expect. Complete surrender. Let them think we're weak. Let them come closer." "Ma'am?" Kate looked surprised. "We need them overconfident. Split their fleet. Get them in range of our weapons." "Sam, how long to activate the Ghost Fleet?" Sam's voice came through the speaker. 12 hours for basic systems. 24 for full combat readiness. Do it. John, prepare a surrender message. Make it convincing. Cry if you have to." "Yes, ma'am." "Kate, move our visible military forces. Make it look like we're standing down. But have them ready to support the Ghost Fleet." "Understood." "Tom, can the virus work both ways? Can we use their own weapons against them?" Tom smiled. Already working on it. Their dreadnoughts will make excellent additions to our fleet. Lisa looked at each person. These were the people who would save Earth, or watch it die. One more thing, she said. If this fails, if we lose, activate the colony ships. At least some humans will survive among the stars. The meeting ended. Lisa walked to her office alone. She looked at pictures on her desk. Her husband, her children, her parents. 7 billion people depended on her choices. In space, Zixthor waited for Earth's answer. His species had conquered worlds for 10,000 years. They had never lost. Small planets always surrendered. The math was simple. One planet could not fight an empire. He looked at Earth again. Blue oceans, white clouds, green and brown land. It would make a good farming world. Humans would make useful workers. They always did. Admiral, his assistant clicked. The humans are moving their ships. Show me. The screen displayed Earth's navy. Tiny ships compared to the Empire's fleet. They were returning to ports. Pilots left their planes. Soldiers put down their weapons. They are wise, Zixthor said. Prepare the occupation force. We will take the planet intact. But on Luna Base, technicians worked without rest. Massive doors opened under the moon's surface. Ships that had waited 50 years began to power up. Weapons charged, engines tested. Crews took their positions. Captain Mike Davis sat in the command chair of the battleship Independence. The ship was 5 times bigger than any vessel Earth officially owned. Its hull was black as space, its weapons could crack moons. All systems green, Captain, his first officer reported. Good. How many ships are ready? 200 so far. More coming online every hour. Mike smiled. The aliens wanted Earth's surrender. They would get something very different. In the asteroid belt, more ships woke up. Hidden inside hollowed rocks, humanity's real fleet prepared for war. They had names like Vengeance, Defiance, and Liberty. Their crews had trained in secret for years. Children of military families who disappeared into space programs that did not exist. The Veltarian Empire counted down the hours. They expected tears and pleas for mercy. They had seen it 1,000 times. Small worlds always broke when faced with the Empire's might. But Earth was not like other worlds. Humans had spent 50 years preparing for this day. They had studied every alien signal, learned from every piece of crash technology, built weapons in the dark. The Empire threatened Earth. They expected surrender. What came instead would change the galaxy forever. The countdown continued. 20 hours, 15, 10. Earth's official surrender was coming, but so was humanity's real answer. And it would be delivered by warships, not words. The Earth's surrender message played across the galaxy. Ambassador Paul Johnson stood in front of cameras. His eyes were red. His voice shook. He looked like a broken man. To the great Veltarian Empire, Paul began. His hands trembled as he read from the paper. Earth accepts your terms. We cannot fight your powerful fleet. We ask only for mercy for our children. Paul stopped reading. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. The cameras captured every detail. His fear looked real because it was real. Not fear of the aliens, but fear that the plan might fail. We will obey all commands, Paul continued. Our military forces are standing down. Our weapons are being destroyed. Please do not harm our people. We surrender completely. The message ended. Paul walked off camera and threw up in a trash can. Acting was not his strong skill, but the fear of 7 billion deaths made his performance perfect. In space, Admiral Zixthor watched the message 3 times. His tentacles moved with satisfaction. Humans were weak, just like intelligence reports said. They built primitive rockets. They fought wars with chemical explosives. They still hadn't colonized their own moon properly. Analysis? Zixthor asked his science officer. The human stress patterns match genuine fear, Admiral. Heart rate, voice patterns, chemical markers in their sweat. It's real surrender. Their military movements? All ships returning to ports, aircraft grounded. Their nuclear weapons are being dismantled. Soldiers are leaving their bases. Zixthor made the clicking sound that meant joy in his species. Another easy conquest. The Empire's record remained perfect. Move the fleet to Phase 2. Send the occupation forces to Earth. Leave only the 10th Squadron to guard the outer system. Yes, Admiral. The massive Veltarian fleet split apart. 900 ships moved toward Earth. Only 100 stayed at the edge of the solar system. It was standard procedure. Why waste fuel keeping the whole fleet together? On Mars, hidden under red sand and rock, Admiral Mary Rodriguez watched the alien fleet separate. Her command center looked like something from science fiction movies. Screens showed every ship, every movement, every signal. They took the bait, she said, just like the profile predicted. Admiral, all Ghost Fleet units report ready, her aide reported. 812 ships at full combat status. Mary nodded. 50 years of study had taught them about the Veltarian Empire. They were arrogant. They followed patterns. They had won too many easy wars. That made them predictable. Signal all ships. Execute Phase 2 of Trojan Horse. God help us all. Deep in the asteroid belt, Captain Amy Chen powered up her destroyers. Weapons. The ship was hidden inside a hollow asteroid. From outside, it looked like just another space rock. Inside, it was a predator waiting to strike. All stations report, Amy ordered. Weapons hot, shields at maximum. Quantum drive ready, her weapons officer said. Good. Remember, we hit communication ships first. Without comms, their fleet becomes a mess. Her crew nodded. They were young, most in their 20s. They had trained for this their whole lives. Their parents had built these ships. Now the children would use them. On Earth, the show continued. President Lisa Barnes made public statements about cooperation. Cities held peace rallies. The military made displays of decommissioning weapons. It all looked real on the news. But in hidden bunkers, the real military prepared. Soldiers checked weapons that officially didn't exist. Pilots sat in fighters that were supposed to be museum pieces. Earth's visible surrender hid its invisible resistance. Dr. Tom Green typed code in his underground lab. His team had created something special, a computer virus built from 50 years of alien signal analysis. It would turn the Empire's own systems against them. Status? Tom asked his team. The virus is embedded in our surrender signals. When they connect to download our databases, we'll own their systems. Beautiful. How long until activation? 6 hours, maybe less if they're greedy for our data. Tom smiled. The Empire wanted Earth's submission. They would get Earth's Trojan horse instead. In space, the Veltarian occupation fleet moved closer. Commander Vectal led the advance force. His job was simple. Land troops take control of governments, begin resource extraction. He had done this 90 times before. Commander, his sensor officer clicked. The humans are transmitting their full database. Military codes, government files, everything. Download it all. The Empire will want to study this primitive species. Yes, Commander, beginning download. The alien computers connected to Earth's networks. Terabytes of data flowed into their systems. Hidden in the code, Tom's virus spread like wildfire. It was elegant. It was invisible. It was deadly. On Luna Base, Commander Sam Torres watched the countdown. 4 hours until the aliens reached Earth orbit. His people were ready. The Ghost Fleet was ready. But timing was everything. Sam. President Barnes's voice came through, his headset. Are you ready? Ready, Madam President. Give the word and we'll show them what humans can do. Wait for my signal. Let them get comfortable. Let them think they've won. Understood. Captain Mike Davis ran final checks on the Independence. The battleship's weapons could hit targets from further away than the aliens expected. Its shields used technology the Empire had never seen. Its engines could jump through space in ways that broke known physics. Captain, his science officer said, I'm reading quantum signatures. Our AI predictions were right. Their shields have a frequency gap we can exploit. Excellent. Pass that data to the fleet. The information spread through humanity's secret network. Every ship updated their targeting systems. Every weapon calibrated for maximum damage. The Empire's technology was advanced but predictable. Humans had found the cracks. Ambassador Paul Johnson continued his performance. He met with alien communication officers. He bowed. He scraped. He promised full cooperation. Inside, he counted down the minutes. "Your people are wise to surrender," the alien said through its translator. "The Empire is merciful to those who submit." "Thank you for your kindness," Paul replied. He wanted to punch the creature's smug face. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The alien fleet moved into the inner solar system. They passed Jupiter's moons without scanning them carefully. Why would they? The humans had surrendered. The war was over before it started. But inside Europa and Ganymede, human destroyers waited. Their crews watched alien ships pass by. Weapons locked on targets. Fingers rested on triggers. But they waited. The trap wasn't ready yet. Admiral Zixthor relaxed in his command chair. Another bloodless victory. His reputation would grow. Maybe he would get a promotion. "Governing this Earth sector would be a comfortable retirement, Admiral," his aide reported. "The humans have provided their entire history. Their wars, their technology, their weaknesses. They hide nothing." Of course. Fear makes species honest. Begin planning resource extraction. This planet has useful minerals. Yes, Admiral. The Veltarian computers processed human data, literature, science, history, military doctrine. And hidden in the flow, Tom's virus spread deeper. It learned the alien systems. It mapped their networks. It prepared to strike. On Earth, people watched the skies. Some saw the alien ships as dots of light. Most continued their daily lives. They trusted their leaders. They believed the surrender was real. Only a few thousand knew the truth. General John Martinez stood in the war room. Screens showed alien positions. Green dots were human forces. Red dots were the enemy. Soon those colors would matter. "General," an aide whispered. "Ghost Fleet reports all units in attack position. Thank them. Tell them to wait. Soon they'll make history." The trap was almost complete. Alien ships filled the inner solar system. Their guard was down. Their formation was spread out. They thought they had won. In the asteroid belt, Amy Chen gripped her controls. Her destroyer's target was locked, a communication ship full of important equipment. One shot would blind a whole squadron. On Mars, Mary Rodriguez watched the tactical display. The moment was coming. Years of preparation. Years of secret training. Years of hiding their true strength. The Ghost Fleet waited in darkness. 800 ships full of angry humans. They had built these weapons to protect their home. Now they would use them. The countdown continued. 3 hours. 2 hours. 1 hour. The aliens moved closer to Earth. Their occupation ships prepared to land. Their confidence grew with each minute. Earth's performance convinced everyone. The crying ambassador, the surrendering military, the fearful population. It all looked perfect. But underneath the act, humanity prepared to show the galaxy something new. They threatened Earth with destruction. They demanded surrender. What they got instead would echo through history. The Empire had made one mistake. They judged humans by their visible technology. They didn't understand human nature. When threatened, humans didn't just surrender. They got creative. They got angry. They got even. The timer counted down. The trap was set. The Ghost Fleet was ready. Soon the galaxy would learn why threatening Earth was the worst mistake the Veltarian Empire ever made. The attack began at midnight Earth time. Captain Amy Chen fired first. Her destroyer burst from the hollow asteroid like a wasp from its nest. The quantum torpedoes traveled faster than light. The alien communication ship never saw them coming. Far, explosion lit up space. The alien ship split in half. Its quantum transmitters died instantly. A whole squadron of Empire ships suddenly went silent. "Hit confirmed," Amy's weapons officer reported. Target destroyed, no return fire. "Jump!" Amy ordered. Her ship vanished in a flash of blue light. Where it had been, alien weapons fired at empty space. By the time they reacted, Amy's destroyer was already 10,000 kilometers away, lining up the next shot. All across the solar system, the same scene repeated. Human ships appeared from nowhere. They fired. They vanished. The aliens spun in confusion, shooting at ghosts. Admiral Mary Rodriguez coordinated from Mars. Her tactical display showed the battle unfolding. Green dots blinked in and out. Red dots started disappearing. All units execute pattern alpha. Hit and run. Don't give them stationary targets. The Ghost Fleet obeyed. They used tactics the Empire had never seen. Jump in, fire, jump out. Never. Stay still. Never fight fair. Space warfare turned into submarine warfare. Admiral Zix Thor screamed in rage. His perfect invasion became chaos in seconds. Ships exploded around him. Communications failed. Sensors showed enemies everywhere and nowhere. "Where are they coming from?" he demanded. "Unknown, Admiral. They appear, fire, and vanish. Our scanners can't track them." "Impossible. The humans don't have this technology." But they did. 50 years of secret development. Alien technology improved with human creativity. The Empire expected primitive rockets. They got quantum jump drives instead. Captain Mike Davis brought the Independence out of hiding. The battleship was massive, black as space itself. Its main guns could crack moons. Now they aimed at the Empire's dreadnoughts. Target locked, firing main guns. The dark matter weapons spoke. Beams of impossible energy crossed space. They hit the alien dreadnought amidships. Shields that could stop nuclear weapons failed like paper. The mile-long ship crumpled like a can. Direct hit. Target destroyed. Jump us out. Next target. On Earth, President Lisa Barnes watched from the command bunker. The main screen showed the battle. It looked like a fireworks display. Except each flash meant ships dying, lives ending, history changing. "My God," General John Martinez whispered. "It's working." "Don't celebrate yet," Lisa warned. "They still outnumber us." But numbers meant less when you couldn't hit your enemy. The human ships used guerrilla tactics perfected over centuries of warfare. Strike weak points, avoid strength. Death by 1,000 cuts. Dr. Tom Green activated the next phase. His virus had spread through the alien systems during the fake surrender. Now it woke up. "Executing primary attack sequence," Tom announced, taking control of their targeting systems. Across the alien fleet, computers betrayed their masters. Weapons turned on friendly ships. Shields lowered at the wrong time. Navigation systems flew ships into asteroids. "Admiral," Zix Thor's aide cried, "our system